sempat ini ya.
Apa?
Tumben agak plain.
Lagi males.
Iya, rutin tuh, ada biasnya. Welcome. A very lovely morning to everyone. It's truly an honor to see so many special VIPs in the audience today. And it's almost full house. It's very surprised. It's the first session early in the morning. Please give yourself a huge appreciation. Thank you very much for coming this early morning. It's actually a good thing. We're very lucky to have this early session because we can have the room to ourselves. Nice, peace and quiet without any unnecessary distractions from the neighbors, right? So today we'll be talking about zero waste and zero emission goals on municipal solid waste. So both waste and emissions can hasten global warming in several ways. And in order to respond to the global phenomenon of climate change, GOI has submitted enhanced NDC, which include the target to reduce emissions in waste sector. So what is the latest development that has been carried out by all parties in eliminating waste? And what kind of strategy and appropriate methods for sustainable waste management? So we will start with opening remarks, which will be presented by Director General of Solid Waste Management from KLHK, Ibu Rosa Vivien Ratnawati.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, Excellencies, honorable guests, and distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. As a country that is vulnerable to the impact of climate change, Indonesia is consistently committed to reduce greenhouse gas emission and increase climate resilience. The government of Indonesia submitted its enhanced NDC document to the UNFCCC Secretariat on September 23, 2022, which increased the target of reducing greenhouse gas emissions from 29% to 31.89% unconditionally, and from 41% to 43.2% conditionally in 2030, compared to business as usual. Within the document, it is also outlined a target for reducing GHG emission in the waste sector by 40 metric ton CO2 EQ in 2030, based on the unconditional mitigation scenario, and 43.5 metric ton CO2 EQ according to the conditional mitigation scenario. Methane, together with carbon dioxide and nitrous oxide, are the main contributors to greenhouse gas emission in almost countries around the world, including Indonesia. Thereby, in the domestic solid waste subsector, as reflected in the country's enhanced ambition from mitigation action on landfill gas recovery and utilization, composting and 3Rs for paper waste, waste to energy, and refuse-derived fuel technology implementation and utilization of waste to switch from landfill disposal to zero landfill disposal, means only small amount of residual waste that dump to the landfill. The Ministry of Environment and Forestry Republic of Indonesia has prepared a document to outline the strategy approach from the waste sector to achieve zero waste in 2040, so that near zero emissions can be achieved in 2050. Based on the result of the analysis we have been carried out, it shows that the peak of emissions will be reached in 2030 by 183 662 GGCO2e. After this peak, anticipate gradual reduction of emission can be carried out with an estimated level of close to zero by 2050 in amount of 26,498 GGCO2e and will continue to decline until reaching 7,027 GGCO2e in 2060. It is important to note that in the waste sector, it is impossible to achieve zero emission in its mitigation action, considering that the waste handling process basically produces emission at a certain level. However, our aim is to minimize this as much as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to underline that we are willing to be able to achieve the target of zero waste, zero emission through several policies as mitigation action, such as, first, improve the management of all landfills in Indonesia to implement control or sanitary landfill management method using methane gas capture or recovery facility. Second, there will be no more construction of new landfill starting in 2030 with the optimization of existing landfills and the implementation of landfill mining. Third, no illegal open burning starting in 2031. Fourth, the optimization of waste management facilities such as waste to electricity, RDF, SRF, biodigester, and other organic waste facilities. And it is hoped that by 2040, only residual waste that dump to landfill. Last but not least, strengthening waste sorting activities at source and utilizing waste as a raw material for recycling as the implementation of circular economy approach. Ladies and gentlemen, I do understand that it is impossible to achieve the target without having good collaboration and understanding among the stakeholders from the government, private sectors, civil society organization, and community. It is required to work closely together. As a producer of waste and the potential of taker of several waste treatment products, for instance, for RDF, refuse-derived fuel, we recognize the critical role of the private sector in achieving Indonesia's NDC target for the domestic solid waste subsector. In this session, we invite some private sectors that have good solid waste management initiative that will share with us on what they have done, their planning for the future, and how this initiative can contribute to achieving zero waste, zero emission target. The amazing speaker that already been here, who will present today, are Lucia Karina, Public Affairs, Communication, and Sustainability Director for Indonesia and PNG at Coca-Cola Europe Pacific Partners. Her topic is empowering communities through low carbon circular economy initiative. And then the second, Pak Lili Unggul Raharjo, President Director of PT Solusi Bangun Indonesia, Chairman of Indonesian Cement Association. His topic about cement industries support to solve municipal solid waste issue through the use of RDF by co-processing system. And then the third, Ibu Febriani Edi. She is President Director of PT Vale Indonesia. The topic, plan for utilization of RDF as fuel co-firing in smelting industry. And the fourth, Ibu Tin Johanna. She is Sustainability Division Head PT Pabrik Kertas Ciwi Kimia, and her topic is utilization of RDF from waste impurities as fuel substitute. Ladies and gentlemen, with today's session, it is great pleasure that I announce the soft launch still, of the operation plan document of Indonesia Zero Waste Zero Emission 2050. These milestones marks our commitment to a sustainable future, setting forth a clear roadmap to achieve zero waste by 2040 and near zero emission by 2050. I hope this document can be a basis roadmap to achieve the target of GHG reduction from the waste sector for all of us to work together to achieve zero waste, zero emission by 2050. I look forward to the collective effort of every stakeholder in turning this vision into reality. Together, we can create a better future that is not only sustainable, but also prosperous for all. With further ado, I hope that we will have fruitful discussion in this session. Thank you, enjoy the session, and please prepare the burning questions. And let's have a fruitful discussion together. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Fifin, for the insightful presentation on government perspective in adaptation action to achieve zero waste, zero emission, and congratulations for the Zero Waste, Zero Emission 2050 operational plan. Okay, let's get into the discussion. I will kindly invite the Senior Advisor to Indonesia Minister of Environment and Forestry, Bapak Suryo Adiwibowo, aka Pak Bowo. Silakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. We started this morning with a bright climate here in Dubai, and we are enhanced to discuss the very hot issue, the zero waste and zero emission goals, particularly on municipal solid waste. Previously, Your Honor, the Director General of Ibu Waste Management, I make it short because it's too long, already also announced our 4 speakers that already being here, and I will invite all of you to proceed in front of us and discuss the topics. The first is Mr. Lili Unggul Raharjo. He is the, yes, Mr. Mr. Unggul Lili Raharjo. And I will invite also Ibu Tin Johanna and also Ibu Lucia Karina. And the fourth is about, I'm sorry, this is, my notes is not in a good preparation. Ibu Lucia Karina will be here, Ibu Tin Johanna, and then the fourth. Oh, yes, thank you. Because you are in the second row. Please give applause to all of them. And we already have time for each of the speaker around 12 minutes. So would you please to address a very short or burning issues, and then later on burning issues by the participant of this morning, but would you please address about 10 minutes so we have much time for discussion. So I will start with the first session, Pak Lili. Would you please to present, Pak Lili?
Very good morning, Prof, Director General of Waste Management from Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Distinguished, oh, Bagus, yeah. Sorry for that. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be here. I'm Billy Kunggul from SPI, one of the cement company under Cement Indonesia Group in Indonesia. I'd like to share a topic about cement industry support to solve municipal solid waste issue through the use of refuse-derived fuel by co-processing system. I think the picture that I have shared here, I think some already been briefed by Prof already, that Indonesia is the fifth largest waste generation, yeah, in ASEAN, yeah, with the total around 70 million ton per year in 2022. And mostly the waste consists of food and yard waste. Yeah. So that's the typical of Indonesia municipal waste. Yeah. It's different with the typical of Europe waste, yeah, where the food and yard waste only 20%, but in our case it's around more than 50%, 67%. And then you are aware that with improper waste management in landfill site can cause various risks. Yeah? As you know that landfill can generate greenhouse gases like CO2 and methane. And based on our statistic in Indonesia, there is some risk like explosion, fire incident also. In 2005, we recorded that around 157% killed because of the explosion of the landfill area. And in 2023, we recorded around 14 fire incident. Other risks about the pollution, yeah, in air and then also in water due to the leachate contamination, and also of course related to the health, that's because of the respiratory tract infection. And why we are as a cement industry should care about the condition of waste. Cement industry contributed around 7 to 8% of the global CO2. And if we see the total production of cement industry in the world global, it's around 4.17 billion, with the intensity of CO2 per ton cement that they produce is around almost 0.6. So global cement emission, CO2 emission from cement is around 2.47 billion. So that's huge, yeah. So that's why we have to care also. And cement industry in the future has to have a different mindset. Cement industry in the future has to support the climate change action by reducing the CO2. Cement industry in the future has to have product and innovative product and services by providing the sustainable solution and implementing the circular economy by using alternative fuel and alternative raw material. That's also strengthened by our government, our president. Yeah, that green economy, green industry, and green product has to be strengthened, yeah, in the future. Yeah, and all also answer the SDG goal. And you can see the situation in current condition where mostly is also present by Bufifin. The waste mostly is either landfill, open burning, and this one of the situation in our landfill. You can see the mountain of landfill, yeah, where the waste picker on the top, yeah, so creating a lot of issue, environment, social, yeah, with the high urbanization rate, and then also generate the creating the waste generation rate also. So what is the solution? One of the solutions, there's not only one solution, there's one of the solution is to convert waste to energy. In the cement case is convert waste to a fuel, alternative fuel. There are some technology related to how to convert waste to energy, waste to incinerator, and waste to RDF or refuse derivable by implementing mechanical biological treatment. And the last one is about waste to gasifier. Next. And what's the benefit of converting waste to RDF? That's clear. More than 85% we can reduce the waste, because all the waste that we convert to RDF, mostly 85% is transforming to RDF. 50% of product from the municipal solid waste become fuel, and around 30% going to article something like gas, because of the moisture is dry to the gas, and only 10% become inert that can be used for fertilizer and other things. Yeah. With this also, this RDF, we don't need to have additional landfill. Yeah, we don't need to have additional landfill. That's also another benefit, and also reduce the issue of social issue and also the environmental issue also. And in cement industry, how we treat RDF. So you see the pyramid in the right side on how we treat the waste. If we can prevent, of course, we do prevention, and then if we cannot, then we reuse, and then recycle, and then co-processing. The illustration of co-processing you can see on the left side. Yeah, if we leave it the waste in the open yard, landfill, then there will be open burning, open dumping, and then they will create gas or something like methane and CO2. And another side, cement industry also use coal for energy, and then they will create also CO2. So with co-processing process, the waste that in the landfill, yeah, can be used as an alternative fuel. Then with that, we can reduce the emission from the coal, because we reduce the fossil fuel of coal. So the total emission, yeah, the net total emission will be lower. So once coming from the avoidance emission, where the CO2 or methane that's supposed to be generated from the landfill can be mixed with the coal fuel in cement plant. And another one, CO2 that's generated by RDF is lower than coal. That's what we call co-processing. And cement industry has a high temperature. It's around 1,500. So everything is burned. Yeah, nothing left. And SPI, one of the cement industry in Indonesia, previously known as Holcim Indonesia, now is under Cement Indonesia Group, yeah, as a sustainable development goal. We have 4 pillars, and one of the pillars is about the climate and circular economy, where we have CO2 reduction roadmap by 2030. We would like to reduce CO2 become 27%, refer to the 2010 baseline. And one of the initiatives to reduce CO2 is by using alternative fuel like industrial waste, and then also RDF. And SPI also the pioneer in Indonesia of the implementation of refuse-derived fuel. In 2016, we made study, and then we also put the, pilot project about the biome drying process, and that's proven. Then after that, we have a collaboration with the Ministry of Environment and Forestry We have collaboration with the province government. We have collaboration with the local government, and also some support from the Danish embassy. And then we put it a RDF facility plant that can absorb around 160 ton per day of fresh waste, yeah, and then resulting around 60 to 80 ton per day of RDF that can be used. Thank you. That can be used for alternative fuel and cement. And also, we have a cooperation with the Jakarta government, yeah, to be an off-taker because they have their own RDF plant, and we are part of the off-taker to take the result of the RDF plant in JKI. This is just the illustration of the process of RDF from fresh waste and then unloading, and then we still involve the waste picker to take some valuable things and then shred it, and then drying through the bio-drying process. Bio-drying process is using the, how do you call, something like bacteria with the aero process, then can generate the heat. So without any energy to dry the waste, yeah. And then with size reduction and dry condition, then we can use as a fuel to replace some of coal in cement industry. And this is the also collaboration with other local government, with Jakarta, our capital city, with Denpasar from Bali, yeah. Also Aceh is ongoing, yeah. And then also Banyumas, close to Cilacap, and then also Temanggung and Central Java and Sleman in Yogyakarta. This is the benefit of RDF implementation. We have, of course, three benefits: economical benefit, because we don't need to have a new landfill area, and then environmental clear, we can reduce the CO2, and social benefit also. And from 2022, SBI already consumed around 93,000 tons of RDF and contributed around 87 kiloton of CO2 reduction. And this is the new development project. Some project already finished and ongoing, running, and then we also, as off-taker, we take the RDF product from the project. So you see from Sumatra, we have plant also in Sumatra, and then also in Java, yeah. And the one that's running at the moment in Central Java, Cilacap, yeah. The waste coming from surrounding Cilacap, and then from Banyumas, around 60 kilometers, and the future will be coming from Sleman, that's around 190 kilometers, and then also from Temanggung, 150 kilometers. And then the one that in East Java, the waste coming from Bali, and the next will be coming from surrounding Surabaya, around 100 kilometers. And then also in DKI and in Jakarta, well, when we have plant around 40 kilometers from Jakarta, and the future we will receive also the waste from Bogor and Depok. And this total of waste in Indonesia, that the RDF development project also supported by other cement industry out of Cement Indonesia Group. Yeah, if each cement industry can consume the RDF, then totally around 4 million ton of waste that we can treat as RDF. What is the lesson learned? Okay, let's finish. I think the lesson learned mostly that from technology, I think bio-drying is clear, is proven. And then from environmental, clear that converting waste to RDF reduce the CO2 emission and helping also the environmental condition. And also about the mindset, what the lesson learned. refer to our experience that the mindset from local government has to be changed also, but that we should focus on environmentally responsibility rather than on the business opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lili Febriani Edi, the President Director of Witoelar Indonesia. And sorry, I'm arrived at Dubai midnight. So sorry about that. So sorry about the jet lag. And the second presenter will be, I invite Ms. Febriani Edi. Would you please, or we will change? Lucia. Oh, sorry. Second false.
Because of the age.
No, not really the age. It is because midnight I arrived and it was missed flight. Sorry. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished guests, Ibu Rosa Vivin Ratnawati, Director General of Solid Waste Management, Hazardous Waste and Hazardous Substance, Pak Agus Jurisdianto, Pak Ilyas Asad, Pak Nofrizal, Pak Agus Pambagio, and ladies and gentlemen. I'm grateful to be here and honored to be invited by Ministry of Forestry to share what we have done so far in helping the Indonesian government to tackle the issue, particularly when Bu Vivin just launching zero waste, zero emission. Something happened, okay. Saya aja yang operasi. Ya. So Indonesia archipelagic nature and vulnerability to rising sea levels, extreme weather events and other climate impact make it one of the most sustainable nation in the world. Achieving our ambition 2060 net zero target demands an unprecedented level of cross-sectoral action and cooperation from all stakeholders. Meanwhile, waste, which is also a significant contributor to greenhouse gas emission, which is mentioned by Ibu Vivin this morning, is still one of the biggest problems. As we know, most of the methane emission in Indonesia come from landfills. So by closing the landfills actually will also help us to reduce the methane emission. 60% of the waste ends up without being sorted or processed. And to overcome this problem, synergies need to be made between emission and pollution reduction and socio-economic development. We need a paradigm shift, a fundamental of our system and economic models. We can use a circular economy approach which help us build a more sustainable future. By embracing circularity, we can unlock sustainable and inclusive and ecological regenerative economic growth for Indonesia, creating more prosperous and sustainable future for all. And we have done actually in various cities within Indonesia. As mentioned also by Bu Vivin this morning, industry has a pivotal role to play in facilitating Indonesia net zero transition. We can't wait only from the government, we have to work together. Then we must lead by example, adopting renewable energy sources, enhancing resources efficiency across operation and supply chain, and pioneering circular innovation. At the Coca-Cola system, we are committed to demonstrating this leadership. We are actively investing in renewable energy sources, expanding our use of recycled content, and exploring innovative waste management solutions. We believe that by taking this action, we can not only reduce our own environmental footprint, but also inspire others to follow suit and help the society and the government to tackle this issue. This is my favorite actually. There is a Japanese proverb that says, Deso mawa coro negara mawa toto, which means different places have different rules and norms that govern one's behavior. This rings true and it applies to waste management in Indonesia, where community involvement and adaptation of local wisdom are vital. At the Coca-Cola system, in helping the planet and people, we adopt our strategies with local wisdom in mind. While we are doing our part by making recyclable packaging and using recycled materials in our packaging, we also need the community's help to segregate and collect for recycling every bottle. And we are not only stopping by recycling our bottle, but also we are helping the government and society to segregate their own waste, including the food waste. This is crucial as Indonesia, an archipelagic state with over 17,000 islands and a diverse range of ethnic groups and approaches, relies significantly on community involvement to ensure the success of the circular economy. Indonesia possesses unique social, cultural, and economic strengths that can accelerate circular innovation. On deep-rooted spirit of gotong royong, which is we call community spirit of Indonesia, the proliferation of community waste bank and the wealth of knowledge and experience within our informal sectors able to provide a fertile ground for circular solution. By harnessing these strengths through sensitive facilitation and strategic partnership, we can develop scalable circular economy solution tailored to Indonesian context. At the Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific Partners, Indonesia as part of the Coca-Cola system, we are committed to achieving ambitious long-term target for 6 sustainability areas including climate and packaging. We take this responsibility seriously, staying ahead of the curve operationally while collaborating closely with our suppliers and customers. We believe that our leadership in sustainability is not just a business imperative, but also a contribution to the effort toward a more sustainable future and strong government. Indonesia current waste collection model faces several challenges and risks that mentioned also by Pak Lili. The prevalence of loose waste, the complex of web of middlemen, and the human rights challenges faced by informal collectors demand holistic, closed-loop, and ethical supply chain solution. Many of the recycle heroes, we call a waste picker actually, they don't have to enjoy their human rights because it's already harnessed by other people. So that's why this is the importance of having the system in Indonesia. And Coca-Cola system actually, particularly Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific Indonesia, is committed to driving positive environmental and social progress simultaneously by adopting such solution. In 2020, we established 2 inseparable entities, namely Amandina Bumi Nusantara, the first recycling facility to receive the Indonesian national standard and also the first recycling facility that have received the food grade certificate from the Uni-European. And the non-profit foundation called Mahija Parihta Nusantara. For me, these 2 entities actually is a couple because Amandina means a lady who really loved the Mother Earth, and Mahija is the prince that really fight to save the Mother Earth. So when I created this name, because I've been asked by the government, by the company actually to give the names for these 2 entities, I just think about the wife and husband. So it's going to be a couple to make the harmony for Indonesia. This investment embodies our commitment to creating a low-carbon, responsible, closed-loop bottle-to-bottle circular economy that emphasizes responsible collection. These entities ensure responsible collection and high-quality feedstock of post-consumer plastic packaging that places human rights at the center of our operation through rigorous internal and external audits, capability development, and health and well-being programs. We collaborate with the informal sector, including these often overlooked recycling heroes, which is the waste picker, who endure challenging conditions and frequently experience human rights violations. Their invaluable work is often underestimated, which has long-lasting repercussions of their livelihood and future generations. This initiative represents a promising start towards circular waste management practices, and we are committed to expanding our effort in this direction. So including the education for their children. In a country like Indonesia, comprised of numerous islands and culture, community-driven initiatives play a crucial role in waste management, especially in rural areas where essential infrastructure and education are lacking. The Waste Bank model is well suited for our country. There is nothing wrong with the Waste Bank, as it promotes the reduction of land-based pollution by encouraging waste segregation from the sources and the recycling of household waste, which is we have to stop the waste from the sources. And that's actually will support the government initiative in closing any initiative for the new landfill in 2030. However, when assessing the performance and sustainability of Waste Bank, the absence of commitment and lack of education are the major factors. Besides, no other added value given by the program retract the interest of the community to participate in the Waste Bank for long term. With that in mind, we set up pilot city-level community waste bank in some areas where we operate to involve the community in grassroots waste management, including women, who are the majority of them are housewives. And I just want to also emphasize that without the commitment of the local government, we can't do. That's why in our program, actually, if the major or the head of region doesn't want to sign the commitment with us, so we are not going to support. I always talk to them that, look, this is about commitment. It's not only about supporting in the program, but actually is a moral commitment. Because we aim to unlock economic values from waste materials while addressing interconnected issues like organic waste streams, promoting responsible consumption, and encouraging behavior change. We believe that by empowering communities to manage their waste responsibly and sustainably, we can create more resilient and environmentally conscious communities, thereby solving waste problem and changing people's habits. Of course, this requires commitment and collaboration from multi-stakeholders, which approach we proudly call non-helix, no longer pentahelix, because when you call pentahelix, the major group will say that that's not my part. But when we actually define into really detail on the sector, we call non-helix, then they understand that they also have to take a part. By adapting the non-helix approach, we collaborate with diverse stakeholders and find ways to encourage waste segregation, sorting, processing, and making low-value waste more valuable. We also connect with recycle, offer financial incentive to the community, look into the new technology, and educate the public, and the local leaders' commitment to ensure scalability and sustainability. We believe that empowering city-level waste bank provides many benefits to ensuring long-term sustainability, including solving waste problem, creating economic value for waste, changing people habit, and again, reducing carbon emissions so we can meet zero waste, zero emission. We hope other cities can follow suit to truly make a difference in reaching the sustainability development goals. This is my last slide. I just want to say there is no power for change greater than a community discovering what it cares about. For me, it's about making the world a little bit better for the next generation. understand you may have heard this a lot recently, but it remains true. Collaboration is the key. Accelerating Indonesia's sustainability ambition requires integrated strategies and multilateral partnerships that bring together government, academia, business, and civil society. Nona-helix approach which foster collaboration between these diverse stakeholders over a promising framework for achieving our shared goals. The road ahead is still a long, long way. But I believe Indonesia has the potential not only to be a passenger, but also to lead the way. Instead of pointing fingers at each other, let's work together. It's through this collective effort that we will start to see meaningful impact. At Coca-Cola System, we believe that if we collaborate, we can achieve a balance between lifting people out of poverty and protecting the environment. Let's collaborate and do together. Thank you.
Thank you. What you call a very provocating statement at the end. Thank you. And then I invite Ms. Tin Johanna, the Sustainability Division Head of PT Ciwi Kimia. Would you please?
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Ibu Vivin and the honorable participant of COP28 Dubai, and also the leaders of Ministry of Environment. So please allow me, on behalf of Asia Pulp and Paper and Ciwi Kimia, we would like to again say thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to be participate in this today talk show with a great program called the Zero Waste and Zero Emission. And let me start my presentation. Yeah. Plus, let me brief us slightly in brief about Asia Pulp and Paper. We are one of the biggest group of the pulp and paper in the world, and we consist of, currently is 10 big pulp and paper mill in Indonesia, and we are supported by a large upstream, the forest operation on site in Indonesia. And our production currently is more than 19 million tons of paper per year. It's paper, it's tissue, it's packaging, it's everything about paper. And we sell the paper more than 150 countries right now. We realized that as one of the fast pulp and paper group in the world, it is our responsible, it is our principle to put the sustainability in our daily life. We want to be innovative. We want to be creative in fighting together about climate change. And we've been set up the ESG principle in our sustainability roadmap, the Vision 2030, and all of you can easily see in our website. Our SRV 2030 is basically consists of 3 pillars that are the productions, the people, and the planet or the forest. So today, my presentation will be focused on the production side. This is to ensure that we put our commitment about ESG, not only put on the paper, but we make sure that it is implemented on the ground. The production pillar of the Vision 2030 have the main goal of the 30% reduction in the carbon footprint. And it is divided into more detailed goals. Those are the increase of the renewable share in our energy mix, the reduction in energy consumption, the energy and the water consumption, and the last one, which is related to today's discussion, is the zero waste to landfill. I will slightly expand my presentation into 2 parts. The first one is how we do the waste management on site book in our plant, and what is the potential collaboration with the government. And the second part, I will explain a bit about the decarbonization roadmap and strategy, and also another opportunity that we can have a collaboration with the government and external party. So let's move on a bit on the Tiwi Kimia. We were established quite long time back in 1972. Actually, we are not a paper industry. We started as a chemical industry. But through the years, we changed. The core of the business now is the paper. We are not equipped with a tin paper machine. We have the chemical plant itself. A lot of finishing and stationery and downstream products. We initially produced 100% white paper, or it's called a cultural paper. However, during the digital area already came, so we have to adopt ourselves. That is, people no longer use paper, they use gadget, right? So we have to adopt ourselves, and has transformed about 30% of our total capacity changed into the industrial grade. So let's focus on the industrial brown paper. It is started with the using of the raw material called the OCC, or all corrugated cartons. Inside the OCC, there are some impurities that cannot fully avoid it, and the impurities, so-called the waste, consist mainly the plastic. The OCC processed in the OCC plant to gain the clean fiber, processed in our machine, and then produce a clean and nice brown paper. While the downstream side, the impurities has undergo another waste stream. It is clean, metal wire, rubber, glass, and everything, stone is segregated from the waste, and then make it ready as a fuel. It's called the RDF, which is to be fed into the RDF boiler machine. Ensuring the proper treatment of the waste, the plastic waste or the RDF, is not only fulfilling the requirement of government that has been set up by the regulations, but we make sure that we use the best available technology so that we can gain the maximum positive points of the waste itself as a fuel to replace our normal conventional fuel. So what we have done, the decision was taken. We set up the RDF boiler installation with a capacity of 200 tons per day of RDF that can produce 50 tons per day steam. And what is the most important one? We make sure that the emission is meeting the government and no dioxin furan is released to atmosphere. While in terms of the CO2 itself, the reduction is nearly 5%. This is a simple schematic diagram of our waste boiler. We use a CFB type, and it's completed with the complete flue gas cleaning to ensure that the hazardous pollutants is prevented. This is the look of our project that is currently on-site built, and we have a target that will be commissioned by next year by Q3. As I mentioned before, we have the capacity of 200 tons per day, and currently we will occupy about 50 to 100 tons per day of the capacity. So meaning that we will use internally for ourselves is 50% book. So means that the availability, what happened with the remaining 50%? This is what we open book as a collaboration for the external stakeholder. So, yes, exactly, yeah. So the priority will be given to government, that we can receive the municipal solid waste, the MSW from nearby, as well as the second one from the other industry nearby Tiwi Kimia. So basically the slide that Bu Vivin has explained to us early in the morning today, that industry has taken a large part, the larger part of the CO2 emission. So let us handle our homework book, and then the available quantity, then we can open to support the government. So this is the first part of my presentation, and the second part, let's move on the APP and Tiwi Kimia decarbonization. As a downstream side, as a producer for the process side, our target is to reduce the environmental footprint and contribute towards the circular economy by creating low carbon products and innovative products. This is our decarbonization roadmap. It was started in 2018, And we have set up the project initiation, developing the roadmap, opportunity identification, set up the action plans. And we are currently implementing the action plan. As I mentioned before, we have committed that we are not working only on paper, but the real work must be there. 3 major decarbonization levels. One is the efficiency, second one is replacing the fossil fuel on site, and the third one is replacing the fossil fuel in other places like a grid electricity. So today we focus on the second one. Replacing fossil fuel into non-fossil, what we have done in Civikimia basically is getting biomass and getting solar power. So these are the initiatives that has been implemented in our mill, and one is in collaboration with PL and the national grid electricity supplier. We make sure that part of the purchased electricity, which is around 40%, is coming from the non-fossil power plant owned by the government, PLN. And second one is the solar power system. We can be proud of it, Vivin, that we are one of the biggest industry who use the solar panel rooftop. Our capacity is 9.8 megawatt peak. It's been set up, it's 11 buildings with 11 hectares, and we are currently on the second stage. We expand the capacity. And the third one is biomass. First is by planting on site our own red calandra, and the second one is getting the biomass for our power plant. Finally, this is my last slide, Sibu. Talking about the biomass itself, we're getting from two sources. One is from the purchase market. Naturally, we can choose any type of biomass at any price. And the second one is the potential to receive, to absorb the MSU pellets that is coming from the government-owned facility or TPA. Yes. So, however, getting the collaboration with the government about absorbing or receiving the MSW pellets, there are still some concerns, like I put it on my slides. One is about the quality, which is the calorie itself, because burning the fuel, it is hard for us to control the efficiency of the boiler or the power plant if the calorie is fluctuated. Yes, and the second one is the quantity. The third one is, of course, the economical value, the pricing and the logistic term. And the fourth one is the continuity of the supply. So I think I conclude my presentation, Pak, just in time. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You're precisely in time. And the latest speaker will be Ms. Febriani Edi, the President Director of Witoelar Indonesia. She will address the planning of using refuse-derived fuel as co-firing in the smelter industry. Would you please?
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished officers from Minister of Environment and Forestry, Bu Vivin, Pak Agus, Pak Ilyas, and also distinguished panelists and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to start my presentation with an introduction of my company. Can we pull out the slide, please? Okay, I think in the interest of time, I can start. Okay, good. So I know that I've been speaking for the third day today, and always my presentations start with these pictures. And why I started these pictures? Because this is a Lake Matano. The lake tells a lot of story about how we do our mining. So all of the toxic mine effluent waters will end up in this lake. And we process diligently and discharge to this lake. And today, this lake is one of the most pristine lake that we have after 50 years of operation. And also, I think it's important to emphasize the water from this lake is the source of drinking water for the community and ourselves. So I think today I want to advocate, if we do it right, we manage it right, the water from the mine can be a source of drinking water. A bit of introductions. Our company, public listed company in Jakarta Stock Exchange. Today, we're still majority foreign owned. but I'm very proud to say, out of the 5 directors, 4 are Indonesian. I myself are Indonesian. We also managed to develop a local talent, Pak Abu, which is from South Sulawesi, where we come from. He's today our directors of operation. The company has 3,000 employees and 6,000 contractors, 99.7% Indonesian, and 87% residents of Luwu Timur, the regency where we come from. And our operations today is all in the island of Sulawesi. We have existing operations in Sorako, South Sulawesi, but we are also in the middle of constructions for the 3 greenfield projects in Central Sulawesi, South Sulawesi, and Southeast Sulawesi. So all of these will then consume $8.6 billion investments together with our partners, consist of the mine and the processing facility. Today, I will be talking about municipal waste. Why a mining company talk about municipal waste? Because I think I'll go through a little bit introduction so you know a little bit few about our operation. We are a mining company, but often when we have visitors coming to our mine site, they said mining is only a small fraction of what we do. So what we do is much beyond mining. So let me start first with our smelter. The smelter was built in 1978. I was only 1 year old. So the smelter, so I want to say here that we never exported all materials, raw materials, since inceptions of the company. So we're committed to create the value for the country. So since long before Indonesia promote for downstream value creation, we already committed. And today, our capacity represents 3% of global nickel supply. We are constructing 3 greenfield projects, as I mentioned, much bigger than today operation. And our product, nickel matte, until now, after 50 years, remain the highest purity products in Indonesia with nickel content of 77 to 78%. Nickel today is very popular. Everyone talk about decarbonization, rightly so. Everyone talk about transitions to renewable energy. But I think more and more people understand today, renewable energy needs a lot of minerals. That's the reality we are facing today. So as a mining company, we realize nickel is a solution. Because we are a solution, we have to be mine and process our materials in a sustainable way. Otherwise, we're not a solution, but a problem. Because our nickel will be used to decarbonize the planet, we also need to decarbonize our process. So today, I'm very good to share with all of you that we build and operate and maintain 3 hydro dams. The first one was built in 1978. The second one was in the 1999, and the last one, 2011. Together, the 3 hydro dams contribute 365 megawatt, whereby 10.7 megawatt was donated to the local community, and the rest is used for our smelting processing. Our smelting is 100% now powered by hydro. That made us the lowest carbon intensity air care plant globally and in Indonesia. You can see that the global chart here at the below. We are at the first quartile of the global chart. And our policy going forward, all the 3 greenfield projects will be built with low carbon solution as well. That makes all of our projects within the first quartile of global chart for saprolite producers in the world. Despite this fact, we understand we're still emitting a lot of carbon, and therefore in COP26 Glasgow, I have to compete with the COP26 Glasgow, we announced globally our commitment to follow Paris Agreement back then. So we have to reduce our carbon emissions, scope 1 and 2, by 1/3 in the year of 2030, and then net zero 2050. As I mentioned before, what we do is much beyond mining. We also build and operate a school from kindergartens, juniors, elementary, up to academy diploma. Today, every year, we have 2,600 roughly graduates from our students in South Sulawesi. We plan to replicate this model to Central Sulawesi and Southeast Sulawesi. And then I also will introduce a little bit about a social program. Our social program will focus on creating an independent community post-mining closure. Today, we are developing and sponsoring and supporting more than 100 small, medium enterprises, non-related to mining, because at the end of the day, it has to be independent of mining industry. And the last one I'd like to highlight, mining company operate in the remote area. that is a challenge, but also opportunity. Significant challenge is reliance of public services and public support to us. I used to see that as a challenges, but today I see that as an opportunity. So we run the hospital, we run the airport, we also run a town. So hence, we have municipal ways to deal with. So it's all started with a challenge. So you believe it or not, every 2 to 3 years, we have to build a landfill to process our waste. And that is not sustainable. It's not about money. We can build with a lot of money, but at the end of the day, we know it's not sustainable. So it started with an extreme challenge for us, but then it becomes a solution today. We collaborate with Minister of Environment and Forestry. Thanks to Bu Vivien and the team, give us the idea. After a lot of discussions and dialogue, we have the idea. We do the site visit to Cilacap, and then we get the idea. I think my team is here, and they said no-brainer. After we saw it, this is the solution that we must make it work. So I think with this in mind, we are committed to develop and make sure that this is successful. With that, I also today will tell you our ambition is no more landfill, starting today, not waiting until 2030. I think, Vivien, you mentioned before earlier, right? 2030, no more landfill. I think we take the challenge. So Jai, record that. So no more landfill. I think everything starts with the challenge and then comes opportunity. So I think if we embrace the challenge, becomes opportunity, that will be a solution for all of us. So the capex is rather high. It's about 13 million US dollars. But to build a landfill that we used to do, it costs us $5 to $6 million. So you can imagine, relative to building a landfill, we much rather go for this solution. And this solution will not only address the landfill issue, but also give us alternative fuel in addition to what we have today. So the one that we're going to adopt, so we'll start constructions early, January, so that will be completed within a year. So 2025, we'll start hopefully running smoothly these operations of RDF. So the capacity is now 50 ton per day. We start with this first. We'll see how it goes later on. Why 50 ton? This is what we think we could get from the directly impacted villages. So based on our environmental licenses, we had directly impacted 38 villages spread around 4 kecamatan, yeah? We call it kecamatan. So we'll focus on directly impacted area, collecting all of the waste, and then put it in our RDF facility. So out of the 50 ton, there are multiple products there, but one exciting story is we believe that we could generate 14 ton of energy solution. And where are we going to put the energy solution is in our smelter. So this is the process that we have in our smelter. I mentioned earlier that we're one of the lowest carbon intensity RKF in Indonesia. Despite that, we're still emitting a lot of carbon. So we are mindful about it, so we have to be aggressive and ambitious about it. So 90% of our emission is actually coming from our processing facility. So you can see that the first and second day, I share with audiences about our plan to transition and reduce our energy by carbon emission by 700,000. And then now you can see that RDF is also part of our solutions to complement our energy solution. So this is the timeline, basically, in a nutshell, next year, constructions, and 2025, operation. So benefit, reduce landfill, alternative energy solution. So there's an economic reason for us to do this, not just social. Of course, there will be a social benefit in addition to that. And then also environmental solution as we reduce our footprint. And lastly is the benefit to society. We believe sustainability should not be just our problem. We should educate and bring as much partnership as possible. So I think this project will then allow us to collaborate further with government and local community. Our mission is to transform natural resources into sustainable development. We believe sustainable development have to and require 3-party collaboration: community, government, and the company. Private sectors cannot do this alone. Government cannot do this alone. But together with community, we can do contribute much bigger. Let me close my presentation with my slogan, our slogan in Vale. There is no future without mining, if you don't believe in mining. And there cannot be a mining without caring about future. Thank you.
Very nice to closing our speech. Give applause to all of the speakers. And we see how among all the speakers, 3 of them are women and they're very bright. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we still have about, in my watch, it's about 15 to 20 minutes, right? So I will invite to you all who will raise question. Pardon? 10 minutes, so 10 minutes. Thank you. So if you have want to raise question or comment, raise your hand, but please in short. So we only have 10 minutes. So is there any you guys that want to address questions or comment? Or this is very interesting topic that not only about waste management. It is only about the people. It is only about the sustainability, and it is about how change our paradigm. This is a very good topic. Yes, Ibu Vivin, our Director General.
Firstly, I would like to say thank you for all the speakers. It's very good and then give us the inspiration. But my question is for you all is about, because we know that for the domestic waste is under the municipality function. So yeah, actually, always in my mind, if you have something like the initiative to reduce the waste, and then I don't know, it is apa keinginan ya, my willing to you that how far that you can cooperate with the local government around you. Yeah, I know Pak Lili already mentioned about some of the provinces or the municipalities, but I also would like to ask you, the 3 ladies, yeah, about the possibilities of the local government. And then in here, I would like to hear from you what local government that you can cooperate with. Because, you know, like Ciwi Kimia is Sidoarjo, right? And then in near Sidoarjo apa? Gresik, and then Batu, and then Coca-Cola also in West Java, right, Ibu Karina? And then Kerawang ya? Kerawang atau Bekasi, Bu? Bekasi, Cikarang, and then we have Purwakarta, and then they still don't have a good waste management for that. And Ibu Febri, also in South Sulawesi, we know that surrounding you there are some local governments that they don't enough capacity for the Lu Timur, Pak Ilyas, Kampung. And then others, tetangganya, what is, and then the neighbors, North Luwuk, because we know we have their data about the waste management. So I would like to know, and then you have to, what you call it, especially for Bu Febri, because you mentioned that you still under construction and then we'll start 2025. So we can, from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry perspective is, we can put, North Luwuk can manage how many waste, and then others how many waste that they can, the amount of waste. So, so they can, we can achieve, actually we have the target 2025, we will manage 100% of waste, the domestic waste. So I hope that your initiative even though you are cement industries, you are papers, Coca-Cola, my favorite, and then Ibu Febri mining, you still can help the local government around you. Thank you, Pak.
I'm afraid there is no much time for the others to raise question. No problem. This is what you call it, main issues that would you address or give comment on Ibu Vivi question or ideas?
In short, bagus in short. No, thank you for the question, Bu Vivin. As I mentioned before, right, mining company operate in the remote area. A lot of reliance is on us. I used to look at it as a challenge, but it's actually an amazing opportunity. Reliance means we have more say and influence to the local government. I think more than 5 decades, our commitment to environment has been seen and recognized by local government. Luhut Timur, ya, Bupati. He always even helped me campaign outside Luhut Timur. Look, yeah, Pak Bupati always campaign. If you want to see mining company that are responsible to environment, come to Luhut Timur. I think that DNA was built in, and therefore it's easy for us to build because we have the trust and respect with our partners, right? I think landfill and waste is not only our problem, but also government problem. So often what we do was the piloting is done in our operation. And then once we scale it up, then we have to bring government in. Now, I'd like to say when it comes to waste, though, it goes beyond just the RDF. We also work and build in our long-term plan for community program. We call it RIPPM, Rencana Induk Program Pengembangan Masyarakat. This is 20 years and then break down into 5 years program. So we built our UMKM, as I mentioned. So UMKM is also another effort for us, right? So we have bank sampah and then recycling facility. If you have opportunity to come back to Sorako, you will see our recycling facility where we bring in also UMKM as a solution to us. So I think it's important to bring the partnership and collaboration and ecosystem, because at the end of the day, what we do will also then dictate the future generation mindset about this whole waste thing. Thank you.
Shut up. I'll give a short answer, ya, Bu, ya. Because you are asking about the collaboration with the local government. We currently already have 8 cities that we work together for the what we call city-based level local community waste banks. I give you an example, like in Metro Lampung, we have the commitment from the mayor of Lampung Selatan, and under the commitment, actually, we have 22nd waste banks. And they have to report on monthly basis, and also not only of that, the stakeholders surrounding the program also have to report how many waste that they have been processed, how many the failures that been reported to BRI, because we also collaborate with the banking. And now actually we are working also with several cities to just adding more cities. But in addition to that also we work with the hotel and restaurant and the cinema. So we are now developing the concept for those public facilities like hotels, restaurant, and cinema, how they can stop the waste. So they're not going to the landfill, but we ask the Dinas Kebersihan to pick up the waste and then bring to the waste bank to get more process. So there is no going to the landfill. Yeah. Thank you, Bu.
I will, Pak. Yes. Thank you, Bu Vivin. So basically the city names, you mentioned it, Bu. Yeah. So it's Sidoarjo, Mojokerto, Kediri, Malang, Batu. So we are ready. So let's start it, Bu.
So you must be from Javanese, right? Bapak, I'm valid.
Oh, okay. So I think I presented before that the RDF project development related to the cement industry is clear. So the city that already RDF is running is like Cilacap, yeah, the first pioneer, and then Jakarta, although still on commissioning, and then cement industry knows as an off-taker like Cilacap already received the waste from not only from Cilacap city, but also from Banyumas, and also in the future will be from Sleman, yeah, Pupipin City, and also Temanggung, and then our plant in Tuban also received the waste from Bali, even from Bali, yeah. And then in the near future will be from Tuban itself, and also from surrounding Greater Surabaya Sidoarjo, yeah. And in Aceh, we have plan and still on the design process, yeah. It targeted by end of 2020, beginning of 2025, the RDF plan will be running. And other plan of Cement Indonesia Group also, they already have some MOU with the local government. But again, cement industry capacity has limitation capacity to absorb the RDF. So I'm happy today that other industry actually also starting, yeah, that's very good, yeah. So we expect actually from power plant who has huge capacity. And when I see the presentation from Ciwi Kimia, that actually they use RDF for boiler. As I suppose that other power plant also can to do the same. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, I'm sorry, the committee already raised the hand, 0 minutes, 0 minutes. Sorry about that. Thank you so much for all the speakers. Give big applause to them. And thank you for attending this interesting meeting, and we continue the other session. Thank you again once more, and with you, please.
Can I have my mic back? Thank you. Bu Vivin was asking audience to prepare the burning questions, but it's actually her who cannot wait to fire the question. So to cherish this strong alliance between the government and as well as the partners, and of course the collective efforts in managing waste and emissions, Ibu Vivin has prepared a special gift that will be given to all the partners as a token of appreciation. And hopefully this solid collaboration will continue to spring up. Do you need the mic?
I have two here. This is the bag as usual, yeah. And then one is book. Actually, this is the book of Zero Waste Zero Emission 2050. Perhaps you can see, and then this is soft launching. So we need the input also from you all as the perspective from the industry for this. So the first is for Pak Lili.
Okay, hopefully this solid collaboration between government and private will continue to spring up. So Ibu Vivin's operational plan 2050 will be on track. Last but not least, of course, our moderator. Thank you very much for all your contribution. And by the way, we've marked Ibu Febri's word that there will be no landfills as of today. Okay, thank you very much once again for being part of this wonderful discussion. And to our frequent speakers, thank you once again for your time and contribution. And in return, Ibu Febri also have a little something for Ibu Vivin. Ibu Vivin, would you please kindly back to the stage? Ibu Febri has a token of appreciation for Ibu Vivin representing the government. Okay, once again, can we hear a huge round of applause for all the panelists, moderator, and of course, Ibu Vivien. Okay, thank you very much. Best of luck, everybody, and we wish you all have a great day ahead. We'll carry on the next session in 5 minutes. We'll see you soon. Thank you. Udah bubar, Pak. Ah, siap. Ya. Masih belum? Udah kumpul berapa? Banyak, pokoknya udah gini masukin link-in. Dan kita mau promosi sebagai stasiun. Iya dong.
Busy.
Yeah, thank
Are
God.
you moderating?
Yes. Oh, no, I just emceeing.
Oh, you're emceeing. Wonderful.
Thank you.
It's the best pavilion. I
Thank
love the
you.
Indonesia Pavilion.
Thank you.
And I was just in Balikpapan in August.
Was that for the Nusantara?
No, for Kabli Fellowship is Young Scientists
Oh,
event.
okay.
So I'm looking forward to this.
Because the next session will be covering on Nusantara, our future capital city.
Right.
Have you heard of that?
Is it in East?
In Kalimantan.
In Kalimantan. Yes, I've heard of that. That's why I'm coming because it's close. It's close to Balikpapan, right?
That's right.
Wonderful.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I might need to assert. Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Saya kira dia bilangnya temen lari sih sebenarnya. dia dari skemanya konsep IKN dia bisa.
Udah tank soalnya. Udah 10.30.
Konsep teorinya kan begitu.
Iya.
Pengembangan kota.
Alicia, thank you for coming. Mana? Alicia. Apa? Yang paling pojok. Paling pojok. Ya udah, berarti bisa mulai ya. Jadi gue mulai dengan satu video ya.
Iya.
Satu video
Sesuai.
introduction.
Ada yang tadi ngelangkain ini. Monitor jadi.
Oh my god.
Alas sama dudung.
Looping 1 menit menggunakan moderator.
Terus kapan gue introduction-nya? Looping.
Introduction kan?
Oh gitu.
Itu soalnya habis itu kan langsung handover. Ya kan?
Ya.
Oke. Tunggu orang ya bentar ya.
Tunggu siapa lagi? Pak Cahyadi ya? Aku Mona.
Mbak.
Thank you ya
Cahyadi.
untuk brief konteksnya.
Oke.
Jadi
Yang
nanti
mana tuh? Beri konteksnya yang mana maksudnya?
yang soal last Sunday ada signing
Oh
launching
iya.
gitu.
That's true. Iya. I will provide that context.
Iya,
In
aku cuman
advance.
a mark.
Oke,
Congratulations mark
sure.
aja sih.
Oke. Iya.
Jadi aku greeting, terus kasih a brief context about the topic.
Oke.
Kok masih ini?
Yang
Bentar
bukan
ya.
ini,
Ya,
oke.
kita ganti.
Anyway, it's okay.
Setelah itu ada video looping ya? 1 menit.
Saya berarti belum ngomong dulu
Belum.
atau video dulu ya?
Kan video, ada satu video yang 1
Iya,
menit itu aku yang nganter.
Oke, boleh, Kak.
Nanti ada video 5 menit, Pak Cahyadi yang nganter.
Oh, oke. Saya cuma dapat instruksinya ada satu video yang panjang itu yang 5 menit.
Nah, iya.
Yang 1 menit saya nggak tahu itu yang mana tuh.
Nah, itu. Coba ya. Sebentar.
I was thinking it was the same video, tapi ternyata bukan ya. Ada yang 1 menit dan 5 menit ya.
Heeh.
Kalau yang video tentang si strateginya sendiri itu kalau nggak salah yang 5 menit ya.
Iya, itu nanti ada
Itu setelah saya.
Iya.
Jadi saya yang introduce itu.
introduce
Oke.
the video as well as the speakers, ya kan?
Oke, iya betul.
Ya,
Nah, yang 1 menit itu saya nggak tahu deh. Ini yang mana lagi? Perhaps it's something else.
Itu I think your staff lagi di
Oh, oke.
technical room untuk
Oke.
arranging.
Oke, sure. So, jadi nanti saya ngundang keynote speaker, kemudian saya undang panel session ke depan, itu sampai jam 10.30 kalau kira-kira ya. Sorry, 11.30 ya untuk sebelum Q&A.
10 menit lagi berarti.
Q&A berapa? 10 menitan biasanya ya.
Jadi
10 menit. Q&A di sini 15 menit, berarti mungkin kalau
ya sisa 5 menit untuk foto.
oh
dan
iya,
apa-apa.
oke. So after that, I wrap up and I return it to you. Oke? Ya, oke.
Ini ada apa namanya? Kasih cenderamata atau apa enggak?
Saya nggak
prepare?
Saya nggak tahu terus terang kayaknya nggak ada.
Oke, jadi foto aja.
Iya, saya belum lihat soal cindera matanya.
Oke.
Jadi kayak foto sesi, iya saya foto. Paling ngasih ini sih dokumen ini. Ini apa bukan ngasih, ini kan ada di meja masing-masing.
Oh iya.
Nanti mereka bisa foto bawa itunya dokumentasi
Oke.
strateginya misalnya. Nah,
Itu kalender tahun 2024 kan maksudnya?
betul. Tapi di dalamnya ada juga
Bukan ada roadmap atau apa?
ada roadmap ya.
Oh, ada
Tapi
roadmap.
ini emang bungkusnya agak misleading. Sebenarnya yang lebih penting ya ini penting juga sih. Tapi ini yang nanti mungkin orang bisa bawa gini.
Nusantara Net Zero.
Yeah, so this is basically the thing that we are going to discuss.
Oke, oke.
Well, not this particularly, tapi juga based on this gitu secara umum. Oh, ada yang mau dibagikan?
Sesinya Pak Bambang Susantono yang ini.
Yang originally Pak Bambang Susantono di sini betul.
Oh,
Tapi beliau
beliaunya-
digantikan oleh
Oh, beliaunya nggak hadir. Oke.
mungkin saya nggak tahu perkenalkan sih. Mungkin saya juga bilang ada itu inside the goodie bag on your model. Boleh nggak apa? Ini saya
Mereka bisa Welcome. Good morning, our dear guests and speakers. It's the sixth day in COP28. I hope you all are well, healthy, and of course excited for this session today. I'll start with a brief context around the topic. So Indonesia has signed many commitments in order to achieve net zero emissions. And as one of the strategic steps, the head of Nusantara Capital Authority, OIKN, has announced the Nusantara Regionally and Locally Determined Contribution, or RLDC, in last year COP. And just on last Sunday, OIKN launched the RLDC, or Nusantara Net Zero Strategy 2045, which you can find the booklet or the booklet inside the little box on your seat. So you can open it and you probably can have a look to know more about the program. But again, congratulations. Happy to see a quick progress. So this session we will explore Nusantara's Sustainability Action Plan as a forest city. So how the progress of the development of Nusantara in the context of carbon neutrality. We will also hear more in regarding Nusantara RLDC and how to gear up on collaboration with multiple sectors in order to achieve net zero locally as well as globally. Let's proceed with the discussion by inviting our moderator. He's the Special Staff for Knowledge Management from OIKN, Pak Cahyadi Indrananta.
Good morning, actually good day. Thank you so much for coming. I'm Cahyadi. As the MC has introduced, 2 days ago, the Nusantara Capital Authority just launched a very pertinent publication that some of you have already read, the Nusantara Net Zero Strategy 2045. And this actually affirms our commitment to align ourselves with the global climate campaign and by trying to achieve net zero emission by 2045. And this is actually ahead of the national target. Indonesia, Nusantara is actually the first one, the first city in Indonesia that has this kind of commitment. But I'm sure that we are not alone in this world. Many cities has already attempted to proceed with achieving carbon neutrality according to their own plan and according to their own timeline. So today we are about to hear from many stakeholders on how we can ensure that there's a coherent climate actions across the city around the world. And we are very privileged today to have a very good panel that will contribute in the discussion. But before that, I would like to invite Dr. Mina Savitri, the Deputy for Environment and Natural Resources at the Nusantara Capital Authority, to provide some background on this Nusantara Net Zero Strategy. So please join us in welcoming Dr. Mina Savitri.
Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished speakers and participants. I think I need to start this speech by saying that the development of Nusantara is not only a construction project of a new capital, but in broader sense, there is a goal to make a sustainable city that runs over the principle of low carbon development. The principle of low carbon development in Nusantara is aimed at achieving a carbon neutral city by 2045. Meaning 15 years earlier than the national target. Last year in COP27, we announced that we start the scoping study to prepare the document of Nusantara Net Zero Strategy, or we call it as IKN Regionally and Locally Determined Contribution, RLDC. And yesterday, or 2 days ago, we launched the Nusantara Net Zero Strategy, the document that provides directives for us for making attempts, policies of greenhouse gas emission reduction and climate resilience in Nusantara subnational jurisdictions. We also will use this document to provide a systematic effort for us, the IKN authority, to contribute to Indonesians NDC. And today, we have the opportunity to discuss in details of IKN's RLDC strategy, including the targets that would be achieved. In general, the Nusantara Master Plan and Special Plan already provide a clear framework for emission reduction in IKN. If we are consistent with the Master Plan, with the Special Plan, we will have a carbon negative by 2045. But we understand that this is not easy to achieve this goal, considering several factors. In the FOLU sector, for example, we must deal with the current situation where most of the forest ecosystems in Nusantara are degraded, not because of the construction project, but this is basically a legacy of the past where extractive industries had converted natural forests into monoculture forests, palm oil, and coal mining. And similarly, that forest fires in East Kalimantan in the 1990s already destroyed much of the natural forest in areas that now become Nusantara. Nevertheless, reforestation policies and programs are must. Our spatial planning has designated that 65% of IKN should be a protected areas that need to be reforested, meaning that we only build for 25% of the total land of Nusantara. Certainly that we have to work hard in this area to make reforestation can achieve, not just planting trees, but rebuilding healthy forests will better the biodiversity. Next year, we will launch our Nature Positive Plan as another document that will complement the Nusantara RLDC. To reforest and control deforestation, we have also implemented a moratorium policy on new palm oil and mining licenses. Similarly, law enforcement against illegal mining is being carried out together with other ministries and legal institutions through a special task force on illegal mining for Nusantara. The construction and energy sectors, as well as waste management, are receiving special attention too. By 2045, IKN will use 100% renewable energy. A transition period will be necessary for some time before that. The use of more environmentally friendly building materials will also become our target. It may seem difficult, but I want to convey that this is not impossible. A robust policy framework is in place. A hybrid and agile bureaucratic organization will be the driver of innovation. We have received support from many parties, national and local governments, multilateral institutions, private sectors, universities, and also NGOs. And finally, we hope that this discussion will inspire on our policy making and our actions. Very much welcome to learning from the speakers and also from you all, the participants of these sessions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mirna. For the benefit of those of you who didn't attend the launch 2 days ago, allow me to screen a short video that summarizes the publication. Right. And I'm
From
blocking
Jakarta to Nusantara, Indonesia's new capital city marks a monumental shift towards a sustainable, climate-resilient future. The new capital city is closer to the nation's geographical heart. This relocation aims to forge an equitable landscape accessible to all citizens and regions across the archipelago. Nusantara's development symbolises an important milestone in the national transformation towards a modern and advanced Indonesia. Reflecting national identity, Nusantara commits to being a smart, sustainable, net zero forest city. It will set the benchmark for other cities in the country, spearheading initiatives to enhance and safeguard the environment through comprehensive restoration and steadfast preservation efforts. Nusantara plays a pivotal role in Indonesia's climate goals and will aim to achieve net zero emissions by 2045, 15 years ahead of the 2060 national target, embodying a harmonious blend of urban development and natural environment as a city in the forest with a forest in the city. To meet its ambitious targets, Nusantara requires a robust framework of policies and actions encapsulated within the Nusantara Net Zero strategies, serving as Indonesia's subnational climate action implementation plan. These strategies delineate 3 distinct emissions reduction scenarios. First, the business as usual. Second, the master plan scenario, aimed at achieving a reduction of 1.1 million tonnes of CO2 emissions below BAU by 2045. And lastly, the enhanced scenario, targeting a more substantial 1.6 million tonnes CO2 reduction. The Nusantara Net Zero strategy meticulously outlines specific actions and approaches to achieve the net zero goal through tangible efforts, delving into crucial sectors such as forestry and other land use, energy, waste management, industrial processes and production use, construction, and agriculture. To achieve the 2045 target, the following strategies are essential. Within the FOLU sector, Nusantara's forests will be expanded to encompass 65% of the total land area. This requires dedicated conservation, rehabilitation, and forest expansion efforts. As a result, emissions in Nusantara could potentially decrease by approximately 1.7 to 1.9 million tonnes of CO2 by 2045. In the energy sector, emissions are anticipated to peak by 2028, then steeply decline by 2030 before reaching net zero by 2045. Energy supply will transition from mixed fossil fuels and renewables to 100% renewables by 2028. The construction of renewable energy sources will commence by 2024 with a 50 megawatt solar power plant. In the master plan scenario, electric vehicles will serve 100% of transport needs by 2040. The IPPU and construction sector aims to limit emissions by adopting low-carbon building materials and design. If Nusantara continues with traditional cement and building practices, emissions could reach around 0.9 million tonnes of CO2 by 2045. However, employing the latest low-carbon technology in cement production could reduce emissions to 0.5 million tonnes of CO2 by the same year. For the waste management sector, Nusantara aims to achieve a 60% reduction in waste going to landfill by using a 3R, reduce, reuse, recycle, circular economy approach. Through intensified recycling and composting efforts, emissions could be reduced by over 48%. In the agriculture sector, a comprehensive strategy will be put in place to ensure food security and sustainable climate-friendly agricultural practices. Nitrogen fertilizers are the most significant agricultural source of greenhouse emissions. Nusantara will push towards the utilization of low-carbon, environmentally friendly biological fertilizers and pesticides. Post-harvest handling and processing are given attention to minimize losses and optimize value, along with the adoption of advanced horticultural production technology. The Nusantara Net Zero strategies aim to create a climate-resilient city, encompassing economic, social, and ecological dimensions. Particular focus will be directed towards ensuring food security and mitigating climate risks associated with droughts, fires, and floods. Climate adaptation efforts will pave the way towards fostering a climate-resilient community able to adapt and thrive in a changing environment. The Nusantara Net Zero Strategy, RLDC, provides clear pathways to meet carbon emissions reduction commitments made by the new capital city, and sets the blueprint for a world-leading sustainable city.
Thanks, a very nice video. So may I now invite, we actually today very privileged, as I said earlier, to have a distinguished panel of experts and practitioners on the field. So we want to hear more from them and learn more from them. May I now invite the colleagues. First, can I call Dr. Fadli Rahman, Director of Strategic Planning and Business Development at Pertamina New and Renewable Energy, NRE. Please a big round of applause. The second speaker will be Roger van den Berg, the Global Director of the Cities Program at the World Resources Institute. Roger, please. The third speaker is Dr. Norio Saito, the Senior Sector Director of the Water and Urban Development Sector Office at Asian Development Bank. And last but not least, of course, my colleague, Mr. Pungki Widyaryanto, Director for Forestry Development and Water Resources at Nusantara Capital Authority. Welcome, gentlemen. Okay, this is closer. Gentlemen, thanks so much for joining us today. Can I start the discussion today with actually asking more specific about this Nusantara strategy plan? So can I start with Pak Pungki? Pak Pungki, Ibu Mirna, yourself, and the team are actually the people who are responsible, in a good sense, behind this plan, right? So can you tell us more about how this plan or this strategy can be very important for Nusantara in achieving our KPI, our key performance indicator, to become a carbon neutral city? And if you can go a little bit deeper on the methodology, like how do you develop these emission targets that was presented to us earlier? You can use the mic. Okay.
Test. Yes, I can use this one. It doesn't work. And actually, I prepared some presentation, but I will present it shortly. Well, the RLDC and the Net Zero Strategy, the Nusantara Net Zero Strategy 2045 is really important for Nusantara and for Indonesia, because as we know that one of our indicators, key performance indicators, is to achieve net zero city in 2045. And why this document is important? First, as we know that Nusantara Capital City, currently we create how we achieve the net zero city in 2045 and align with the national policy, which is a national determined contribution. And why we call it is RLDC? It is regional that the new capital city, Nusantara, it is a district covered with a substantial area and will have the administrative status. And it is local because we will engage the local communities as well as indigenous people. Next slide, please. The next one. This is how we develop the three scenarios, how we reduce the emission in Nusantara. Using what we call it the model, green economy model for Nusantara, or GENUS, we develop three scenarios. The first one, we call it as business as usual. With business as usual, if we do nothing, or we reply, if we build city like other cities in Indonesia, for example like Jakarta, the emission will be 10.8 million tons CO2 equivalent. If we reduce the emission with scenario one, which is a countermeasure one, is in line with our master plan, we can reduce the emission 1.1 million tons CO2 equivalent in 2045. So it means that Nusantara is not net zero city again, but it aims to become a carbon negative capital city. And if we do ambitious with target stronger ambitions, we can reduce 1.6 million tons CO2 equivalent. I think that's all, Pak Chai.
Thank you, Pak Pungki. Can I now move to Norio-san, please? Yeah, because I know the ADB has been working with a lot of cities across Asia. So probably you can share how these efforts like this in the climate change adaptation and mitigation has actually shaped the cities, especially its strategies when facing the climate change? Yeah.
Hello, a very good morning, and thank you for having me here in this event. Let me begin by congratulating Nusantara Capital Authority for launching this very important net zero strategy 2045 for Nusantara. Yeah, so on the question, I want to first stress the importance of spatial planning or urban planning. In a new capital city like Nusantara, there are tremendous opportunities as well as challenges for making the city very low carbon and climate resilient. If you look at this IPCC AR6 report on the Working Group 3, Chapter 8, that's about the urban sector. So there are three elements stressed in that report to make urban areas or cities climate low carbon. One is about urban form or spatial planning to make the city dense, or important aspects are density, mixed land use, accessibility, and connectivity. So if through the master planning process, if you can design the city in a compact way, you can really, there's a great potential to reduce the carbon emissions. And the second aspect is electrification and the decarbonization of electricity supply. In case of Nusantara, you have already been highlighting this to make the source of energy 100% renewable by 2028. So that's really a way for this low carbon city development. The third aspect is green and blue infrastructure. Again, this aspect is highlighted well in Nusantara's capital plan because you're really addressing this natural resources management and other things. And actually, those kind of strategies which are contributing to mitigation have also co-benefits on climate adaptation as well as other environmental sustainability benefits. So just a few points to highlight, like if you look at urban planning, if you can avoid development in hazard-prone areas, that's really important adaptation measures. And also if urban planning incorporates the risk assessment and preparedness, how to prepare for the disasters, what should be the evacuation plans. That way will help the city more prepared for the disasters and enhance the preparedness of the citizens. Another aspect is this green infrastructure and the natural resource management. I think when Mr. Susantono stressed this or launched this strategy, he mentioned that Nusantara is adopting this Sponge City concept. So that's actually one of the good practices of ADB Finance project. So I'm happy to see that Nusantara is adopting international best practices in the city planning processes. And also in case of Nusantara, this preserving and restoring natural ecosystems like forests, coastal areas that are really important, not only for the low carbon development, but also for the adaptation purposes. So if you plan the city in such a way, and then if you look at specific components, like water supply systems, wastewater management, solid waste management, so those components also you can really look at from a climate lens to make the design more climate resilient, low carbon, and it will really help this net zero strategy achievement. If you look at waste management, you are already highlighting this 3R strategy, circular economy principles. So for those individual subsectors, there is a great potential to reduce the mitigation, reduce the carbon emissions, and then lead to the adaptation and resilience of the cities. So those are the things that I wanted to highlight here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Naraya-san. I think you highlighted a very important point, which is that we do have this opportunity and challenges in having this plan, and that makes a good segue to the next question that I want to pose to Roger, actually, because I know that WRI has been working across cities around the world. We have seen success stories, we have seen not so successful stories as well. from implementing the plan. A plan is one thing, but how to implement it, effectively on the ground. So, what can you share here about like the lesson learned that we can learn from other cities that you may have been working with on how they can effectively implement this, carbon strategy plan on the ground? Yeah.
Thank you very much. And let me first also commend the Minister of Forestry with this and with this the net zero strategy. This is fantastic. It's a lot of work. And also, Ms. Safitri, I really want to commend you on a data-driven approach, because there's a lot of ideas about green cities, but what you can't measure, you can't manage. So it's very important to have this data-driven approach. Also highlighting, before I get to your examples, don't worry, I just want to highlight that this COP, together with city networks and city organizations, so WRI, together with C40, GCOM and ICLE, we've been launching the Integrity Matters report. These are recommendations to define net zero for cities, but also make sure that cities are held accountable and help cities to actually report on how the progress on net zero goes. And I think with Nusantara and with the strategy in hand, there's a huge opportunity to show, how you do it in a credible and a transparent manner, and how each of the systems that you address here, energy, FOLU, mobility, how they actually contribute to the big picture. So thanks for doing that and for really paving the way for a new type and a new approach. I think for a long time our city planning has been very much kind of excluded from nature, right? Long time we have seen you have cities and urban development and you have nature. And it's now time, and of course that movement is already kind of gaining traction over the last few years, to integrate nature, to integrate agriculture and cities, to create a much more kind of a landscape approach. We have a network which is called Cities for Forests, with 69 cities that address this. How do you actually integrate nature with cities? But also how you finance it, because it's difficult, right? You can have great visions, but let nature grow is a complex challenge. Through that network, but also through the work that we're doing in over 15 countries, we have quite a good view on different type of plans, and I would just want to highlight 2 or 3 examples, maybe one from Latin America, from Africa, and from Asia. I think you address here very much the mobility system. As we all know, mobility accounts in most cities the second biggest contributor to greenhouse gas emissions in most cities. First is buildings. So I saw already quite a few renderings of buildings. So how to make them net zero is the first challenge. The second challenge is how to develop a plan around a kind of an approach of accessibility. And Guadalajara in Mexico, we've been involved, is very, very advanced in that. Guadalajara, a city of around 1.5 million, but the metro area is around 5 million people. And they have a climate action plan for the metro area. And that is really aimed at giving access to everyone. So also for the poor and vulnerable community, giving access to everyone by introducing and by connecting communities to a public transport system, in this case a BRT system. And I think that is very powerful. Powerful of that example is that you have different jurisdictions working together around a physical system, right? A public transportation system. And of course then the plan is getting more granular in how you arrange first and last mile connectivity. How do you actually create the opportunity for everyone to move through the city and through the region? So that Guadalajara climate action plan is very good. It's also very data driven. Second example is in Mumbai. We've been involved, largely involved in the Mumbai climate action plan. Everybody knows here, Mumbai, this is a very complex case, right? Very big city. With 50% of the people living in kind of informal context. The Mumbai Climate Action Plan is the first one in India and sets an example because it brings together both the net zero component and the resilient component. Really giving people access to better and resilient housing, so housing that doesn't flood, and housing that can cope with the heat extremes. We also launched a report this COP around extreme heat. I'm not going to go into details, but the pathway that we're looking right now, if we don't stick to the 1.5 degrees, the extreme heat in cities and also in Nusantara will kind of rise exponentially. So how do you create kind of climate resilient structures, sufficient green spaces, and cooling around housing and buildings? And the climate action plan of Mumbai is very much addressing that. The access to housing, the access to resilient public spaces, the access to public transportation. What is nice, and I will maybe later on, I'll give you one more example, but maybe later on we can talk a little bit more about that, is also how you manage a climate neutral or net zero city, right? It is not, cities don't grow overnight. I've been working in the city space for, I'm not that old, but at least 25 years I'm obsessed with cities. I've been practitioner in cities. I've been working on quite a lot of new towns, research new towns, and all have a long lifespan. Doesn't matter how bright you are, how bright your team is, how bright the population is. It takes time to mature a city. It takes time to grow a tree, right? So giving the possibility for a city to grow and to allow other actors to contribute to its development, I think it's very important. I liked in the climate action plan of Mumbai, I like two things very much. They set up a task force to connect the different sectors and to look in each sector how it contributes to the climate action plan. Because climate is not a separate department, it cuts across all these sectors, right? And the other thing is that often there's a question, where does the budget come from? And so in the Mumbai Climate Action Plan, we supported in what is called climate tagging the municipal budget. We just looked at all the money that's available and how that could be invested in more climate resilient and net zero solutions. Then give me the last example is around the importance of addressing the water cycle. Water and scarcity of water, flooding, there's always too little, too much, or polluted water. And in urban, this is going to be the challenge of the next 10 years for cities. Through our Urban Water Resilience Initiative in Africa, which addresses, amongst others, the capital, Johannesburg in South Africa, we really looked at a much more holistic approach to addressing water. Because water, again, is not a sector, because you have water supply, water management, and climate adaptation. So bringing these different actors together and setting a much more holistic approach to how you deal with the water, which is inextricably linked. Just sorry, I'm looking all the time at those beautiful trees at the back of you. So the water is inextricably linked to how you are going to be able to achieve your idea of a forest city. So these are a couple of examples that I wanted to address in this meeting. Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Roger. I think there's a lot of knowledge that just coming out from your 5 minutes intervention. I think we should talk more on the sideline, right? On the lesson learned that you get from 25 years working with cities. 25 years plus, right? Anyway, but you mentioned something important, which is the involvement of multiple actors in this field, right? Allowing other actors to participate in this climate action. And that actually brings me to the next question, because we also need to remember there's a private sector element or corporate element. So I think, Pak Fadli, I know you're from Pertamina, but somehow you can represent the corporate perspective, right? Like how a new business strategy of companies like Pertamina, for example, it can align well with the national climate or local climate policies. If you can share some of your thought here.
All right, thank you. Yeah. And please allow me to congratulate the Nusantara Capital City for launching the net zero emissions target. And this is, has been a great accelerations of some of the milestones that you guys have developed. Oh, okay, thanks. So as we all know that Pertamina is mandated to serve 280 million people of Indonesia in terms of providing the energy security, right? And we are obliged to reduce the emissions together with some of the important entities, of course, including the Nusantara capital city. Nusantara capital city, we believe, is one of the most utmost priority programs that the government of Indonesia has right now. And we, from the state-owned enterprise, would like to engage and work together. We've signed an agreement 3 months ago, ensuring that we can together develop some of the infrastructures, low carbon infrastructures, and not within the capital city, not only within the capital city itself, but also surrounding it. But as a corporate, right, we want to make sure that our emissions is reduced, but at the same time maintaining the level of energy security is fulfilled for the people of Indonesia. And there are several programs that we are developing as a corporate to maintain the productions of oil and gas, upstream, downstream, right? But also to reduce that emissions and develop the new businesses in terms of the low carbon business as well as green business, right? So some of the priorities that can be relevant for Nusantara capital city is definitely, number one, we are providing the renewable capacity. Pertamina is right now not only an mere oil and gas company, it's an integrated energy company. We're providing end-to-end energy, right? And number two, we are also providing a clean hydrogen development, right? Be it for industrial and mobility, right, purposes. And number three, right, surprisingly, as an integrated energy company, because Indonesia is such a unique country, and there is no one size fits all when you're talking about what is the business model for oil and gas company or energy company, right? It has to fit with the landscape that they're operating in. And since we're operating in Indonesia is a large forest country with more than 500 concessions, more than 120 million of forestry area. We have to synergize, the energy industry and the forestry industry to ensure that the needs of both areas are also fulfilled. And that's the reason why, believe it or not, since 2 years ago, Pertamina, as an integrated energy company, is also managing forestry areas. And we have 9 forest concessions that we work together to develop nature-based solutions programs, right? That's the reason why we are looking into developing the same programs with Nusantara Capital City.
Thanks so much, Pak Fali. I will let you share more about our collaboration a bit later. Yeah. Can I now go back to Pak Pungki at the end there? Pak Pungki, can you share with us what does actually Nusantara want to achieve with this document as in a goal, and how would you actually implement this strategy together with the other strategies that that Nusantara may have and our targets in 2045 actually? Yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Moderator. So actually, this strategy that here, we not only want to reduce the emission, but we want to make Nusantara as a climate resilient city. And as we know, then East Kalimantan, we have a problem with water. During rain season, we have flood, and during the dry season, we have drought. So we apply the nature-based solution, or NBS, in water management. For example, currently we will build like in one area, in what we call it core government area, we will build like around 20 reservoir. It is to trap the storm water or the rainwater, so it will be absorbed into the land in the Nusantara. And then the second one, Nusantara is not only the resilient city, but it's also with a nature positive city. And we will want to enhance our biodiversity, as we know that there are many biodiversity in Nusantara, not only in the terrestrial, but we also have in the sea. For example, what we call it, is a dolphin. It's like a dolphin in Balikpapan Bay, and to make those happen, we have like 5 sectors. The first is come from forest and other land use, and then second one is the most challenging one is from energy, as Pak Nori said that energy is most challenging one because we want to apply 100% renewable energy for Nusantara. I know it is very hard, but we have this ambition to achieve this net zero city in 2045, and then we will apply from construction sector, we will apply low emission cement, and then for the waste management, as we seen in the video, we will apply the 3R and circular approach, and then the last one, we will apply the regenerative agriculture. I think that's it, Pak Chai.
Thank you, Pak Pungki. Can I now jump to Roger again, please? You earlier talked about the role of the leaders, the local leaders, and how you need to coordinate among the different authorities, if not mistaken. Right? And since Pak Pungki mentioned about our 5 plans here, what are the lessons learned that you can share with us on the role of the local leaders to make sure that everyone is involved, that no one is left behind in this pursuit towards the net zero?
Thank you very much. So local leadership, and you have that in different, you can define local leadership in different levels, right? Either at the community level or the level of the city. This COP, we had 200 mayors coming to COP to address the role of cities, right, in the national climate agenda. So Nusantara is definitely an example of how a city can actually even be more progressive, faster and innovative than at the national level. So I think a local leader in terms of a formal role is being a champ in driving this agenda. And therefore it's very important, and that is not abstract matter, therefore it's very important that you include different communities in planning processes. So it means that it means include citizens, include disenfranchised communities, but also include entrepreneurs in the private sector, because you can't, this ambitious plan you never can implement by the plan itself. How beautiful it is in a book. You need the people, the organizations to rally behind you and to share that vision. And I think there is an extreme amount of, I've seen, and we every year we have the prize for cities, and every year we have a prize for cities, and we usually get 260 submissions every year. And all the successful stories are about how coalitions in cities have been able to transform cities over the longer time. And how do you bring these coalitions together? That's one, that is local leadership. But also how the formal authorities and the formal planning processes acknowledges and rewards these trajectories. If you have good energy in a city, that cannot sustain forever without reward, So if you have a community, if you have a couple of entrepreneurs that want to re-green or maintain, the green context in which they are operate, let them do it, but also give them the resources in order to do it. So I think that role of local leaders at all levels, to on one hand connect to community and real ideas, and on the other hand to connect that to kind of formal planning and financing processes, that is really, I've seen that in all these places where successes are met.
Thanks so much. And then on that planning process and on the support, can I move to Norio-san? And what is actually the role of the international donors that can play more and more, I believe, in this process, especially for the ADB? Can you share with us what ADB has been doing in this field?
Okay. Yeah. All right, thank you for the question. When I explain about ADB's role, normally I group them into 4 categories. The first is about technical assistance. ADB can mobilize more grant resources to help cities in master planning or conducting, climate risk adaptation assessment, or helping the policy and regulatory improvement, and also like capacity building. So those supports can be provided as a part of our loan financing, or it can be provided before. Normally, there should be some linkage with ADB financing, but that way we can really kind of really help the cities to be ready for infrastructure improvement or service delivery. The second is obviously ADB's financing. It can be loan, concessional financing, or grant resources to help cities improving, municipal services or the infrastructure development. Third is about mobilizing co-financing, because subnational authorities' needs are huge. So of course, ADB alone cannot meet those demands. So we collaborate with other development partners, bilateral, multilateral, so that more financing or more funding can be mobilized, including climate financing, to cater to the needs of our cities. The last one is about kind of enabling environment support. ADB can provide like a transaction advisory support to structure PPP projects for the cities. But also, we can help cities to strengthen its credit worthiness so that they can attract more private sector financing. So those are the core key functions that ADB can play. And of course here, the importance of subnational authorities has been increasingly recognized. So ADB has been also enhancing its support to collaborate with the cities, subnational authorities for their planning, infrastructure improvement, and also capacity building. Then with regard to Nusantara, ADB signed an MOU with Nusantara, and among the 4 categories, so far we have been supporting the first one and the fourth one. The first, net zero strategy, we are happy to be a part of this process and making technical inputs. And of course, I want to acknowledge the support from the Australian government, because the funding support came from the Australian government's DFAT to do this work. And also we have been working on other aspects of the planning processes, like minimizing environmental and social impacts, how this city can be developed in a more low carbon and resilient way. So in the end, of course, I look forward to the implementation of this net zero strategy. I'm sure there are many challenges in implementation, but we look forward to collaborating further in this very exciting journey for Nusantara. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the support actually for so far to this process. And can I, not last but not least, actually, as I promised, can I go back to Pak Fadli to actually give some little bit of explanation on the collaboration that Pertamina NRE is going to do with Nusantara in support of our net zero program here.
Right.
Yeah.
You mentioned a great tagline: "No one left behind." Right? No one should be left behind. When you develop the nucleus, the main part of the city, the supporting areas needs to be developed as well. Now we're talking about biodiversities, right? We're talking about the community of 270,000 people in the supporting areas of Nusantara city, right? That's more than 70,000 households. More than 100,000 are women, right? More than tens of thousands are children, right? We need to make sure that the standard of living of them are also increased, right? When we're increasing the standard of living of people that living in the Nusantara city, right? So the project that we have right now, the program that we have right now together in collaboration with Nusantara is to make sure that the supporting areas is developed. So we have a nature-based solutions projects with ensuring that the climate, community, and biodiversity aspect is fulfilled as well. So programs such as climate smart agriculture, smart agroforestry, future forest protector scholarships, local economy, financing and market support, right? Including how we can improve the health, sanitations and hygiene aspects within the supporting areas itself, and bringing technology, renewable technology, digital telemedicine, mobile, healthcare, so on and so forth, right? So those are the programs that we're currently developing together with Nusantara.
Thanks so much for sharing. We are still good in terms of time. I think we have about 10 minutes for Q&A. If any colleagues from the audience want to raise any questions, you are most welcome to do so. Please, yeah. The mic is coming.
Hello, everyone. Well, I apologize because I came very late, so I'm going to ask a question that may have already been answered, but might be worth revisiting. I'm an architect, and I work with Cities for Forests, and we're helping cities all over the world create beneficial relationships to forests, which clearly this project will also do. And we also work with bio-based materials a lot and looking for bio-based material solutions for the growing cities of the world. And this seems like the perfect laboratory, to put it simply, for the latest thinking and implementation and proof of concept for bio-based materials like bamboo. I'm sure this has been discussed, sustainable timber, and other low carbon or net carbon storing materials for urban buildings. So again, perhaps it's already been said, but if it's worth revisiting, I'd love to hear just a quick thought about how this will be a laboratory for bio-based urban construction.
Yes, thanks. We have discussed yesterday. Yes, actually, the initiative of City of Forest, we apply the concept of our new capital city from your initiative as well. So our concept, one of our concept is a forest city. So the initiative of City of Forest, City for Forest, I think is in line with our concept. And I agree with you. If we can invite other cities in the world to make Nusantara as a living laboratory, if we make a new city with the concept of city in the forest or forest in the city, I think it's very great. And we are very open to all the stakeholders, including your organization, to come to Nusantara to make a new city with the concept of forest in the city or city in the forest. But yes, we will apply the concept of forest city to all of these, our special plan, in the building design. For example, we design our building based on the, biomimicry. There is trees, and then where the orangutan live, and then we apply it into our one of our design in the building design. But anyway, thanks for this initiative.
A city like this with, what's the population projection for, say, 2030? What would the population be of the city, possibly? Do we have a projection of 2030 population for the city?
2030.
In the year 2030, what would the population of the new capital be? In terms of residents, would it be several million people by that time, or?
Well, actually, there is a projection in 2030, and there will be like 500,000.
500,000, okay.
Yeah.
So those are all houses and buildings that need to be built. That's a lot of material, and that material will have a huge impact on the climate. And so really what I'm speaking about is the relationship between this new construction and all of the volume of material. If we do that in business as usual, concrete, we're going to completely go way past our climate target. So net zero means net zero materials, which means bio-based. It's the only way to achieve net zero construction is bio-based material. And one of our most promising technologies is bamboo, which Indonesia has an incredible bamboo resource. So we're really looking to this city as a showcase to the world for developing the technology for the world, for the world. The world needs it, and this is the place that we should be looking to as a poster child for bamboo and other bio-based construction. For tall buildings, I'm talking 3, 5, 10, 15, 20-story buildings that can be built in these bio-based materials.
Right, yep. Yes, and that one is the most challenging for us because we built a new city. We need materials, for example, cement and then iron and steel and others. And we have calculated those material into our scenario. However, as we know that those materials are produced outside the Nusantara, so we exclude them from our scenario. However, if there will be like material factory in Nusantara, we will apply the low carbon technology material for construction. We hope so.
I just want to raise, thank you for Pak Fadli for raising it that we discussed about the green building design and materials, in which we actually have stating here that by using cement with latest low carbon technology, by 2045, is it correct? Yeah, so it will drop our emission by 0.0 million ton CO2. Yeah. Okay, sure. Any want to have any follow-up question or any other colleagues who want to raise questions?
It's okay.
Yeah. Or any other? No? Okay. If not, then this has been a very interesting discussion, I would say. I don't want to summarize anything, but I just catch some keywords here. What are the important points that I've been hearing? I've been hearing about that the integration of nature in the city development is critical. I keep on hearing on the collaboration, the need to collaborate with different stakeholders. Financing is critical. We can have the plan, but without the clear financing strategy, it's also a challenge. And if I may sum up all the discussion on the collaboration, the knowledge that we gain from exchanges with different parties are important, but also the network that we build. And I hope by doing today's discussion, we actually start a long journey. This is a plan, this is a milestone for us, but this is just a starting point. So the devils are in the details later on the implementation later on. So we really look forward to collaboration from different parties, from the civil society, multinational development banks, from the private sectors, and from other stakeholders to really support us in achieving this journey. Right. So with that, I thank you for all the panel discussion today. Please give a big round of applause to them. And shall I now turn back the mic to the moderator? I'm the moderator, to the MC. I mean.
Thank you for delivering astute presentation. Despite all the noise coming from next door, I guess we're still able to engage in the discussion. And for that, we have prepared a special merchandise to all the speakers. Thank you very much for your valuable contribution, which we will be handing over by Ibu Mirna herself. So it's a token of appreciation by saying thank you for providing us, of course, with the knowledge in building, developing Nusantara as a zero emission capital city. And last, of course, for the representative from ADB. Thank you for supporting our program. Once again, for OIKN, thank you very much for providing us, of course, with a deeper understanding on the development of Nusantara Sustainable Plan. Okay, let's have a mandatory family picture before we all leave the stage. It's great to have Ibu Deputy in the picture because we still have to maintain a gender inclusivity. Thank you once again for gracing with us on this joyous occasion. We'll see you again. And to all the audience, let's have a quick break. We'll be back at 12. See you then. Check. Okay, dear guests, kindly have a seat. We're going to start the discussion. Welcome, our dear guests and speakers, to the Pavilion, Indonesia. To some of you, thank you for being our frequent speaker, and of course, loyal participants. And thank you, April, for hosting the session. So today we'll be talking about the financing mechanism for Indonesia's FOLU Netsing 2030. So to overcome the challenge of biodiversity loss and climate change, everyone needs to put some efforts in preserving healthy terrestrial and marine ecosystem. However, the investment to shift to low carbon world is not cheap. So what's the strategy to fill the gap in funding in order to address the global challenge? To start with, let's welcome our moderator for the session, Pak Zahrul. It's all yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mbak Mone. Distinguished guests, as also distinguished speakers. I'm Muhammad Zahrul Mutakin. For those who has not been here since the beginning of this pavilion. Yes, today we will have a very interesting topic, okay? You know, the forestry and land use Netsing 2030 is basically our commitment, our new commitment, our ambition, rising ambition for achieving net zero emission by 2060. So the question is, how can we finance the action for implementing FOLU 2030 to achieve our long-term goal through LTS LCCR? That's why we have here 4 distinguished speakers to discuss about this issue. First, I would like to invite Mr. Nur Ullah, the Senior Investment Specialist from Asian Development Bank. Oh, he will be online. Sorry. He will be online. So in Indonesia, if we go online, we have something like, okay, good. Hadirin and hadir out. Hadir in mean hadir here, hadir out mean hadir but online. Something like that. Okay, the second speakers will be Ms. Mukti Hasuyahmun, the Executive Director of the Indonesian Research Institute for Decarbonization, IRID. Please, Mbak Kuki, come to the stage. Applause for Mbak Kuki. The third speaker will be Mr. Silverius Oscar Unggur from Kadin. Mas Onte, please come to the stage. Applause to Pak Onte. And last but not least, I invite Ms. Lucita Yasmin, the Director for Sustainability and External Affairs of April. Please come to the stage. Okay, thank you. We already have all the speakers here. Then for the first opportunity, I would like to invite Mr. Nur Ullah, the Senior Investment Specialist from Asian Development Bank, to take the floor. So, Mr. Nur Ullah, can you hear me? Hello? Sorry, we haven't heard your voice.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay then. Yes, we can hear you well. Okay then, Mr. Nur Ullah, screen is yours, please.
Okay, excellent. So thank you so much for inviting me to this panel discussion. It's quite pertinent from an ADB perspective. I'd just like to share a few thoughts using a couple of these slides in terms of ADB's work in the nature-based solutions space. The first slide, I'll share 2 case studies on our recent investments in nature-based solutions, and then I'll share some thoughts on, what we see as key challenges and opportunities in the sector, and I'm sure those would be relevant in the Indonesian context as well. So just to let me start off by sharing two examples of nature-based investments that ADB has recently made. The first example is in a company named Australis in Vietnam. Australis is the largest producer of barramundi fish in the world. I guess many of you would be familiar with the fact that barramundi is one of the more resilient fish varieties out there. So Australis basically produces barramundi in ocean pens, which are much less vulnerable to climate change than land-based aquaculture systems. Not only that, the company is also producing seaweed, which when mixed as part of cattle feed, can significantly reduce methane emissions. So ADB supported the company. We're providing a convertible note to fund the working capital needs of the company to help it expand its barramundi fish production. We've also provided a grant funding to support the company's development of its seaweed product, both the R&D and the commercialization of it. So it's a blended capital structure that we've used for this investment. The idea is to promote ocean-based aquaculture as an alternative to land-based aquaculture systems, which is much more resource intensive and also much less resilient to climate change. The next example I want to quickly share is actually from Indonesia. This is a company named DSNG. It's a listed company. It's one of the leaders in sustainable wood processing. The company essentially sources wood from smallholder farmers that practice multi-storied agroforestry systems which act as a buffer against climate change. The company also actively supports intercropping of crops like coffee, rice, and maize to help farmers diversify their income sources. So ADB has provided a sustainability linked loan to help the company expand its wood processing capacity. We are also providing a TA, a grant of about $500,000 to help the training and capacity building of these agroforestry farmers to make them more resilient to the challenge of climate change. Again, the idea being to promote sustainable agroforestry initiatives. Just quickly in terms of challenges and opportunities, and maybe we can cover this in more detail in our discussion as well. But just to touch upon some of the key high-level thoughts, I think the principal challenge that we face is that the space is still fairly nascent. In terms of pipeline, we see, a handful of bankable projects that come our way. And just to clarify, it's not that there aren't a lot of, there isn't a lot of work happening in this space. I see multiple projects land on my desk on a weekly basis, but the key word is bankable. We don't see enough strong sponsors with operating history, with proven track record, pushing the needle in this space. We're seeing some, but we need to see a lot more. I think the other challenge is that the returns in the sector can be low and can be uncertain, which then leads to private capital shying away from these projects. And these projects often require long tenor capital, which again can be an impediment for private capital. In terms of opportunities, I think we certainly need more technical assistance, capital in this space to help with project and pipeline development. We need more blended finance solutions to de-risk investments, solutions like guarantee structures, first loss structures to really crowd in private capital. And then we need a lot more work in the standardization in investing in monitoring and reporting systems when we talk about nature-based solutions. I will just stop here and conclude that this is an area of deep interest from an ADB perspective. We're actively working with our partners in the private sector to support their initiatives and are quite keen on the Indonesian market, particularly when it comes to agroforestry systems. But I'll pause here and pass it over to Mr. Zarullah. Thank you.
Thank you. Applause for Mr. Nurullah. Thank you, Mr. Nurullah, for the presentation about the natural capital investment. And we already heard about the challenge, especially for the bankability, but there are also opportunities that you can explore more next in the discussion. Next, I would like to invite, I need to spell Ms. Mukti Hasuyakmun because I only know Mbak Kuki. So Mbak Kuki, please, floor is yours, Mbak.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, moderator and everyone here. So as like the title or the topic that I will be trying to discuss here is on how to unlock the green financing in Indonesia, and especially if you are talking about the relation with the nature, and we are talking about Net FOLU 2030. I think if we are talking about the Net FOLU 2030, then there are a number of elements. First, of course, we need clear policies and regulations, and then we need support means of implementation, which will include, like basically financing for sure, but there are also technologies and the role of the people. So I think we cannot, lose any of that. And if we are looking at the Paris Agreement, then it says that basically developed countries are the one that need to, provide and mobilize support, financial support for developing countries, but it's also open for developing countries and other entities to support such activities. And I think this is a big opportunity also for Indonesia in this case to have our own domestic financing. And if we are talking about financing, for sure, we're going to talk about two things. The first one is the non-market approaches, and the second one is the market approaches. Talking about the domestic financing or the domestic market, we already have this ministerial regulation, the MOEF regulation number 7/2023, that already there basically you have all these rules on how such thing will be implemented in the forestry-related and land use sector. And I think this is a great opportunity also, not only to talk about what happened within the forest and land use, but also how this sector can help other sectors. Because there are a number of sectors that are hard to abate, and they need, a kind of offset from this sector. And my task is on talking about how to unlock, right, the green financing. I think Mr. Nurullah earlier already mentioned also about, the issues here. I think it's gap between the financing sectors and the project or program on the ground. It means that, if we are talking about the financial sectors, usually they have their own if I can say, rules and procedures on how you can get financing. And sometimes it's not really linked with what happened in the sector itself. So I think what we need there is also, and also mentioned earlier by Mr. Nurullah, we need to have like a session or capacity building to the financing sectors as well, so that they can understand how it is, all the challenges that being faced by the sectors. And on the other hand, I think the sectors itself and all the players in the sectors, they also need to learn more how to prepare a good proposals that bankable, so that they can be supported by the financial institution. And the other thing is also talking about how to get the access. There are a number of different, talking about loan, for example, there are a number of different levels of that. But also we are also talking about one of the now becoming more and more, I think, important is blended finance, right? So if we are talking about blended finance, then we need also to, I think, understand that blended finance is not only about the finance. I mean, like, at least from my own perspective, but we also need to think of the community as well, how to include and involve the community in the implementation of the project. Because if you are talking about forests, I think we have to talk beyond carbon benefit, right? There are quite a number of co-benefit, be it to the environment, to biodiversity, but also to the people. I think so local economy is something that I think projects related to FOLU sync activities, they need to be able to address that as well. So I think in short, how to unlock this is basically build the capacity of all stakeholders, be it the financial institution, the project, but also the people on the ground. So thanks, Mas.
Thank you, Mbak Goki. Very inspiring talk. We already heard about how to expand. Yes, you talk about the expanding green market, green investment ecosystem in Indonesia. So the key is like in enhancing the capacity, such as in a blended finance. Next, I would like to invite Pak Onte to talk about how can you encourage Kadin members to invest in nature, to finance, for example, the mechanism to finance the FOLU net sync, for example. Please, Pak.
Thank you. I will explain what we doing in Kadin to try to implement this. As you know, the government give us opportunity with the Undang-Undang Cipta Kerja. We have multi-usaha kehutanan, multi-proposed forestry businesses. So, and in Kadin we try to capture this opportunity. We are doing together. First, we understand the capacity of our members. There are several companies already do this good, and the others really want to do. So we think about how to exchange the experience between Kadin members. That's why in Kadin we built one hub, we call it Regenerative Forest Business Hub. Try to understand better this opportunity and make learning together, between Kadin members. And also in Kadin, I think Kadin, together with our partners, doing the penelitian, the research about what's the potential of the community. So we do a long research. We try to understand global market about the commodity, and then the research also combined with the potential of our members, where and how many land we have, etc. And then we come up with several commodity. This community we believe will be good for us to invest. we're talking about the commodity, but also we're talking about the regenerative commodity, because we now exactly there are many big brands in the world already pledged to implement the SBTI Scope 3, for example. If they are pledged for Scope 3, Scope 3 of SBTI standard, it means even for the sources must be net zero, right? So if the company produce the coffee or the cocoa product, if they Scope 3, it means they need sourcing from cocoa net zero. That's a big opportunity for Indonesia because we now, in several our members' concession, we know there are still, of course, there are still good forests we can manage with timber, but several places also need to reforestation. So if we do reforestation, we combine between trees and agro. Maybe we plant coffee together, cocoa, vanilla, and others. And then we saw this is a big opportunity because by the research, by the research of the Kadin, only talking these three commodity, cocoa, coffee, and vanilla by regenerative way, this will be a next CPO for Indonesia. But of course we know we are produce a huge of CPO, but sometimes we question for the world say many things. I do believe this many politics also. But with doing regenerative in coffee, cocoa, and vanilla, for example, we can be the part solution of the world. So in Kadin, we have this reset. We want to implement, and our members willing to invest. We invest to doing regenerative agriculture. And this is happen going well now. And this year, we have 10 companies in Kadin members. We will doing the pilot. Of course, we need the champion or this. And this pilot will be implement regenerative agroforestry. And I hope maybe next COP, we can come with the result. Ongoing project in the ground, and how can Indonesia give a solution for FOLU and then for netting in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Alte. We heard that now Kadin is Indonesian Chamber of Commerce. Will encourage his member, at least 10 members already in a pilot for regenerative business using the for example, multi-business forestry. So I think it is very, very good for us to wait until what the result of the pilot for in agroforestry with the several commodities initiated by the Kadin. Okay, thank you, Pak. We'll talk about this later on. Next, I would like to invite the last speaker, Ms. Lucita Yasmin, the Director for Sustainability and External Affairs of April. Please, Ms. Yasmin, floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Zarul. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm really pleased to be on this panel. We'll try our best to project so that we can all hear each other. So I'm here to represent a private sector perspective in terms of how we've come to integrate conservation of nature in our business model, and of course how our approach to investing in nature has evolved over the years. So there are a few slides that I'd like to share with you just to go through quickly. But maybe for the benefit of everyone, just to give you a bit of an introduction. So April Group is one of the largest producers of fiber-based products. By that we mean pulp, paper, viscose for textile or clothing, and also paperboard for packaging. All our products are from 100% plantation wood, and we operate large-scale plantation forestry and manufacturing operations in the province of Riau in Indonesia. Next slide, please. We have adopted a no deforestation policy since 2015, and this is part of a broader policy framework that we call our Sustainable Forest Management Policy. And apart from no deforestation, we are also committed to responsible management of peatlands and, of course, increased commitment to conservation and restoration and community engagement. And all of this is underpinned by a robust framework of verification and third-party assurance. Now, the policy applies to our supply chain, which includes 80% of our fiber supply comes from our owned and managed operations, and about between 15 and 20% comes from third-party supplies. Next, please. So, in terms of our relationship with nature and our approach to nature conservation, I think the important thing to recognize first and foremost is that nature is intrinsic in the type of sector that where we operate. It's a resource-based industry. We've come to recognize that the long-term viability of our plantations actually depend on the long-term or overall health of the ecosystem or the larger ecosystem in which we operate. And I think for the longest time, and mainly because of the Western narrative, our sector has been cast in what I would consider as a hard line, if not a false dichotomy, that if you're in the forestry sector, you can produce, but you cannot protect, right? So our challenge basically is to come up with a model that demonstrates that we can integrate both production and protection in our operations, while at the same time delivering socioeconomic benefits. We need to recognize that we operate in a developing economy. And in ASEAN alone, we have about 120 million people that are still living below poverty line. In Indonesia, that number would be about 26 million. So there is still a development imperative that we need to respond to, while at the same time also addressing climate and nature imperatives, and of course the whole economic development that we need to deliver. Next slide, please. So part of this broader policy framework that we adopted is, of course, our increased commitment to conservation, which is also an illustration of our production protection model. You would all recall that under the Global Biodiversity Framework, the target is actually to conserve 30% of our marine and terrestrial ecosystems by 2030. Since 2015, we've had a commitment to conserve a hectare of natural forest for every hectare of plantation that we've established. So effectively, that's a 50% by 2030, if not sooner. So that's how more or less we're aligned with the global commitments on nature. We operate about 1 million hectares of concession areas granted by the Indonesian government, and of these, about 450,000 hectares have been established into plantations. And currently, we have about 360,000 hectares of conservation and restoration areas. So that brings us to about 80% of that commitment. And of course, we're hoping to fulfill it to 100% in the coming years. Next, please. Now, apart from conserving some high conservation value areas within our production concessions, we've also moved into adopting a huge restoration commitment through a license, a 60-year license that's been granted by the Indonesian government. And so we are now currently protecting and managing 150,000 hectares of peatland restoration areas, also in the province of Riau. So in this area, based on biodiversity surveys that we've conducted, we know that there are more than 800 species that call this area a home. We call it the Restorasi Ecosystem Riau, or Riau Ecosystem Restoration Project. And also from our survey, we know that the area houses close to 400 million tons of CO2 equivalent, meaning that's avoided emissions in this particular area. So this, I guess, circles back to the point that Ibu Kuki made earlier, which is the co-benefit of investing in nature, which is carbon and the rest of the ecosystem services that it delivers to the surrounding communities. Next, please. In 2022, in 2020, we adopted our April 2030 commitment. And what it means is that basically we decided to move from just mitigating the negative impact of our operations to actually adopting a more forward-looking commitment to sustainability for the next 10 years. And under April 2030, we have 4 pillars of commitment across climate, nature, people, and sustainable growth, where we also have about 18 measurable targets. Under climate, we are committed to achieve net zero emissions from land use by 2030, to reduce product emissions intensity by 25%, and to improve the share of renewable energy in our energy balance by up to 90% in our manufacturing operations and up to 50% in our forestry operations. The key point to make here is that we chose to adopt a holistic approach to our 2030 sustainability commitments. Instead of just adopting isolated commitments for climate or for nature, we recognize the interdependencies across. That we cannot also just set targets for nature in isolation without looking at, for example, some of our commitments to socioeconomic empowerment of the local communities. Under inclusive progress, for example, we also have a commitment to eliminate extreme poverty up to 50 kilometers from our concession boundaries. Because if we do not recognize that one of the socioeconomic, or one of the drivers of forest degradation, for example, is socioeconomic pressure, and if we do not address that part, then we are also not then mitigating some of the threats to nature conservation in Indonesia. So it's really important to see the dependencies across the different targets. Next, please. So now zeroing in on our thriving landscapes or nature commitments. So here we have a commitment to zero net loss of conservation and restoration areas by 2030. And at the same time, beyond just ensuring that we are able to protect what we have, we are also able to enhance the biodiversity that we are protecting within the area. So we have a target for achieving positive biodiversity gains as well. Now, here's again an example of dependency. One of the ways that we can achieve zero net loss of conservation areas and also positive biodiversity gains is by ensuring that we do not anymore increase our plantation footprint underground. So regardless of how much we increase our fiber supply requirement or how much we grow the business, we need to source our fiber supply from the same plantation footprint that we have. So we have a target for improving our productivity by 50% by 2030. So, and we're going to do this through sustainable intensification, land optimization, and through a science-based approach or through research and development into growing more from the same land bank. 60% of our land bank is on peatlands, so we have a responsibility to ensure that we have a science-based approach to responsible peatland management and that we contribute to the global understanding on tropical peatlands as well. And then finally, another target that's nature-related is ensuring we are able to protect the wildlife in the areas that we manage from the threats of illegal trade and poaching. And this we do through a partnership with the Wildlife Conservation Society. Next, please. So coming back to the role of private sector in financing nature conservation, I think we can track how this has evolved in the case of April. So first is, of course, one is direct funding from the shareholders. In 2015 in COP, our shareholder pledged $100 million funding to conservation and restoration for 10 years. But then we needed to go beyond that because we cannot just be dependent on shareholder enlightenment or shareholder benevolence to ensure that we have funding for our conservation commitments. So that's how then we evolved this integrated approach called production protection model, which means protection is built into the business itself. It's part of what we plan for, it's part of our targets, it's part of our budget cycle on a yearly basis. But then when we did our 2030 agenda, we also adopted a unique commitment, which is actually about adopting a self-tariff for conservation. So right now we have a target of committing $1 for every ton of fiber supply that goes into the mill. So what that means is that on a yearly basis, we have between $10 million and $15 million that's allocated or committed to conservation restoration on a yearly basis. So since 2020, from its adoption, we have had about $47 million that's been allocated. And this we spend both for our initiatives, our own conservation initiatives, but also for partnerships with other conservation groups. And then finally, of course, we also have our sustainability-linked loans, which I think Noor from ADB mentioned earlier. We closed close to $1 billion of sustainability-linked loan in 2020 as well. And basically, this is with a consortium of banks. And there are 3 KPIs, one of which has to do with our investment in nature. So basically what it means is that if we invest in nature, it also has financial impact. Because if we meet our KPI in our sustainability-linked loans, it has some impact on the interest rates that we pay as a company. So that's how we demonstrate that sustainability now is really close to generating financial impact as well. And then, of course, we're looking to invest more. We're looking for more ecosystem restoration licenses and other areas, conservation areas, that we can either manage directly or in partnerships with other conservation groups. And finally, of course, there's all this discussion. Well, there is already the potential carbon revenue. The RER project that we mentioned earlier is a verified project document and subject to, of course, further clarity of Indonesian regulations and compliance, full compliance with Indonesian regulations on carbon trade. Then there is a potential of generating revenue that could be plowed back into conservation as well. And then, of course, there's the prospect of biodiversity credit, which is very nascent right now. Nobody knows how exactly it's going to happen, how it's going to be measured, what metric. But the prospect is still there, and that is another possibility of generating potential revenue that can be invested back in nature. So these are all the options that we're looking at for, as a private sector, into this investment in nature conservation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Lusita, for this explanation about how April are turning commitment into practices, and also of how promoting ecosystem restoration, and also creating more funding and investment in the nature. So before I do second round of the question, I would like to invite from the floor one of the youth to have say about the issue of investing in the nature. I invite Mas Oka Fahru Hidayat, the Vice Chairman of Garda Pemuda Nasdem. Please.
Hello, my name is Oka Fahru Hidayat. I'm from Indonesia. I'm actually from youth movement, Nasdem Youth Movement organization. It's all of the presentation is very, very good. We have the real financing from ADB, real movement from Ibu Mukti, and the 10 companies from Kadin is already done the regenerate commodity agriculture project. And then from the April, they have a $1 commitment to conserve from inside and outside their company. But the real question that I want to ask here is there any really green financer, like it's company thing, or it's community thing, or it's NGO thing, or it's our from village government thing? Maybe because we have in the ministry, we have the Perhutanan Sosial project that kelompok tani and village government can approach, can have it, but they always have a problem with the financing. We have some projects in internal that Moringa project in Banyuwangi with community, but we can't find a real financer because we don't know from where we start. Is it okay from political party or youth movement? Is it okay from the community itself or NGO maybe? Or we need the village government because it's if government based, it's more reliable and more reputable, right? So that's one I ask. Well, I want to ask. The second project we have in Samosir is a pine plantation. We have also from the Perhutanan Sosial, but we have the problem of the financing. We also get captured with the UU Ciptaker that have multi-purpose project that also in Perhutanan Sosial provide. How we can do this to make the volunteering better and the community can move and not only the big we already hear this from the big company, we don't hear from the small one. There's no small movement, but we need more small action like in the village, in the kabupaten, in the area that really have financing problem because if we talk in the big conference like this, if we talk in the national level, it's not a big thing. Financing is not a big thing, but in the lower level, it's a really big thing. So from Bu Mukti perspective, that we need to learn to how to make the good proposal and the financing reliable proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Masoka. So as you already heard that, even though there are some best practices on the ground, but still some challenges at the local level, at the social forestry level, there's something that need for financing mechanism over there. So I would like to have your response for the issue, and I would like to first invite Mr. Nurullah to have your suggestion about this situation, a part of the blended or sustainable link loan and so on. Please.
Pertinent question, actually. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Now we can hear you. Please, go on.
Okay. No, I said thank you for putting me on the spot for this very important question. I fully agree that the movement towards green financing needs to be broader and needs to be more inclusive. And financing needs to be made available to SMEs, village level entrepreneurs, and so on. And that's not the case today. I think one of the things that we are seeing in the work that we do in the food and ag space is that the big corporates can act as an anchor to support green practices by smallholder farmers. So, for instance, the example that I shared of DSNG, while our loan is to the corporate DSNG, but the company through our financing is able to support small growers who practice agroforestry. And part of our financing is also going towards building up the capacity of these micro entrepreneurs at the village level. Another example is, we did a financing with a Singapore-based company named Indorama. They have operations in Uzbekistan where they work with smallholder farmers to grow cotton and wheat. Again, our financing is to the big corporate, to Indorama, but through our financing, they're working with smallholder farmers, giving them pre-financing in terms of, green fertilizers, resilient inputs, and then also guaranteeing the offtake to make sure that their livelihoods, the smallholder livelihoods, is protected and enhanced. So I think that's one of the channels to be able to support micro entrepreneurs, livelihoods of smallholder farmers, and give them access to financing indirectly. The other way to also do this is, so ADB also lends to financial institutions. And part of our sort of financing, climate financing to banks and insurance companies and microfinance banks is to be able to evaluate their lending practices and how they can incorporate green elements in their lending practices. So that's another channel to, because we are a wholesale lender, we can't directly lend to a micro enterprise. We don't have the presence in the field, in the villages. So we have to go through another intermediary like a bank, like a microfinance institution. So that's another channel through which we are trying to make capital available to micro entrepreneurs. I'll just stop there. Those are two examples I thought would be worth.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nurullah. So we have heard that the microfinancing at the local level is important, but also the partnership with private sector is also one of the options. So I would like to have a response from Mbak Kuki. Quick, Mbak.
Yeah, thank you. I think, as I mentioned earlier, we have big issues in the gap of knowledge, basically, between the financial institutions and activities on the ground. And I think that's what you already mentioned earlier. You know, there are a number of initiatives by different, you know, like the standards, for example, if you are talking about carbon, right? That has and can support that kind of small scale activities. And as I remember, under the MOEF regulation number 7, 2023, there are also these elements of facilitators that can help such activities on the ground, especially for the small scale. So I think this is where, you know, we need to work together to make sure that the knowledge of both parties, I mean, like the financiers as well as the project on the ground, can be somehow met in the middle, right? I mean, like, it's not only the project that need to develop bankable proposals. Even if you have the so-called bankable proposals, it may still need considered as bankable by the financial institution if they don't understand how your project will be, you know, operated. So, yeah.
Thank you, Bagi. So capacity building is still also one is important. So next, Pak Onde, how can you encourage your members to finance local initiatives like that?
We have several examples of how working together with social forestry. So in Boyolali, Kadin and the local farmer group there working together. So first, Kadin invest in embung, water set, because the area of social forestry is drought. So we invest in embung, and then under the embung, we develop the agroforestry system. And Kadin members are willing to be a market for the product. So the financing come from BPDLH. So Kadin and BPDLH have a memorandum of understanding. So as long as Kadin members can serve with the market, BPDLH will financing the farmers. So this will be good. So Kadin come with the market and Kadin members, yeah, and then BPDLH financing, and of course the farmers have the land and the workers. So this is very good. And NGOs, our friends NGOs working with the social investment. They working with farmer, they build the organization, they build the cooperative and etc. And then we working together. So I think this is the collaboration when everybody come with their expertise. So this is very good, and I think we're going well on this. This is the first experience, example, how working together with the social forestry. The other part, we collaborate with Kadin members and the cooperative of people who have the social forestry license build one inclusive company together. So this company operate the agroforestry system. They're planting together, and the company come with the financing, but the land and the human resources come from the farmers. So this is a good example, yeah. And in Kadin, we are not only focused on big concession, but in Kadin we also have a social forestry part, and we want to create cooperative between big corporation and forestry.
Okay, thank you about that. So we heard that the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce together with the Indonesian Environmental Fund work together to provide financing at the upstream level, and then the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce becoming the off-takers for the products produced by the farmers. Ibu Lucita, so what's April done in terms of this partnership?
Sure, thank you. That's really a huge challenge, yeah, because we do recognize that capacity building among local communities, and not just local communities, but also even big conservation NGOs, in terms of really having some long-term funding certainty as well for some of their conservation initiatives. So what our company has initiated is what we call our Community Conservation Partnership. So basically what we do is through a participatory land use process, we map the areas for production and also for conservation with some of the participating villages. And then we sign into an agreement with them that if they do maintain the conservation of some of these areas within their villages, then we give them an incentive of up to 10,000 livelihood development, financing some of their sustainable agriculture, or also for social infrastructure. It could be a bridge, a daycare, a new mosque, a school, depending on what the communities themselves decide on. So we just started this about a year ago, and we currently cover 35,000 hectares in Riau, and about 5 villages have already signed up. This is very exploratory at this point. We know it's a very rudimentary way of actually quantifying payment for the ecosystem services or for the natural capital that the communities are actually helping us to conserve. But currently, that is the only way, the only mechanism that we are able to implement as we learn exactly how to incentivize the communities. But I mentioned capacity building is not just also for the local communities, but also for the other conservation organizations. Some of the ERC concession holders or restoration concession holders in Indonesia are also needing support because many of them are conservation NGOs. They're not land managers, they're not business developers. So for them to come up with a business case for maintaining their restoration and conservation area is a huge challenge. They don't have that skill set. So basically what they do is that they're coming to us for potential partnership, for us to be able to offer technical, operational, and funding support to help them manage some of their conservation initiatives and also some of their restoration areas. So there is some capacity building that happens through, of course, our operational capabilities that we share with them, which means it goes beyond just funding. As private sector, it needs to really be about being engaged in the whole range of the capacity building exercise that needs to happen so that they can build their own business case and eventually really then be able to fund and earn, like meaningful, sustainable revenue from the conservation itself.
Thank you, Bu Lucita, for explaining how April has been done and has been doing in terms of the cooperation with the local people, as well as trying to scale up your works in restoration, ecosystem restoration. Next, I would like to invite floors to have their says about the investment in nature and how to finance, how to create a financial mechanism to ensure that our climate action, especially in Indonesian FOLU Netching 2030, will be implementable as well as achievable for the targets. Please, anyone want to? Yes, both of you. Please, ladies in that. Thank you.
Hi. So this could also be a question to the panel, but I feel like all of your ideas were really interesting. And what I've repeatedly heard about at this COP is adding the value, the monetary value of our biodiversity. It can be the ocean stuff or land stuff into our balance sheet. So if there's a collaboration between public and private companies, you want the value of biodiversity preservation written into your balance sheets or your cash flow statements. And I've heard that this adds a lot of value in thinking about how these actually offer economic returns, even though we all think that they don't really offer returns, but they do. So yeah, that's one idea I've heard repeatedly, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on this as well at a later point.
Okay, next, maybe.
Hello, I'm Eka Permanasari. I'm from Monash University. I actually work a lot with the community, especially in the urban areas though. And this is really interesting because we also have some research in the new capital city. And of course, this is going to be something interesting for this one. Now, working with the community, as you mentioned, is really difficult. And it's really hard to maintain the sustainability mechanism, yeah? And I wonder, what are your strategies, yeah? On the field, I heard that you've got some pilot projects on the field to make sure that the community is actually always up to the game. Yeah, so I think that's something that I would like to know. I work for Air Petra in Jakarta. We start with 6 pilot projects and we scaled up to 298 in Jakarta. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. 2 questions. One is the value of biodiversity conservation and then the community issue. Who will be taking the first? Ibu Lucita, first.
Sure. You know, before this role, I was actually with the UN Environment Program. And at that time, there was already a discussion on the whole economics of ecosystems and biodiversity and how natural capital can be assessed. And now, of course, we're looking at, from a private sector perspective, doing assessments on climate-related risks on financial impact and also nature-related risks, right? TNFD and TCFD. But personally, I also am concerned that, we've gone so far in terms of adopting a triple bottom line approach, of really looking at it in terms of a balance between people, planet, and profit. And now everything is being seen from a singular materiality perspective. We want everything to have a financial impact. From a business perspective, okay, why is that the reason? Because, of course, otherwise it's just going to be looked at as a cost. And to begin with, not many companies even actually internalize that cost, right? So in our case, at least, there is a recognition because, of course, it's the nature of the business. We are a resource-based company. If we don't look after the natural resources, the viability of the plantations themselves would be at risk. But when companies do not recognize the impacts and dependencies that they have on nature, it's hard for them to then integrate this into their business model, right? So is it just a cost or does it also have a financial impact? From a business perspective, yes, I do need to make a case for why we should make that investment in nature. But to be honest, there are just some things that we need to do for the collective good. And once we transition from just really looking at corporate sustainability to stewardship, as in really maturing in terms of our approach to sustainability and doing things because it is really what the global consensus is saying as the urgency that we need to address right now, then we won't even need to get into a discussion on what is the value of all this, right? So yes, I see your point, but at the same time, from a pragmatic perspective, this is also the case, whether from an economic planning perspective at the national level or from a private sector perspective as well. Just on the question on, how do we sustain the partnership with the communities? The honest answer is we haven't figured that out, right? Because prior to the community conservation partnership, we've had what we call the Fire-Free Village program. And that program has been running for 10 years now. Same model, that we sign up an agreement with the communities during the fire season, they don't burn. We provide them with an alternative means to clear the land for agricultural purposes, because we do recognize they need to have sustainable livelihood. And then we also give them a reward if they don't burn. Now, ultimately, of course, our objective is behavior change, a change in mindset, an understanding that nature is worth, or the forest is worth more standing than converted into oil palm or other commodities for that matter, right? But it's a long-term process. The incentive is only to get them engaged. And then eventually, of course, it's about being able to find a way to have a sustainable mechanism for them to continue with the livelihood opportunities without resorting to the bad practices, right? And in the meantime, we provide that. And while we're there in the landscape, we will continue to be engaged in that way. But of course, the ultimate goal is that eventually the communities themselves will be empowered to make this choice, right? And I think right now that is still something that we're learning to do as we engage with the communities. It's a choice that proactively they need to make because of their own realization. We respect that. But right now, I think it's still very much a learning process for everyone.
Okay, thank you, Bu Lucita. So, any additional comment from other speakers? Please, Pak Ote.
In Kadin, there are so many companies with different things and different experience. And I know we still learn how to make a sustainable cooperation with the community. And that's why I mentioned before about how to build the inclusive institution together. Yeah, we are the investor there and then the cooperative of people there. So the key is how to build the strong organization of people. Because if you can build a good cooperative, because if you deal with one-to-one person, it's very difficult for us. But if you deal with the organization, cooperative, with good mechanism, for example, for conflict resolution mechanism, for share benefit mechanism, this will be good. So this we try to build. First, of course, we build the cooperative. We encourage them to build the cooperative. And the cooperative of these people will be part of our source for resources. So we usually thinking about that. And we try, yeah. And that's why I mentioned about the social forestry. They plan something, we try to financing, but the result of the community will be our sources. So we need the sources, but we want to take hand from start, not waiting until people have a good community and then we buy. No, but we want to start with zero together. So we have planned together, we build the organization together. So of course, I agree with Ibu Lucy, this is a long way to go, but at least now we explore all the possibility, all the good, inclusive and collaborative model in Indonesia to do the good things for us.
Okay, thank you, Pak Ote. Any suggestion or from Mr. Nur about this issue?
Yeah, just I think one quick thought in terms of community engagement. I think one of the real hooks in our experience is if you can engage the community in a livelihood activity that enhances their livelihoods and makes them more resilient in terms of not only climate, but also in terms of market fluctuation, pricing fluctuation, so on and so forth. So one of the investments that ADB made in 2019, in fact, we approved it, and then later during COVID, we made a follow-on transaction with the same company in India. It's the largest poultry company in India named Suguna Foods. And the company works with around 40,000 smallholder poultry farmers across India. And, the company provides day-old chicks to these farmers, helps them set up their pens, support them in terms of what feed to provide, the monitoring, etc., and then also offtakes the produce. And we recently did a study on the work that Suguna Foods has done, and it concluded that the farmers that work with Suguna Foods as contract farmers are significantly better off in terms of incomes than farmers who are not part of the Suguna Foods network. And there's very limited churn in their network because of the benefit that the company is able to offer in terms of, offtake and reliability. So if you, a bottom line being, if you are able to engage the community in a livelihood activity and you are able to sustain it over a long period of time, I think that's really the hook around which you can do a lot more in terms of capacity building and so on and so forth. And as Lucetta mentioned, this is a long-term process. This is not, in two crop cycles or 2 years that you have to be there for years and years to be able to develop that trust and continue to pass on those benefits to the communities to build that real relationship with the community. So I thought that was one pertinent example worth sharing on this point. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Nullah. Any thoughts from Mbak Kuki?
Yeah, maybe just to add a bit because Ms. Lucita earlier also mentioned about the scope 3, right? So I think one way in having such of sustainability is to have this interdependency between the company and the farmers or the local community, so that they, like even without, maybe like how do you call it, like support, it will become like a real business case rather than just support, right? Because then interdependency, the company need like reliable and low or no carbon emission supply, while from the other side, the farmers, they need to ensure that they can provide that, because otherwise they will be, outside the game.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Kuki. So we learn from here that the working with the community is not easy, but it is work. Okay, it is working in several cases, and also it is challenging, yes, but there are options also to make it working. So I think we can see more option to be implemented in several different cases. Then we will be able to run, or we will able to implement our program on the ground successfully. So, do we still have time? I think we do. Another time. So I'm opening also one more round of the Q&A. If there is a question or sharing information or whatever you would like to share? No? Then with that, we are now at the end of this session. And I would like to thank all the speakers, the distinguished speakers, Mr. Noor, Mbak Kuki, Pak Onte, and Ibu Lucita, for the great sharing session. And hopefully we can get the lesson learned from all we have discussed a while ago. Thank you very much, and applause for all the speakers and all of us. Thank you.
Thank you especially to April for your continuous support and bold action in conserving the nature and at the same time contribute to economic growth. So with that, I humbly invite Bapak Sihol Aritona as CEO of RAPP to deliver a gesture of appreciation to all the speakers. And hopefully this session can encourage more parties to share responsibility in green financing, especially, and also growing the commitment in preserving the nature. Best of luck, of course, in the effort to empower community, to alter people's mindset and behavior, and utilizing the forest for a sustainable livelihood. Okay, thank you very much all for your great contribution. And thank you for the crowd. I hope you found this session inspiring. We'll see you again in the next 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
distinguished guests, honorable speakers. For this session, we're going to do things a little bit different. Unlike the previous one, where we invited a few speakers to share their vision, their ideas and thoughts. But this time, we only have one person, but a strong figure with a high dedication for the environment. So our special guest has a wealth and expertise on climate change and is widely respected and admired across government, non-government, as well as the private sectors. A visionary in the field and renowned for his leadership in promoting sustainable practices and a positive change for the environment. Let's welcome our eminent actor, the president of UNFCCC COP13 Bali, Professor Rachmat Witoelar. And to accompany Prof. Rachmat, silakan Pak, we kindly invite the famous Papam. Silakan Pak.
Oke. Ntar saya antar, iya langsung di situ. Oke, good evening, good afternoon ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Indonesian Pavilion. We will not have a discussion, but we have a stadium general. Because the only famous one person will be talking what we call him His Excellency, because he is former ambassador in Moscow and also my senior mentor. So I should bring His Excellency Pak Rachmat, and then please, you can do whatever you want. You can tell whatever you want, and the time is yours, Pak.
Okay, thank you, Bagus, and distinguished guests, excellencies, friends, sons, daughters, and granddaughters. I am very happy to be here, and thank you for the opportunity, in particular to Pak Agus Yus, Pak Sihol, all the eminent persons here who have given me the opportunity to speak out. I was introduced by he could be my grandson, another Agus, to talk about things pertaining to climate change. What I can bring to you is the history of what the climate change efforts, and of course what I bring, because I've been there for some time. Some of you have seen me for so long, maybe they get bored of looking at me. I've attended around 24 COPs, so I think it's proper that I convey some of my experience to you. I see a lot of young people here, and I hope that you will do whatever I've not done, which is do good, and please prevent the mistakes that my generation has done. So the title of this talk is Negotiations towards a better COP negotiations. Why is it called like that? Because to tell you the truth, having been through 24 COPs and chaired one of them, it's COP13 in Bali, after 15 years after that, I have plodded on and followed all the COPs until this COP 28. And I'm a bit disappointed that we don't make much headway. Part of it is my own mistake because I don't try harder. So I want to ask you help to use my experience to employ better tactics. So first of all, I want to do it in three parts. First of all, everybody here is, of course, is familiar with the phenomenon of climate change. So I will start to have on the same platform, I will talk about what the climate change is. After that, and what the mistakes we have done. And after that, maybe I would suggest that the future COPs, which the younger sets here will lead, do better so not to repeat our mistakes. We are very sad, or I am very sad anyway, that we haven't gotten much more than we have now. Although, judging from what he has done. We have Aquarians. We have heard our minister, and we have heard the others one, a lot of big headways into rectifying the mistakes that was done before that. I have been in office in 2004 till 2009, and after that, I have become concentrated to the climate change efforts as a presidential envoy for 10 years. And I should have stopped doing that. But people in Indonesia consider me arwah. arwah. I'm not. Hello, Brandon. Hi, nice to see you. So I'm still under. I've been pensioned off 4 times, which is quite a test. But still, I can share with you the problems in fighting climate change. Sorry to say that after I led the Bali COP, it was around 50 years ago until now, the same problem is still there, which is the ignorance of the people at large. Whilst climate change is everybody's business, because it is the culprit is everybody. It is everybody, so everybody has to be on board. The COPs proceeding from the 2007 until the 21, there is still use the same mistakes, which is going top-down approach, which is a blunder for all of us. It should be a top-down approach. It should be a bottom-up, because COP is not like a government. Everybody is connected, and everybody is a culprit at the same time. So top-down approach is understood that the ones who hold the power at that time can decree what to do, whilst they don't really know what to do. So that is all the decisions cannot be executed because they have to be executed by people who are not involved in that. So the first phenomena is how to do a better COP is to make a top-down, bottom-up approach, so everybody is involved. The second one is that it is not only the governments or the authorities tasked to do so. In fact, it is more to be done by as NGOs, the private sector, academia, to collect with it. But the UNFCCC does not accommodate such actions. So that's why we see this familiar graph that familiar to us, that is since 1880 until today, it keeps creeping up, it is jumping down. So it is a very dangerous position that we are in. We have to really make sure that we change our methods. That is why I'm called by my friends to join them to inform all the people who are in charge to do things otherwise. This is a chart that is too technical to be explained here, but another one. Yeah. We are not in a good shape today because the global temperature changes. It is a countdown into disaster. It starts from the 80s, and now it is close to 1.5%. So it's just a warning to all of us that we don't have much time. This goes on, and is almost nearing 1.5%, 1.5 degree. And if we don't do anything drastic, we will be going in the abyss. Okay, next. This is also a familiar picture for all of us. This is something to warn us what will happen if things happen. So it is not the victim of climate change is not man. It is biodiversity. This illustrates that the first is the species that will be insect is from the higher ground and goes into the lower ground. To talk about this, we have experts here, including my dear friend Payatna. He knows more about this. The point is, man is nowhere to be seen because we are not the real victims. The victims is the biodiversity, which holds which is populated in the general area of the earth, in the forests, in the cities. And you just heard yesterday that the initiative done by people who have to control forests is very crucial. That is why the previous speakers today, including also Pa Sihol here, is very potent savers of the earth. If they really do whatever they preach, it is done. So it is not man that is the victim, the primary victim. It is the biodiversity. Because man is only a small part of all this. We are only 6-7 billion people. We have 50, 100 people different, and everything depends on this. Above the seas, in the water, and under the water. So this is what we have to concentrate on. Next. Okay. I'm sorry to portray this picture, but it is a thematic map of the earth. Who is the champion of the greenhouse gases emissions? In Indonesia, it's siapa yang paling banyak kentut? The ones who are the real culprits are the ones in red. We are happy but not proud to be we are here in the green zone. It depends on the people, the actions of people, and the other factors that decide that where this map will be. So before the yellow, the blue color changes into the red ones, we should harvest them. So it could be amongst us. But then I want to remind you again that climate change is everybody's business, so everybody has to be together. We are not going to blame anyone, but that is why, to overcome this, we have to negotiate. That is what the theme of this talk is: how to better fight climate change and how to negotiate better. And that is a picture that is thematic. The developed countries and the developing countries. I would like to have a profound observation, maybe not very polite, but I see that the smarter you get, the more stupid you become. You better stay stupid, then you become smart. The smartest people is there in the red zone, see? America, Europe. The stupid people are down here. And we are smart because we don't pollute as much. But then again, they do everything. They try to pollute and to destroy the world. And that is, we have to fight against that. I have an example, okay. Here. These are smart people. They do stupid things. Throw bombs and throw missiles. Everybody is trying to pick up trash so we don't pollute. carbon. The, just a small figure. The results of this enterprise is very bad because the 2-year, says here, the Ukraine war has resulted in 33 million tons, as compared with the 2-year war, 60 million tons. That's why I mean, the smarter you get, the powerful you get, the stupider you get. I would suggest maybe if people are, why don't they wage war by bow and arrow so nobody, we don't get infected? Well, they can kill each other, it's up to them, but don't kill us by their emissions. So that's just a joke, actually. I'm not going to say it in public. Okay, next. So the key is try to negotiate. The people who are in power and who can make a difference should involve and talk to people who are. This is an example. During that time that the Danish Prime Minister and Poland's Minister was in the COP7 we were together, and we tried to negotiate with each other. And negotiating needs an element of trust. So we have to have an element of trust for each other. See how they smile. If they get mad at each other, they just fight on. So we know that we are trying to save the world together because we are both, everybody is a victim of that. And this is, and that results in a common, in the common effort that we can I have the next one? Yeah, this is one of the proudest moments of Indonesia in terms of script is the Bali roadmap. We were there. I think you are there all the time. Almost everybody was there. Brendan was there, right? So during that time, we managed to talk to each other. Maybe it is a matter of personalities during the time, because the countries are still the same. I was there, and I remember the very hot points between the India and China against the Americans. So we have to talk to each other. We have to negotiate with each other. What does negotiating means? Negotiating means trying to put yourself in somebody's shoes, try to understand other people's position, so we can take that position and work towards that. This is, as of today, I see people only competing. Okay, next. This is in Bali. And following that, okay. So there are three major points, which is from Kyoto, we go to Bali, 205, and from Bali to Paris. All of them have very major milestones. In Kyoto, like you know, it is realized that the developing nations need assistance, and it's given by the developed nations. We have this gentleman who is an interlocutor there, and I am quite honored by being an instrument in trying them to get together, and that brings us to Paris, where in Paris the real fight begins. That is, everybody must be on board. Everybody. It is everybody's business. Everybody is a victim. But if we don't work with together, everybody will be a victim. So this thing, from 2015 until now, still a fight. And we hope that here, at this COP, the stock taking will yield another milestone that we can really use for next. So this is some money. I mean, I hope we can get at it. There's a promise of $100 billion to be distributed to the people, to the countries, or vis-a-vis the people, to fight climate change. But after 40 years of negotiating, the developed countries failed to meet their commitments, only part of them. I was personally present in some of the negotiations and always disappointed, but never I gave up. That is why I'm still standing here. Otherwise, I would just go and watch TV or do something else. But I'm still standing because I hope that at one moment, this promise will become true. Just a few years ago, our president has said so, and elsewhere, we're still hoping to do so. This 100 billion is not much if you consider what they threw away in the war. So this is what? Okay, next. So to be Indonesia, I'm proud to be that Indonesia has been triggering and inspiring the world through to our officers and to people like Pasi Hall and the others who do contribute to the effort to overcome the climate crisis. The Indonesian Ministry of Forestry has been working in 4 thematic areas. You heard it before. New renewable energy, finance, technology, mitigation, adaptation, and collaborative action. If we follow this, I think we have a light in the tunnel. But we need to lead by example. There's only talk. Others, this COP will again join the ranks of only talk, no action. It has to be. Indonesia did have, so we are trying to do so at the Mangrove Center and all these things. I just appeal that my successors, or my sons and daughters, they continue doing this. With the assistance the more developed countries, like enlightened people like Brendan here, he always preaches the same thing. So that's, we could lead by examples, because it is very cheap to talk, but very hard to be example. Okay. Next. So I want to just to summarize that climate diplomacy is to encourage understanding that climate change solutions require a concrete bottom-up approach that will complement the top-down approach, because it is not, if you only know top-down, then nobody leaves. Second is that diplomatic strategy is to improve the COP negotiations by involving non-state actors. Yesterday, I had a session here that was also mentioned by those here, that the non-state actors, not only governments, but also academics, CSOs, private sector, former post-presidents, they get together and have a concerted effort to do so. And the last one is to have more closer cooperation between regions, because climate change is not divided by boundaries. It is a whole total. Okay, next. Yes. So this is just a cartoon. Everybody is making excuses for not contributing, for not helping. This looks like something that is very our COP 22, 23, 24, 25, or here we are COP 28. Let us not repeat all this, because we have endured this, but we should. This is of some of my friends. See, we are doing pocho-pocho. We look as if we're moving, but we're going back, move and back, move and back. So it's pocho-pocho. Let's not do this. We have to move somewhere else. Okay, next. looking back and moving forward, the UNFCCC negotiations have been going on for more than a quarter of a century. There's no secrecy involvement. So we suggest that should an independent and permanent climate change body to take care of climate change. Not only an annual meeting like this, where after everybody is here for 2 weeks, everybody forgets about it. There should be somebody, UNFCCC under the auspices of the UN. And this process should be led by concrete examples. Okay, thanks. Okay. So just because we cannot have an in-depth discussion here, I invite you tomorrow to attend a COP Zoom meeting. Or you can attend, you personally. The three of us, moderated by Professor Yatta, will be here upstairs talking about this, but also Zoom. This Zoom will be distributed throughout the world. And this is our third Zoom. Presidents of COP, of former COPs are part of this. Tubiana and myself and everyone was there. Brendan has been there twice. Connie Hidegard, we were there. And tomorrow we have a 1 hour and 1 hour and a half hour session where you can talk. You cannot really talk with me like this because I don't have the expertise. They have the expertise. We'll have De Hong. We have De Hong who will outline the Indonesian case. We will have the angry man, Jeffrey Sachs. I hope to mediate. And we have the wise person, Yatta, moderating. That's for tomorrow. As of today, I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency, Prof. Rachmat. So, yeah, so we're talking about the UNF's, the CCC is only talking and negotiating. So we need to have a program. We have to have a real program that can be cooperation among each other. So I open the discussion with His Excellency to whatever you want to. Ini Pak. Di sini ada di kursi. Di kursi ada. Okay. So is there any comment, questions that we can share together? Uh-oh. Is there any? Pak Joel, could you please help the mic? All right, thank you.
Yeah, Prof. Rachmat, thank you. It's very inspiring. You attended no less than 34 COPs. Okay, now, could you please elaborate or how you see the participation of the private sector from one COP to another? I mean, compare the current COP with the COP 15 years ago, for instance. Are you seeing a trend where sustainability, nature has become the narrative shared by private sector as well, not only by transnational organization or by government or by civil society organizations, but by private sector, the business sector? Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Pascal. Pascal represents the party that I mentioned should be heard. You everywhere was around 20 years ago, but was not really heard because the agenda of the COPs is decided by a small group of government officials. At that time, it was me, so I plead guilty. I should have invited you more. But after that, after I stepped down and pursued the presidential envoy for climate change, I insisted that there should be a pre-COP where the agendas for the COP proper is attended and listened to by the persons like I mentioned, which are CSOs, academics, lay people, youth. They have on the agenda. 3 months or 4 months before the COP. Not now, when a lot of people, I heard there's 50,000 people here. What do we do, 50,000 people? Or maybe 80? It should be decided a few months ago. If that happens, then Connie Hidegard was insisting there should be not one COP, there should be several COPs, 2 COPs a year, thematic. And Brandon also in the previous COP has also his opinions. I think you should outline what you think about how COP should be done. So we have to have a structure. But the major thing that I think is there's the ignorance and then the lack of empathy of people in the governments on other people that destroys all the effort to get the climate change, the empathy of that. That we cannot regulate that. It is just, you have the 100 Greta Thunberg who, to try to persuade them to realize. But I tried to do my bit of contribution. Empathy to the world, empathy to other people. The worst empathy, the worst case is wars. Wars are really not empathy. They try to destroy people, and destroy people. There's not empathy. Even worse, they destroy by emitting carbon dioxide. That is even worse. So those are the things. But talking about the CSOs, I think you and your friends are doing well. So we just have to accommodate. That is why tomorrow there's a forum where previous past COP presidents like me will collect and talk about this, and to kind to formulate what to do. And I realized it is not a 1-year program. We were aiming for a 3-year program, COP 28, 29, 30, and 31. Hopefully, 21 will be the responsibility of Spa Brandon in Australia. Let's prepare for that. Well, God willing, I'm still around at that time. You are still around. It can't be done in a year or 2 years, 3 years. But then you start doing things, not repeating the mistakes that I've done. So I beg your forgiveness. Please don't replicate what I did.
Thank you, Her Excellency. So I think Pak Rachmat, Prof. Rachmat is only one that public participation and private participation should be having a meeting before, we call it pre-COP or something, and then after COP. But the problem, Prof, is the funding. Who's going to fund these things? But anyway, I just let the audience any more questions or sharing, whatever.
I think I would like the assistance of Brandon to ask,
please,
to answer the question aimed at me. How shall we do it, Brandon? Oh, there.
Okay, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the session. My name is Kasturi, and I'm from a project developer of carbon finance programs. So just building off of Sir's question on the private sector, my question is, how would you envisage the carbon market, especially the voluntary carbon market, for nature-based solutions in association with the Indonesian government, especially for mangrove ecosystems? That is my question. Thank you.
Thank you. That opens a topic that actually I forgot to mention. To do things, starting from a child of 2 years, 3 years, there's a technical carrot and stick. You give somebody some sweets, so they follow you. Otherwise, you hit them. This carrot and stick in the international, in this context, is the carbon trade. If you follow the rules of the carbon trade, which is prescribed by the UNFCCC, which is not quite complete, then you will be good. Otherwise, you will. So that is, we have to wait until every country is online, because not every country has a proper carbon trade law which is working at this time, including Indonesia. So we have to work towards that. And I repeat again that we have to prepare this around 3-4 months before the next COP, which I understand will be in Chile. I don't know, Checo. Will be in Checo. So, please, the CSOs, academics, please be ready to talk and insist on what to say in Czechoslovakia, even starting in March. Not close to that, just in the middle of the year. Okay, that's to be more. You can join our Zoom tomorrow, just at 10 o'clock. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
So thank you. It's always a pleasure to hear the insights from your many decades of experience working in the climate COPs. And I was looking at the map on the logo here, and it just reminded me of something I heard you say at previous dialogues about, as part of this bottom-up process of complementing the big global meetings with regional negotiations and regional dialogues. And looking at that map, you can see that Indonesia is actually, it's a good example of it. Is geographic, for many reasons, it's well placed to be at the centre of a regional dialogue. It's got many of the elements you talked about. A lot of the, it's a nexus of trade. It's a nexus of regional diplomacy, etc. So I just wondered if you could talk about that a bit more. This idea of, could we have, in addition to one big COP that might become it could become, for example, a biannual event, and in the preceding 2 years we have these series of regional negotiations and dialogues going on that are more bottom up, that are focused on interactions at that regional scale.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Brandon. Actually, I was hoping that we talk about it tomorrow. Well, Connie will be there, and you will be there, and Ivo de Boer will be there. At this moment, I think it's a general idea, but that a one single COP talking about everything with 80,000 people at one time, I don't think anybody can hear anyone else. So just in a negative sense, I think a COP like this is not so good. I remember that also the instigator of this big COP was Indonesia, because before COP 13 in Indonesia, COPs were only held by governments and only 200-300 people, 500 people. All of a sudden, we in Indonesia, we were visited by 12,000 people. That is not all. The next in Poland is 30,000, and then in Copenhagen, 40,000 people, all in the freezing atmosphere. And in Paris also. And now I heard that there's 50, no, there's 80 people, 80,000. I don't know where everybody is and what they're doing. But I think the idea that you heard yourself, that Connie Connie Hedegaard, the COP president of Denmark, suggesting let's have a thematic COP every so many years, and we talk about that in a professional way. Maybe that will, maybe discuss tomorrow, Brendan. Thank you for the question.
I have a 5 minute left. Is there any? What's happened? Is there any question? More question? Okay. Yeah, maybe it's the last question for this session. Okay.
It's okay. The presentation was very interesting. I came from Africa, Burkina Faso. I noticed that Africa is no way responsible for pollution as presented. So but Africa is suffering from this air pollution. So what can Indonesia do for climate change, more especially for Africa? Thank you.
Thank you for bringing up the subject. I did mention it, that because of the Bali roadmap and the Paris Accord, the developed nations should really contribute more to the countries that need. In particular, those developing countries, where we have in Africa and Burkina Faso. So I appeal again to the developed countries to honor their commitment to give the assistance to countries that are needed to fight climate change. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Prof. Rachmat Witoelar. So I think, because I get a sign from out there, so I have to close this Stadium General.
Please join the Zoom tomorrow. You can ask questions of a lot of people. Yes, you can do it from everywhere. Yeah?
Okay, please join the Zoom for tomorrow. At what time, Prof?
10 o'clock.
Oh, 10 o'clock. All right. So thank you for your coming, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you.
We are honored and privileged to have you, Prof, in the forum, so to pay our respect for your work for the environment as well as for the nation. We have prepared a special item to be presented by the Chief of Pavilion Indonesia, Pak Dirjen Agus Jus. Please kindly hand over our special merchandise to Professor Rachmat for sharing with us some valuable perspective and insights which provoke our thoughts, and also reminding us that the environment we live in, while bold and strong, still required a lot of protection. But together we can create a better, greener, and healthy planet. And of course, thank you, Papam, for assisting and guiding the forum so we all can end it in a timely manner. And thank you all for your participations. We look forward to see you again in the next 10 minutes. Enjoy your break and see you then.
datang acara itu kan ekspor apa itu yang kayak gitu juga kan.
Okay, welcome, dear guests and honorable speakers. Hope you all had a delightful lunch and ready to join in this discussion. So on this session, we will be talking about clean ammonia. So when you heard of ammonia, the first thing comes in your mind probably is fertilizer. However, the notion of clean ammonia as a fuel and energy store has gained traction. So Indonesia, as one of the world's largest ammonia producers and consumers, is aggressive in adopting and promoting clean technologies to foster a sustainable future. So let's have a clear understanding on the development of clean ammonia in Indonesia, its implementation challenges, as well as economic opportunities, as well as the idea on the technology advancement to enhance the deployment of clean ammonia. And to kick off the discussion, please welcome Policy Advisor, Indonesia Fertilizer Research Institute, Maranatha Ferial, to lead the session.
Hello. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this special talk session of Pavilion Indonesia at COP28 Dubai. And my name is Marnata, just as the young lady mentioned. And I want to take you to a journey to explore the progress of clean ammonia in Indonesia. Indonesia is one of the top 5 global ammonia producers and consumers, and it is critical for the country to adopt and promote clean technologies to combat climate change and foster sustainable developments. However, some challenges must be addressed, namely carbon captures and storage technology, renewable energy sources, certifications, carbon pricings, and incentives. During this talk, we will delve into our 4 critical aspects: the progress of clean ammonia in Indonesia, policy and investment support, challenges and barriers, technology advancements. Without further ado, I would like to invite our distinguished speakers here. There is Mr. Rachmat Pribadi, the President Director of Pupuk Indonesia, Mr. Budi Santoso Sharif, President Director of Pupuk Iskandar Muda, Ms. Belladonna Maulianda, Executive Director of Indonesia CCS Centers, and also Special Energy Advisor to the Minister of Maritime and Investment Affairs of Indonesia. Please, Bapak, Ibu. Ya, sini Pak, satu persatu. And Ms. Maya Gucci, Director for International Strategy on Energy Resource Office, Natural Resources and Fuel Departments of Ministry of Economy, Trade, Industry of Government of Japan. And Ms. Tanya Faller, the Head of Energy and Climate Change from GIZ, Tunisia. Welcome. Okay, how are you, gentlemen and ladies? Great. Okay, to begin with, let's hear a video from Deputy Minister of Coordinating Ministry of Maritime and Investment, Bapak Jody Mahardi. Please enjoy. So in the meantime, we'll start the sessions and maybe play the video afterwards. And as we delve into the intricacies of ammonia production in Indonesia, it becomes evident that Pupuk Indonesia stands as a pivotal force, playing a dual role in shaping the nation's agricultural landscape through fertilizer provisions and contributing significantly to the global chemical industry with ammonia productions. The impact of Pupuk Indonesia resonates not only domestically, but also across international markets. So today we have the privilege to have Mr. Rachmat to shed light on how the company, how Pupuk Indonesia, as dominant player globally, perceive and embrace this transformative technology. The stage is yours, Mr. Rachmat.
Thank you, Nata. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor for me to be here with you in very important topics. I will share with you the progress of our clean ammonia business in Indonesia, what has been done, and where are we going to be moving forward. First of all, I'd like to also greet my fellow speaker, Pak Budi from Pupuk Iskandar Muda, one of our subsidiary, Bu Bella from the Coordinating Ministry of Maritime and Investment, my Mayaguchi from METI, and Tanya. Thank you to be with you guys. Pupuk Indonesia, let me move the slides. Okay. For those who doesn't know or know a little bit about Pupuk Indonesia is a state-owned enterprise. Wait, hang on, there is some technical glitch with the presentations. Okay. Okay, I'll just go through and the slide can follow afterward. Pupuk Indonesia is state-owned enterprises. Within our Pupuk Indonesia, we have 10 subsidiaries. And Pupuk Indonesia is the largest end fertilizer producer in Asia Pacific, Middle East, and North Africa. We produce 9.3 million tons of urea. And beside that, we also produce a petrochemical product, namely ammonia. Our capacity, production capacity is 7 million tons of ammonia. That makes us also as the largest ammonia producer in Asia Pacific and MENA. Of course, with the size that we have, we are very keen and we are very enthusiastic in seeing how clean ammonia business will impact our business. But first of all, I'd like to also take you to the Indonesia. Everybody knows that COP28 is a very important event that will put together all the stakeholders to make sure that the greenhouse carbon emission can be reduced as planned. And Indonesia has targeted 31.89% unconditional as a national determined commitment. And hang on. Okay, there's some, okay. Okay. Now, Pupuk Indonesia, as the largest ammonia and urea producers, we obviously have some carbon emissions. And for that, we are committed to support the government effort to reach the NDCs. And I'm very proud to share with you that our actions to achieve the NDC target is on track. In fact, it's ahead of our target. Our actual greenhouse gas emissions from 2010 to 2023 amounting 1.5 million tons of CO2 equivalent. Well ahead of the target, which is 1.2 million tons of carbon CO2. We do this through several activities by replacing the old plant with more efficient plant. We have co-firing in our coal boiler and some other natural-based solutions. Oops. Hang on. Okay. This is the roadmap. As I mentioned to you earlier, out of that 31.89% of national determined commitment, Pupuk Indonesia as an IPPU and also energy producer, we are mandated to reduce our carbon emission by 22% by 2030. And today, we have reduced that by 24%, which means we are well ahead of our target, and we are very confident that we will achieve to net zero carbon emissions in 2060. We do that through many activities from, as I mentioned before, improving the efficiency of our existing facilities, investment in circular economy businesses. We started to develop carbon capture storage. We started to develop green energy and also clean chemical business. Okay. So Pupuk Indonesia, we produce 7 million tons of ammonia and 9.3 million tons of urea. All of that ammonia is gray ammonia. Our aspirations is to decarbonize our existing business and at the same time developing a new business, which is clean ammonia business. We will convert the existing facilities. Now we have 7 million, and by 2050, our ammonia capacity production will be 12 million something. And out of that 12 million something, only 1 million tons are gray ammonia. So we will be decarbonizing and at the same time developing the new business. And that strategy is in line with our strategy house that is set in 2024 and 28. So now why I think that, now why I think that this is something that is feasible to do in Indonesia. First of all, Indonesia has huge potential of carbon storage. But this is very important for Indonesia, but extremely important for Pupuk Indonesia because 2 out of 3 large carbon storage capacity is within proximity of our existing production facility, which is in Arun, Aceh, and East Kalimantan. The top three carbon storage facilities in Aceh, in East Kalimantan, and in Masela, which is in Maluku. So we are very optimistic that we can convert our existing or decarbonize our existing facility, and at the same time we will develop a new business in clean ammonia. Second thing, which is very important. Okay, the critical part of entering into clean ammonia business is renewable energy resources. And Indonesia has a huge potential in energy, renewable energy resources. So we have huge carbon storage capacity, we have huge renewable energy resources. And third, which is very important, is that Pupuk Indonesia has developed competency over 50 years in producing ammonia. So we know this business very well. There is green and blue. The differences between green and blue, for those who doesn't know, green is ammonia that is produced using renewable feedstock. And blue hydrogen or blue ammonia is where you use a conventional production facility and you store the CO2. We have this existing capacity. So we have the existing capacity, we have strong knowledge in production, in producing ammonia, we have the experience, and we are sitting in the 2 large carbon storage capacities. So I think Pupuk Indonesia, and I believe Pupuk Indonesia has a solid reasons that we will be the first, among the first to enter into this business. In our roadmap, now we have 27 agreements with the off-taker, with the technology provider, with the renewable resources producers. And we are confident through the joint study that we have, we are confident that by 2025, we will have the first FID, financial investment decision, by 2025, and then we will start the construction in 2026, and then we will start to have first operation of a small-scale clean ammonia in 2028. And then, as I mentioned before, by 2050, we will increase our ammonia capacity from 7 million to 12.9 million tons of ammonia. But the very important thing is that the gray ammonia portion of this 12.9 million tons of ammonia is very small. Now, this does not come without challenges. We have challenges in regulation. We've discussed with the Indonesian government on how an industry like us is allowed to use a geological storage to store our carbon. And of course, economics. Very high capital, it's very expensive operations, and the technology is still very early. So the energy intensity in the existing technology is still very high. And third is the infrastructure. There is a limited, for example, electricity grid for renewable resources and some other things like CO2 pipeline and so on and so forth. So I think I'd like to end this presentation by inviting like-minded individuals and corporations to join with us. These climate action, stronger climate action need collaborations, and it is impossible for Pupuk Indonesia to be there alone doing all of this. So we invite everybody who are in the room physically and virtually to be part of this journey, and we would like to welcome any initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rachmat, for that insightful presentations. So, Mr. Rachmat, you have such strong ambitions to develop the clean ammonia and decarbonize the fertilizer industry. So, can you define more about how the Pupuk Indonesia's progress in achieving its ambitions and what factors influence that?
Well, as I mentioned, we have 27 agreements in place right now with technology provider, with off-taker, potential off-taker, with renewable resources provider. So we are there right now. So we have done most of the study that is needed for a business to kickstart. We are very confident that by 2025 we will have our first FID. Just during this, during this COP28, we have signed few agreements. One is an agreement with a bank who will guide us in green financing, and we signed an agreement with a large renewable resources provider. So we are very confident, and we have done some study with our Japanese friends on identifying which area will be the most feasible area to start a blue ammonia project. And we also have an agreement with a group of Danish company to develop green ammonia using nuclear or thorium in this case. So we are very confident that we will complete all the study by next year, and then we will have the first investment decision by 2025.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Rachmat. So we are going to zoom in to one of the projects of Pupuk Indonesia with its subsidiary. So in the heart of the strategic Malaccan Strait, specifically in Lok Sumawe, Aceh, a transformative venture has taken root, the development of clean ammonia project. The government of Indonesia has earmarked this bustling deep sea trade route as the home for green industrial clusters, a testament to nation commitment to sustainable and innovative products. Today, we have an honor to invite Mr. Budi to provide us about the progress of the developments and what kind of projects that Mr. Budi works on. So please share your stories, Mr. Budi.
Okay. Good afternoon, all of participants and speakers. I will deliver the current development of green industry cluster and green ammonia in Aceh. Next. Pupuk Iskandar Muda is located in Aceh and has a strong position for business and trading. Aceh is strategically located near Malacca Strait and therefore is crucial for global trading. Malacca Strait is undoubtedly the most important route for trading as it connects west and east of global issues. With special privilege, as we are part of Arun Lok Sumawe Special Economic Zone, our business will enjoy various fiscal benefits that are offered by the government of Indonesia. Our location is also displaying immense potential that can be developed for clean business and green industrial cluster. With proximity to potential natural gas resources, CCS and abundant green power resource such as hydropower, geothermal, solar, and wind, it is very promising to build clean ammonia business in Aceh. On the other hand, clean ammonia demand is soaring globally, especially in South Korea and Japan. Next. We have developed a concept of integrated supply chain from production, storage, and transport, and also off-taker at the end of the line. Nowadays, ammonia is no longer commodity for fertilizer only, and instead useful also for other sectors such as energy. In the next few years, we plan to diversify our ammonia downstream usage by embracing new market demand in energy sector. Our clean ammonia or blue ammonia is derived from natural gas, and it will be integrated with CCS in Arun gas field by utilizing 37-kilometer long pipe for CO2 transportation, making it the most visible and strategic location for blue ammonia development. Currently, we have conducted the feasibility study of blue ammonia and green ammonia development in Aceh through collaboration with several key partners such as Pupuk Indonesia, Mitsui and Company, and Toyo Engineering. However, there are several barriers and challenges in the clean ammonia business development, such as new technology, cost, and supportive policy that currently is not available yet in Indonesia. With our ambition to take part in global decarbonization campaign and to achieve net zero emission by 2060 or sooner, we have outlined several decarbonization programs as follows. Energy efficiency, implementing energy efficiency by reducing our energy consumption throughout day-to-day operation. Industrial reforestation, planting high carbon absorption capacity trees in the green belt area of the plant, and also residential area. Revamping PIM2 to reduce energy consumption. Then blue ammonia, constructing a standalone blue ammonia plant by injecting the generated CO2 in Arun gas field. And revitalize our business PIM1B by replacing gray ammonia urea existing plant to a larger capacity with high energy efficiency. And the last, green ammonia, establish hybrid green ammonia pilot project in collaboration with strategic partners as the initial step towards state-alone green ammonia plant. Next. Our commitment to build green business is translated into Green Industrial Cluster or GIC, which will be developed in Iskandar Muda Industrial Area or IMEA, where it comprises total area of 120 hectares. We also have plotted several key areas for the main industries such as blue ammonia plant with production capacity of 2,500 metric ton per day. Currently is in feasibility study state where we have secured investor and also securing off-taker. Green ammonia plant with production capacity of 2,500 metric ton per day currently is still in preparation for joint development agreement for mini green ammonia pilot project. Green hydrogen plant in collaboration with German company, Augustus Global Investment, where MOU has been signed by the parties. And green hydrogen peroxide, where we will utilize renewable hydrogen as feedstock. In the EMEA, our GIC promotes solar farm, green mobility, and also ESG approach to strengthen climate resilience by transitioning into clean energy, where it will help us to achieve net zero emission. We believe our green and sustainable industrial concept will improve social outcome in the region. That's all my presentation. Thank you for always supporting us in our campaign for climate change.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Budi, for the excellent presentations. And I have one questions about your projects. So you are in developing a special economic zone in the Aceh. What is the advantages to have investment in this area?
You mean in
The special economic zone, yeah.
Okay, so you can see at the monitor that our government give the incentive for specialized economic zone. There are 6 tax and custom exemption. They up to 20 years tax holiday, and then exemption of import duties, and then also government give us the free trade of goods, inland road free trade agreement, also the 0% of custom fee. And then there are friendly labor regulation, then immigration privilege, special visa arrangement, and also longer stay visa and multiple entries, and also the privilege on land and properties right, up to 80 years on land of and property gives. And the last is one line single permit. That are the incentive for the special economic zone.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Budi. It's such a privilege to have investment in your special economic zones of green industrial clusters. So, in the pursuit of blue ammonia as a crucial transition to green ammonia, 2 fundamental pillars emerge: the advancements of carbon capture and storage, and also the formulation of supportive policies. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Maritime and Investment Affairs of Indonesia has a significant project, establishment of CCS hub in Indonesia. At the forefront of these critical intersections between technology, policy, and sustainable developments, we have Ms. Belladonna here, as a distinguished expert in the field, and we'll hear your talks, Ms. Belladonna, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mas Maranatha. So first of all, I'd like to say thank you to Pupuk Indonesia, Pak Rachmat, for having me here in the Indonesia Pavilion in the Blue Ammonia session. So basically today I'll be talking about facilitating Pupuk Indonesia's Blue Ammonia development through Indonesia CCS Hub. So I'm Belladonna Molianda, I'm the Special Advisor for the Coordinating Ministry of Maritime Investment, also the Executive Director of Indonesia CCS Center. Next slide, please. So basically, I want to introduce Indonesia CCS Center. It's a non-profit think tank independent organization. We're helping the government and also the private and public sector to deploy Indonesia as the regional CCS hub. So there are many things that we are working on, either on the G2G, B2B, regulatory framework, and many more. Next slide. So don't get me wrong, I'm old, I'm 40 years old, I do have 4 kids, right? So some people are taking me, just finished an undergrad. I did my PhD in CCS in Canada. I've been working in the industry for 20 years, 12 years in Canada, 4 years in Malaysia, and many more. Next slide. So basically, I'll be talking about 3 things. What is the importance of the topic, which is context setting. And then the second one, how CCS can enable the blue ammonia development, and also some of the important takeaway messages. Next slide. So I know this is a pretty busy slide, but just to let you know that CCS is also supporting the non-energy sector, which is we do have petrochemical industry in Indonesia that is, like Pak Rachmat mentioned, we are one of the largest ammonia and fertilizer producer in the world. That's why CCS can help the hard-to-abate industry, and one of them is Pupuk Indonesia. So you can see on the left part of this slide is basically there are some of the statistics, the emission sources coming from, and industry is one of them. So we want to consider this potential industry as the future potential customers of CCS. And then you can see there are 2 pie chart or donut chart, which is on the 2023 and 2030 the potential CCS, or the potential CO2 that can be stored from different ways of technology. And then these are some of the things that we can explore, and one of them is CCS. Next slide, please. So just to give you a global benchmark, basically CCS projects are essentials in decarbonizing the non-energy sector, and then it can bring a new potential revenue streams for the energy consumer industries such as Pupuk Indonesia. You can see that we did a global benchmarking with many countries, US, Japan, Canada, and many more. There are many industries such as biofuel, hydrogen, iron and steel, and other fuel transformations. So you can see that the emitters are very varying from the hydrogen, shell, which is the oil and gas, and then refinery, and many more. And then you can see that on the very right part of the slide is there are different types of the carbon usage or sequestration. There is geological storage, and they're converting the CO2 to the added value products, and many more. Next slide, please. So this is a global benchmark with the UK East Coast Cluster. It's a T-site industrial cluster. Basically, they're using a CCS hub or industrial cluster concept. It's a collective of emitters nearby to the injectors. You can see that there are many multiplier effects of CCS hub. So we are aspiring to be the regional CCS hub. Like Pak Rachmat put it on the map before, there were many hubs that were already mapped by Indonesia CCS Center that we can push forward for the CCS hub development. So some of the benefits of using CCS hub concept is we're going to reduce the cost because we're using the same infrastructure, then we're gonna share the cost, liabilities, and many more. And then we're going to share the commercial risk as well, and then we can give the equal CCS opportunities across the value chain from the emitters, transporter, and also the injectors. And then based on the UK global benchmark here, it's going to create job opportunities. In UK, it will create around 25,000 to 50,000 jobs per year. So that one is using the UK labor cost. If we convert it to the Indonesian labor cost, it's going to create even more jobs. And then it's going to support the low carbon industries or low carbon products at the high premium products, such as blue ammonia. Next slide, please. So we came up with this map of the Indonesia hubs, either from Arun to Papua. We map it with the major emitters, which is the petrochemicals, such as Pupuk, refinery, power plant, and also smelters. We're mapping the energy consumer industries nearby with the injectors or the operators, which is the geological subsurface. You can see that is the green dots. So we can have many hubs in Indonesia. Probably some of the biggest one is on the Papua, and then on the eastern part of Indonesia, and then on the northern part of Java, and then either on the northern part of Sumatra and also southern part of Sumatra. And then Indonesia has many benefits, such as the large storage capacity. We do have a range between 80 gigatons to 600 gigatons. Our national agency research just updated this number to 600 gigatons a few weeks ago. And then we have pretty strategic location for CCS cross-border from Singapore, Japan, and South Korea. And then why they want to do cross-border? Because they have carbon tax in place, where Indonesia, we don't have carrot and stick yet. We don't have carbon tax. We don't have incentive yet. But, we do have these leverages that we are the strategic location for CCS hub. And then, like Pak Rachmat and Pak Budi mentioned, that we are pretty strong in the downstream industries. One of them is petrochemicals. So then, these petrochemical industries will produce the low carbon products that we can export it in the future to the Europe and many other developed countries, where these developed countries are requiring net zero emission throughout the scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. And then we are having a rapid development of CCS and CCS projects, pre-projects and studies. They are taken in place already, and then they're waiting for the regulation to be implemented as projects. Next slide, please. So I want to share about the progresses that Indonesia has in the regulatory framework. We launched our presidential regulation in carbon pricing in 2021. We launched within this March the regulation of ministry in CCS and CCUS within the oil and gas working area. And then we just launched our financial authority regulation, which is OJK, that caters for the carbon trading. And then we just launched our national standards on October 31st on 4 national standards in geological storage. We were adopting ISO standards TC265, number 14, 15, 18, and 23. In the next year, we're going to work on the carbon capture and transportation standards, helping BSN, our national agency. And then we are on the final stage in finishing our presidential regulation that has 3 major differences with our ministerial regulation. The first one, it will allow the CCS cross-border. It will bring a new market for the Pupuk Indonesia and many more industries. The second one, it will allow the emission from other industries such as petrochemical and Pupuk Indonesia. And then the third one, it will allow the other industries to store and inject the CO2 beyond the oil and gas working area, whether we're going to have the saline aquifer beyond the oil and gas. And we are also supporting SKK Migas as the regulator to put in place the implemented regulation, which is PTK SKK Migas. And currently, we are also having international collaboration with United Nations, U.S. Department of Energy, Canada, Norway, Australia, which is Global CCS Institute. We're working closely with them, and also ECADIN. ECADIN are also here. And then we are exploring G2G bilateral MOU to allow the CCS cross-border because we are not the London Protocol participating party, so we do need a G2G agreement and also the IMO permits. Next slide, please. So we are using the diagram tree from Pupuk. Actually, we are mapping which are the low carbon products that we can aim for Pupuk, such as blue ammonia, blue hydrogen, blue methanol, and many more. As you can see on the right part of the slides, we can have a low carbon products that, the market size now is around 642 billion US dollar. We do have blue and green ammonia. The market is also big, between 7 to 18 billion dollars, and same with methanol. This market is projecting increasing in the future even more. Next slide, please. So we already see the diagram tree of the low carbon products from Pupuk Indonesia, that we can see that the global demand of ammonia keeps increasing, where like Pak Rachmat mentioned that the global demand can be covered by the blue and also the green ammonia. So we can see that, this ammonia is as a part of the fuel mix, that there are many off-takers already. For example, Japan, they're going to buy the blue ammonia for the co-firing. Next slide, please. So this is the global example of blue ammonia between Saudi Arabia and Japan Blue Ammonia Network, that you can see that it's a proof of concept of blue ammonia partnership between Aramco, SABIC, and also Japanese companies. They are doing around 40 tons of blue ammonia, and then this blue ammonia can be used for the co-firing and also the powered microgas turbine in Fukushima. So I think the same concept of network of blue ammonia can be mimicked by Pupuk Indonesia in the near future. Next slide, please. Okay, this is a very hot news. On November 13, 2023 in Washington, D.C., President Jokowi just had a meeting with President Biden, and then one of the pointers of the bilateral discussion is CCS, carbon capture and storage, and then Indonesia CCS Center was mentioned in the White House fact sheet, that we've been working together with the commercial and legal department of U.S. Government, and then there was another investment being done in Indonesia, which is Exxon. Exxon invested $15 billion for the net zero petrochemical facility in Indonesia. So this is a very good example that CCS is a license to invest. So Exxon, as a global investor, their main FID criteria, whether they can be CCS or not for their new facility. Next slide, please. This is my last slide. Basically, we do have challenges like Pak Rachmat and Pak Budi mentioned, and then we do need the strategic development of the industry, either in the B2B and also G2G. And then we map the challenges, and then what we can do together as a collective effort. For example, in the high upfront investment, Pupuk Indonesia can perform accurate cost estimate for the CCS, and then how to produce blue ammonia, what are the costs is required for this. And then the government role, we can support in terms of the external credit rating, help to de-risk the early investment, and then we can work on probably to make the blue ammonia as a pioneer industry. And then cost competitiveness, Pupuk Indonesia can implement efficient technology and processes to make it more cost efficient. And then the government role is to support investment in terms of the facilities and infrastructure. And then the premium derivative market, which is the high premium, low carbon products, Pupuk Indonesia can maximize the revenue throughout the high potential buyers or off-taker. And then the government, we can support the G2G partnership to lower the cost, to bring the global investors, and to support the domestic ecosystem growth. So that's all from me. These are some of the key takeaway messages, but they're all there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bella. So that's a very important insights from you. And with the current policy of carbon in place, and you have also mentioned about the US and Indonesia corporations just recently, how fast do you think the CCS hub can fully operate and emerge in Indonesia? Can you give us the hint for that?
Yeah, that's a good question, Mas Marnata. I mean, like, we always work this CCS until like 1 a.m. in the morning every day, right? Working on it, and then try to convince all the stakeholders and so on. So basically, to develop a CCS hub, we're learning from the Northern Light Hub in the Norway. It's the first and the largest CCS hub in the world. We know there are many stakeholders that we do need, from the project developer, the leader, the PMO, the emitters, transporter, and many more. So that's why in Indonesia CCS Center, we do have members. Pupuk Indonesia is one of the member, the key member that, we have to work together and so on, and then to bring the costs lower down, and then bring the investment and so on. So to make a hub, it wouldn't be that fast compared to the standalone project. We compare with Malaysia. Malaysia is pushing forward for a standalone project in 2026 for Kasuari, right? So I think if we can make, for example, one winning story, just a small hub, right? For example, Pupuk Indonesia work together with for example, in Kalimantan, we do have Chevron, we do have Pertamina, Hulu Mahakam, and so on. Then, we can use the existing infrastructure. I think that will be easier, Pak. And also in Arun, for example, we can work together and in the emitters, collective emitters, and also the nearby gas field, right? That is already depleted over there. I think Pupuk can be the first success story to be the hub. I don't think it will be that long. Pak Rachmat put it in 2025. I think let's make it to that timeline.
I believe there will be a further discussions afterwards between Pak Rachmat and Mbak Bella. Now, we have heard everyone mentions this country, the Japan. At the forefront of the sustainable innovation, Japan has emerged as a pioneer in developing clean ammonia. So crafting policies that specifically address the strategic utilizations of hydrogens and its crucial derivative. With clear visions, transitions toward a net zero future, Japan has strategically embraced ammonia as a critical component on its journey. Today we have the privilege to invite Ms. Maya Yaguchi to share how's the Japan's visions about the clean ammonia. As you heard before, everyone mentions Japan's in their clean ammonia developments. Please, Ms. Maya Yaguchi. Yeah, I think you can.
It's on?
Yeah.
Is it? Oh.
Yeah.
So thank you for the introduction, and thank you for this opportunity to speak in front of this audience. So I'm Maya Gucci. I am the Director for International Strategy for Energy Resource. So I would like to take this opportunity to introduce or briefly explain what Japan sees in ammonia. So, okay, thank you. So first of all, why, well, hydrogen and ammonia. So we see why we place importance in this is because we see for us, for Japan, we think this hydrogen and ammonia is essential for us in achieving three goals that we want to achieve simultaneously, which is, of course, carbon neutrality. Then for us, as a country that is surrounded by sea and have not much natural resource, energy security is an essential part. And then, of course, in transitioning to a green economy, we want to achieve economic growth. So we see that in the first pillar of carbon neutrality, we see that hydrogen and ammonia are a key component for us in realizing our pledge to reduce greenhouse gas emission by 46% by 2030, and also achieving carbon neutrality in 2050. The second pillar, the energy security, as I mentioned, we are a country that lacks energy resources. Unlike Indonesia, we are very dependent on our energy resource. We import almost all our fossil fuels from abroad. And by shifting to hydrogen and ammonia for our power source, we see this as an opportunity to diverse our procurement sources. The third pillar is the economic growth. We see this as a transition to be a opportunity for Japan's industrial enhancing Japan's industrial competitiveness. For example, in the hydrogen area, we have we have many patents in fuel cells. In ammonia, we are pushing to develop co-firing technologies for power plants. So we want to kind of build upon this technological strengths to enhance our industrial competitiveness. So next slide, this is a power mix that we are targeting for 2030. We put out our sixth strategic energy plan, and it seems very small, but we are targeting to have hydrogen and ammonia to be used about approximately 1% in our power mix, which is equivalent to 3 million tons of hydrogen and ammonia. Right, so this is, just to explain, I don't think this needs to be explained to this audience, but we see ammonia not just as a carrier, but also as a source of fuel. And we see the advantage here because ammonia of course, does not emit CO2 during combustion. And also, it can be produced both from natural gas, fossil fuels, with CO2 offset, and also renewable energy. So it can transition from blue to green, which we see as a valuable feature in transitioning to net zero. So this is a kind of a roadmap. It's a very busy roadmap. Which shows how we are going to introduce and expand our fuel and ammonia. This is targeted by 2050. And it's a busy roadmap, but it's in three parts. It's the demand, supply, and the international collaboration. For demand, as I mentioned, by 2030, we see, in order to achieve our target of 1% in our power mix of ammonia and hydrogen, we would need 3 million tons of hydrogen and ammonia. So in order to generate the demand, we, as a government, we are supporting development and deployment of co-firing technology, which we see as is a very important part in our net zero policy. And also in the supply side, of course, we need to be able to procure 3 million tons of hydrogen ammonia, which we are doing by, we also support this by government subsidies, and also try to support new technology that can produce ammonia in a more low-cost and efficient way. And the third pillar is the establishing a international cooperation framework between other countries in order to recognize the importance of fuel ammonia, because I think the importance of fuel, not just ammonia, but fuel ammonia, is not recognized as much in the global context. So this is just an example of the technology that we are funding through government funds. This is a fund called Green Innovation Fund, which speaks, the name speaks for itself. We are funding technology that will transition, that will achieve a green transformation. These are examples of technologies related to fuel ammonia supply chain. So on the right side, we support both the supply side and the demand side. So on the right side is the supporting high ratio co-firing and single fuel firing burners, which is IHI, Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, JERA, Tohoku University, and so on. And also on the left side is the supplying technology, which is our production technology, which allows us to production of ammonia in a more large scale and reduced cost by 2030. This is just an example of the demand side of a project that is currently undergoing in Japan for coal-firing. And we are trying to achieve, this project is trying to achieve 50% and more coal-firing by ammonia power generation with fossil fuel coal-firing. And yeah, so, and we are aiming to, this project aims to complete this project by 2024, which is next year. Also, as a global movement, we think it is important to, in order to develop a fuel ammonia supply chain, just developing demand within our country is not enough. I think it is important to expand the demand market. In that sense, we see Asia as a partner, which also has motives to use fuel ammonia for their power generation. So as an example, with Indonesia, we, in April 2022, we have started a feasibility study on a ammonia co-firing at the Suralaya coal power plant. And recently, in March this year, there was a MOU signed between MHI and PNP in Java region to discuss underway for a coal-fired ammonia at the Karan power plant. And not just in Asia, we think we feel the importance of spreading the recognition of the significance of fuel ammonia. So we annually have an international conference on fuel ammonia in order to kind of spread the recognition of the importance of fuel ammonia and kind of make a cooperation within like-minded countries to understand the possibility of using fuel ammonia. Right. So that is kind of what our brief thought on policy of fuel ammonia. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mayaguchi. That's a very insightful presentation from Ms. Mayaguchi. And you have mentioned about collaborations and working together with other countries. And I need to know, how do you perceive technology and investments with international partners such as Indonesia can benefit Japan in securing its energy transitions and its neighbor?
Yes. So I think it for us, because we are a small country. There's a drop of water. So,
Ammonia.
Okay. So because we are a small country, we need to cooperate both with other countries in order to generate or expand both the demand and the supply. And we see Indonesia is a very important partner because Indonesia sees it's not just a supplier, but also is exploring to use fuel ammonia for their power plants. And discussing this internationally, we don't see much of you don't see so this kind of value.
I think you should.
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
you should move.
It's a little raining here. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Excuse me. So.
We are sorry for that.
No, not at all. So what Japan is seeking to do is work with other Asian countries to kind of spread this understanding of the possibility of fuel ammonia as a transitioning technology in the power plant.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mayaguchi. The global landscape is underlying a profound transformations driven by geopolitics shift, economic dynamics, and shared commitment to achieving net zero aspirations. A notable accelerations in the adoption of clean hydrogen and ammonia has become a hallmark of this era, with influential players such as the G7, European Union, Middle East countries, Japan, Australia actively embarking on endeavors to harness the potential of these clean energy sources. Today, we are fortunate to have Ms. Tanya, who will provide the global perspective on the developments of clean ammonia and hydrogen in the world. Please, Ms. Tanya.
First of all, thank you very, very much for having us here. I feel very honored to be able to exchange with you because our position, you will see, comes from a little bit different background. So I think it's so important that we exchange to jointly create solutions to reach the targets the international community has jointly signed. So thank you very much for that openness, for your hospitality, and for your, we would say, Freigeist, free ghost thinking, as we say in German. Thanks a lot. So I will hopefully manage the technology. So where I will share a little bit is on a program on the current policy regime, the future of clean ammonia. And I'm not a chemical engineer, but I'm an economist and a financial economist. I also have many kids, 5, so I was happy to hear I'm not the only crazy mad woman in that, having a career and kids. Thank you very much. And I will share our perspective from GIZ, which is also a state-owned enterprise, by the way. So we're very similar to the host in terms of developing clean ammonia industries in the countries. And I will not share a lot on Indonesia. My goal is to share a little bit on different options. So what makes ammonia the first of the green hydrogen applications? So why we talk about green ammonia is very different. The conversation we're having comes really on. It will be the first of all the green, and that's for us, green hydrogen solutions that's commercially viable, because it already is. So I will take you a step back. The logic that we're applying within GIZ, and I would say to a large degree even within our government, which is the German government, which may not be the same, by the way, for the rest of Europe. So there is debates as well. We're actively engaging in conversations. Is that for us, in order to be green, it has to be coming from renewable energy. So we're not that much involved in a CCS for the hydrogen production. That's different from energy production, because it's the additionality point where a green hydrogen application for us can only be green the moment it's done from renewable energy and the water is not used from drinking water, but from water that's additionally available. So it is fast to be commercially viable, and that's what makes it exciting and interesting. The second point of view is also, while many of the options we have to use green hydrogen are very much focused on Europe and on already very, let's say, industrialized economies, in some countries, like the one I work in for GIZ, we have an enormous potential to generate renewable energy, to generate green hydrogen, to generate green ammonia, but we do not have a potential to decarbonize many sectors, with the exception, by the way, of the fertilizer sector. So it's a very unique sector because it's the first local application. And for us, when we work with funds from our ODA funds, this is the only thing we would like to finance. Germany has a very clear logic on not wanting to finance export with ODA funds. That would be other funds that are also available, but we like to distinguish and support local economies in as much as possibly untied way. So it's a quite unique and very different point of view. And as an economist, and as a former financial economist, I understand all the rational gas financing. So I'm not entering a technical debate. I'm presenting a different point of view that hopefully can enrich in here. So yeah, ammonia is the cheapest of the green hydrogen derivative. That makes it economically viable when other things are not yet, because we're creating a market, which is what I'm excited about. This is a fully new thing that's happening. Well, it's also carbon cheap in that sense, so it's just economically viable. Then there is a green and blue ammonia cost breakdown, and that really just illustrates a bit the point here. We will share the slides later on. I don't want to bore the estimate audience with all that, but still, we're not fully there. So there is a rationale for incentives, public incentives, for the ammonia to be green, and actually we would believe even blue. So there is a role for the public sector to further engage in it. In some countries, like Tunisia, I would argue because we import the fertilizer, which brings additional costs, it indeed is already closer to being at the breakdown point where it is economically viable. In others, such as Indonesia, I think potentially not. So there is a need for subsidization until we hit the point where the market can take care of it. Yep, so I think this is a little bit on the markets, the market logic that we're applying in Europe. So we have key regulation to support the transition towards a clean hydrogen, which with the Renewable Energy Directive in the EU Fit 55, which is the reduction of 55 of the emissions by 2030. So you see Europe is relatively ambitious. And I think that's one of the things I currently appreciate about Europe, that we're leading the way there. And we should not forget, however, that emissions don't stop at our borders because we also bring in many, many goods. So aviation and maritime transport accounts for around 28% of the EU and 21% of the world transport's emission. And I agree exactly here, green ammonia can make a difference. So here we're talking a little bit on the fuel, on the sustainable aircraft fuel, which I think is something that also will be coming, particularly as we're tightening up non-tariff, as an economist I say that, you're not going to read that anywhere from the government, but basically it's non-tariff trade issues that we're putting in place with a carbon price adjustment. There is a rationale for doing that, and I support that rationale, but I think it's important to be clear in this as well. So we have new upcoming maritime regulation that will also continue certain obligation here on the carbon intensity that will require further reduction in the carbon intensity and therefore push the market hopefully towards an economically viable solution for green ammonia. So this is all from the International Maritime Organization. I'm going to be quick. This will all be at your disposal, so please. So it's what is exciting about ammonia, and I think, you know, you can do that much better than me because I'm not the chemical engineer. I'm just the economist. For me, it's exciting that it's economically viable and that it's actually currently today needed. So this is one of the issues that I think a lot of it is used at feedstock at production at site, 10% traded. And we see already that ammonia does carry a little bit of challenges, and that's why I'm happy that such experienced countries such as Indonesia and such experienced companies at Pupuk are taking the lead on it, because it does carry a risk. It is a risky business as well in terms of explosion. I think there will be this cute little slide that points out that it's not only a fertilizer, it can be used for refrigeration and explosive. So there's a certain production risk where we do need able and skilled producers to be working on it. And I think there's an interesting role for Pupuk and for Indonesia in there. So we look at the expanded vision in heat transfer, in transport fuel, and in energy storage. What is for us interesting is that ammonia is a very good and simple energy storage as well, because we need to decarbonize the hard-to-abate sectors in Europe, and we will not be able to produce all the renewable energy that we would need. So it's clear, we will be net energy importer. So we're aiming at the hard-to-abate sectors, particularly fertilizers here, very interesting conversation to be having, because we also will not be able to go out of fertilizer production because there's a need for food for this planet. So I think most of those points have made before, so I'm going to go through. We've had the blue-green conversation, and I just want to highlight that to me, it's very interesting that the enormous potential of geothermal energy in Indonesia has not yet considered in the conversation, or not yet considered at large. I'm sure it has to some point. But Indonesia is a country with an enormous potential on hydrogen, also because it's based on an enormous geothermal potential, which the German corporation in the past has supported massively. So I think this is an interesting opportunity, because geothermal energy is a base load energy. So it could be much more cost competitive than all the mixtures in between solar and wind that we're currently seeing in Northern Africa. So yeah, there comes a little bit on GSZ perspectives. It's interesting, the extraordinary development story. I think our Indonesian colleagues can speak much better about that. I just really want to highlight the geothermal logic there, because I think it's a golden opportunity that can be combined with existing CCS technologies, and that could lead to Pupuk becoming a leader in this market, and I think it's a great opportunity, and I'm happy we're having this conversation. So, yep, this is a little bit about what we do. We're a partner of the Hydrogen Business Desk. My colleagues put that together. We have a large involvement in Indonesia in the energy space, environmental protection, vocational education, as well as the cross-cutting issues. And we have the Hydrogen Business Desk that's also promoting German hydrogen expertise in Indonesia, especially through online seminars with German experts. There's information on the topic of green hydrogen in Indonesia, research, etc. So I just wanted to be key figures. I'm sure you know them better than us, so there's no point in me highlighting them to you. But we see the energy sector, the chemical sector, and the transport sector is very promising. And the International P2X Hub, H2Up, and H2 Diplo are initiatives you may come across in the conversation around. And we've worked on many countries. Also, Tunisia's missing here. Interesting. I will have to talk to my colleagues on clean ammonia because it is indeed the first economically viable application of green hydrogen. Thank you very much. There's a couple of slides on EU funding. I just want to share that because it may be of interest to some of the people. I will not speak on them, but if the PowerPoint is shared, it will be a good resource for you.
Sure, I will deliver the information to the President Director. Yes. Okay, thank you, Ms. Tanya. With the hype on hydrogens and clean ammonia, your last slides show there are a lot of interest discussing about the clean ammonia. I want to know what's your opinions on what Indonesians done now about clean ammonia. How do you perceive what we have done, and what should Indonesia do to make sure our development is in line with our ambitions?
It's a very hard question to answer, and I don't come from an understanding of international cooperation to tell countries what to do, but I do come from sharing my thoughts. And I think I've just done that with the highlighting the geothermal potential, which is a richness your country has. And I think this richness could potentially lead to green ammonia production that can lead to becoming a leading figure in the sector beyond the regions you currently serve. So I think that would be one piece of information I would like to flow in the conversation.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Tanya. I think we have time for just only one questions from the floor, I think. But so please raise your hands, and if you have any questions. Anyone? Okay. Okay. So it must be to ask your question, to ask some questions for you. It's a simple question, actually. You have already heard everything from the perspective of business, perspective of the government of Indonesia, the government of Japan, and also the state-owned enterprise from Japan with all the international collaboration. So how fast that we will turn to the, let's say, a hydrogen-based society? How fast it is? We have heard that Ms. Tanya say that that's one of the most feasible hydrogen derivative to implement in the economy. So what's your opinion, Mr. Rachmat?
That's a tough question. When will we become hydrogen society? Well, I would say let's start saying that I'm an optimist. So I know we'll get there. It's a question of when is something that we cannot answer. But I know for a fact that for this business to take off, at least there are 4 parameters, right? One is the technology, 2 is the economic, 3rd is the market, and 4th one is regulatory framework. Now, looking at the technology in a carbon capture, the technology is quite mature. In a green ammonia or green hydrogen space, I think the electrolyzer is quite mature. Now we are moving to a more efficient electrolyzer. So the technology is there. Second is the economic. Yes, it's still very expensive to have a blue ammonia. It means another $100 to $120 cost per ton. But the beauty is that Pupuk Indonesia, as the largest ammonia producer in Asia Pacific, Middle East, and North Africa, we already have an existing facility. Bear in mind, Pupuk Indonesia is close to 5% ammonia, global ammonia production. So we have a huge capacity. So that question about the economic can be lessened because we have the existing facility. And I would agree with Tanya, we need some fiscal arrangement that could be incentive or disincentive on doing this business. But I think for Pupuk Indonesia, we are in a better advantage to do this. And third, the market. Of course, the market is not concrete right now because there's no concrete product. But I know there's a demand. I know there's a need. That's why we are all here in COP28, right? So everybody has a very strong climate action. So I know someday, somehow, the market is there. Third is the regulatory framework. And I'm very pleased that Mr. Bela mentioned that it's almost issued, right, the decree. So once that's issued, and in our plan is that we will have our first FID in 2025, and we will have a small-scale hydrogen, green hydrogen plant in 2028. That could be a standalone project in Iskandar Muda or an integrated renewable energy in East Java or a nuclear-based green hydrogen in East Kalimantan. So I'm optimist. The market is there. When will we become the hydrogen society? I don't know. But at least we all here committed to take first action. And that's very important. Thank you.
I think we have the representative from the government of Indonesia here, and also the one that working with CSS Institute. How do you think? Do you have any additions to Mr. Rachmat Pribadi's opinion?
Probably because hydrogen is a new business model in Indonesia, right? So I think we do need to be aware about it. And then, like Pak Rachmat was mentioned, one of the key things is the commercial or the economic viabilities about it, right? But I think they're already available, the hydrogen business model or commercial model. So it's just how we localize it in Indonesia and make it work, right? So I think the good thing about a hub, right? We can use the same infrastructure and lower the cost. So I think we need to move forward with any other low carbon solution or society based, either hydrogen or any other solution that we have to work as a hub, right? Because we cannot bear the cost just for a standalone project. So I think that will be the future, that we have to work as a hub, that we already have industrial clusters in all the main islands of Indonesia. Yeah.
Okay, and Ms. Mayaguchi, everyone has put their eyes on Japan as the market, and also with the technology advancement from your countries. So how do you think about what my questions before?
Yes, for Japan, yes, it's for Japan. In our roadmap, I think we aim to have a, for example, in the power plant, we aim to start a pure ammonia thermal firing, pure ammonia power plant by the late 2040s. Because for us, and so it's going to be a long, it's not going to be easy for us, I think, because same points as the previous speakers, it's the economic viability, also it's the regulation that has to be put in place. Especially for us, we are going to import a lot of it. It's going to be imported. And even if it's technologically viable, still the cost is going to be high for us. That is something that we have to face. And we, so in order to accommodate that high price, there needs to be the technology advancement, also the regulation. So it's going to be a very difficult path. We are aware of that, but we also have to achieve net zero by 2050, and this is a very important option for us. So we are trying hard to achieve that goal by 2040, 2050.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mayaguchi. So unfortunately, I have to bring these sessions to close. So I would like to express my gratitude to Mr. Rachmat Pribadi, Mr. Budi Santoso, Ms. Belladonna, Ms. Tanya, and Ms. Mayaguchi for sharing their expertise and insight for us. And let's carry this momentum of discussions beyond this forum. So each insight shared and each idea exchanged contribute to broader narrative of progress. So clean ammonia is not just a topic. Everyone has mentioned about 2025, 2026, 2033, and Ms. Mayaguchi mentioned 2040, 2050. Everyone has mentioned a year, but we have to take the momentum. We have to make some actions to that. And I will say to thank you to all the speakers and all the audience here and everyone who has part of these conversations. Let's continue working together, inspired by clean ammonia possibilities, to build a world where progress is synonymous and with sustainability. Enjoy your COP28 journey, and thank you for being part of this dialogue.
Well, at least we know Pupuk Indonesia's progress toward carbon neutral is on track. And thank you, of course, Pa, for the initiative to call out for collective action. As suggested, why don't we have a group photo together before you all leave? I mean, there are government, private, think tank, international agency, professional partner, and all efforts are exercised to pace up the implementation of green and blue ammonia as the alternative energy source. All speakers are suggested stay on the stage to take a photo together. And we really look forward to Pupuk Indonesia FID on this large-scale energy project in 2 years' time, or perhaps less. Fingers crossed. Thank you very much for your valuable contribution. We'll see you again next time. Thank you. Welcome, dear guests, honorable speakers to Pavilion Indonesia. Today we'll be talking about innovation in ecosystem restoration. So ecosystem degradation and biodiversity threat are issues that not just local to Indonesia, but also become global concern. So on this session, we will share some strategies and best practices in ecosystem restoration. And this panel will also explore ways to strengthen partnership and encourage shared responsibilities among stakeholders. And we will also cover the technologies and tools that can significantly boost the ecosystem restoration. And to start with, I will invite our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Satyawan Pudyatmoko. He's the Directorate General of Ecosystem Natural Resources Conservation, or KSDAE, which will be represented by Ms. Ami Nurwati. She's the Director of Ecosystem Restoration Management. To deliver a keynote, please. Pak Efran, mau aku yang manggil? Oh, okay. Okay, why don't we invite our Ms. Deputy from the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime and Investment Affairs Indonesia, Bu Deputy, Ibu Nani Hendiarti, to please, Bapak, pada saling ngalah. Okay, Pak Efransyah, please take a seat. You're going to be leading the session, but if you want me to call out all the speakers, I can do that for you. Call everybody, okay. Okay. Ms. Ami Nurwati, please come forward, and Ibu Nani as well. Of course, Head of Landscape Conservation, SSE Asia Pulp and Paper, Ibu Jasmine Dolok Saribu, and last but not least, the only gentleman on the speaker, among the speaker, Pak Agus Sari as the CEO Landscape Indonesia. And okay, one more from the IUCN. Mr. Charles Karangwa, he's the Global Head of Nature-Based Solutions. And please enjoy the discussion. Thank you.
Good afternoon, audience, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here, and thank you for coming again to the Indonesia's Pavilion. We have had our own pre-consultation before coming up together. So we got consensus how we arrange ourselves. So if you don't mind, because Ibu Deputy Minister has some pressure, urgent bilateral meeting, if you don't mind, Ibu Nani first to deliver remarks, and then I'll call upon later on. Silakan, Bu Nani. Okay.
Very good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Bapak Erfansyah. So thank you so much, Bapak, for this giving me the opportunity to speak first, and also distinguished speakers, Ibu Yasmin, Ibu Ami, Pak Agus, and Mr. Stewart. First of all, I would like to say thank you to Sinarmas, to Ibu. Then we have a very important session. So we talk about the ecosystem restoration. So this is a very, I mean, it's like keyword. It's very important topic. So as we know, the Indonesia is the third largest tropical country in the world. So together with Brazil and Congo DRC, we cover about 42% from the world of the tropical forest. So we have about 120 million hectares, and also like about 63% of the cover of the compared to the land and all the Indonesian area. So therefore, Indonesia has to manage these forest resources sustainably by developing and implementing our national policy and program to address challenges faced by the forestry sector and also to, the impacts of climate change. So I say that restoration, ecosystem restoration is very important. Why? Because there are at least two main reasons. First, if we talk about the restoration, so it means that we make it from nothing become something, because we plant in the in the degraded area or in a potential area, then we know after some years then will be these plants will be possible to capture the carbon. So we call it the carbon capture. And this we can use for not only voluntary but also compliance market. So the compliant markets will be possible from the restoration ecosystem. And then also related, this is restoration word, but the ecosystem will be like important, because when we do something like restoration in this the same area, the one area, then will impact to the ecosystems. So this is the first. And the second one, specifically for Indonesia, we have archipelagic country. This is also important because they not only about the mitigation, but also will give benefit for the adaptation. I think specifically if we see mangrove, for instance. So we are doing restoration, that means we make two programs in one, mitigation and adaptation. So Indonesia focused to restore some critical ecosystem, such as forest, mangrove, and peatland. The restoration conducted at the land level to balance ecological integrity and human well-being. Ecosystem restoration efforts are also closely related with the Indonesian NDC specifically from the FOLU sector. So now I would like to mention, because it's a question for the governments, what is the policy that we already have, it also the program. So first we have several policy actually. So like four at least policy. The first, I think we have the government regulation number 26 of the year 2020 on the forest rehabilitation. And also we have government regulation number 57, year 2016, regarding the protection and management of the peat ecosystem. And the third, we have presidential decree number 120 in the year and the year of 2020, because I remember exactly about the time. It's regarding the peatland and mangrove restoration agency. So from this, we have targeted is instruction by the president to restore 1.2 million hectare of the peatland and 600,000 hectare of the mangrove until 2024. And also we have government regulation number 23 and year 2021 is about forestry management that followed by the ministerial regulation number 8 and 2021 on the management and utilization of protection and production forests. So what we have done so far, this is all the, what we call it, the regulation. But from the regulation, we go to the implementation. So we have achieved, and then also we have started the implementation of that regulation, such as since 2016, Indonesia has restored peatland ecosystem in the consensus area about 3.6 million hectares, while in non-concession areas around 1.6 million hectares. So also in the mangrove, we have planted about more than, I think, 270 trees of the mangrove. That means about almost 90,000 hectares. Yeah, since I think the last 4 years. So in all provinces in Indonesia. So beside that, Indonesia also has granted 16 ecosystem restoration permit. We call it PBPH, ecosystem restoration, from 207 until 2021, which covering total area is about 621,000 hectares in 7 provinces. So there are 4 provinces in the Sumatra and another 3 provinces in Kalimantan. So this is a business license to restore degraded production forests to maintain biodiversity and ecosystem balance, important in increasing forest carbon stock. So I think the next I would like to mention only, this is the main homework for me to share with all the participants here. But the next was just to share to you, because I think we understand the importance of the innovation and technology. So we use a lot of remote sensing data, GIS, and also smartphone and drone for the monitoring system and also making the prediction. Here the Pak Rwanda, I think, is take a lead for this. And also later we can see the smart application, yeah, that can also use to help for the monitoring of all the restoration program. And the last, I think this is very important, that we use also weather modification technology to control forest and land forest fire since 2015. So the TMC, we call it TMC operation, have been further enhanced since 2020 by involving more parties in the regular weather modification activities. So using this technology, you can see, even this year, we have El Nino, means we face a high risk of the forest fire, but in fact we can keep this less. So the result is very good. So we can see the result from this technology. And the next, I think, is very brief. The involvement of the community, I think, is also the key, especially for the restoration. That means not only planting, but also to maintain the plants can grow. So I think this is the key, then we should involve the community in the process. And the last, I think this is just like how to measure the impact. So we see here the ecosystem restoration is a complex issue, but we can use the calculate annual, we call it IKLH, means Environment Quality Index, to measure condition of our environment. And also I think the important here that we need the data in detail and higher resolution of the data. So I think the last one more, we can see that the ecosystem restoration, this is question, cost or investment. So we have some opportunity that through the ecosystem restoration can bring also benefit, for instance, from the carbon that we called actually nature-based solution, or we say also ecological based approach. This is because of the approach is based on the ecological benefit. I think the important also things that I would like to mention here, the multilateral funding mechanism. So we use we need to consider and maybe to apply the blended finance also to for the ecosystem restoration program, because we have so big forest. So thank you so much for the opportunity. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Terima kasih Ibu Neni Andiarti for highlighting the policy and regulation, as well some encouragement about the way we go forward with ecosystem restorations. Since you need to leave, Ibu Nani, please feel free anytime, yeah. Okay. Yeah. And in the absence of Ibu Nani, may I call upon Pak Haji Siraj to come forward to stand in. Thank you. Well, the next one, I think we would expect a message from DG of KSDI, DG Conservation. And can I request Ibu Ami to deliver the message? It's a keynote actually.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and speakers. My name is Ami. Now I'm the Director of Ecosystem Management and Restoration, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Director General of Natural Resources and Ecosystem Conservation, who unfortunately cannot attend this event. Thank you for this invitation. This is an important event that we can share strategies and best practices in ecosystem restoration, especially from Indonesia point of view. Indonesia is known to be a global biodiversity hotspot characterized by rich ecosystem, species, and genetic diversity. It is the second mega biodiversity country in the world after Brazil. To protect those biodiversity hotspots, Indonesia has designated 560 conservation forest areas covering an area of 27 million hectares. Also, there are at least 43 million hectares areas important for biodiversity outside of conservation forest area. However, the management of these areas cannot be separated from its various problems and challenges. One of the important problems is the presence of areas inside conservation forest area that are damaged, not only from natural causes, but also from human disturbance that need to be restored. For that reason, Indonesia has provided rules and regulation in terms of ecosystem restoration in conservation forest area. From 2020-2023, the government of Indonesia has restored ecosystem in conservation forest area, covering an area of more or less 175,000 hectares. Ecosystem restoration aims to fully restore the integrity of the ecosystem back to its original level or condition, or to a certain desired future condition in accordance with the objectives of the conservation forest area management. These conditions are based on the ecosystem reference of each conservation forest area. The type of plants introduced and planted also have to be native to the conservation forest area. This means that ecosystem restoration is not only planting trees, but also aim to restore ecosystem function and services. Ecosystem restoration will also contribute to the efforts of reducing greenhouse gas emission through increase of carbon stocks that will support the Indonesia national determined contribution through the FOLU Net Sink 2030. As an example, the restoration of mangrove ecosystem in the West Bali National Park area has succeeded in restoring the habitat of Curik Bali by planting native and endemic types of mangrove. Furthermore, ecosystem restoration activities are carried out in collaboration with local communities in every step since the planning through the planting and maintenance processes. Ecosystem restoration and conservation activities in Indonesia involve various stakeholders. Private sectors in one of them. Private sectors support ecosystem restoration in conservation forest area directly through various schemes including watershed rehabilitation scheme and corporate social responsibility fund. Private sectors may also support ecosystem restoration through capacity building for local communities and technical staff. A good example to private sector and community involvement in ecosystem restoration is restoration of Palian Wildlife Reserve in Yogyakarta. Palian's restoration was initiated by Sumitomo Corporation partnering with local communities. Since 2005, there have been a significant progress of the restoration of Palian as seen in the picture. Besides restoration, private sectors may also contribute in the protection of areas important for biodiversity outside of conservation forest area, such as high conservation value area and wildlife corridor. The Bukit 30 landscape in Jambi, an example of areas important for the biodiversity outside of conservation forest area, in this case, is the home range of Sumatra's elephant. Private sector affected by the home range of Sumatra elephant can contribute, for example, by creating a special wildlife monitoring team together with local conservation authorities. To summarize, and as a closing statement, ecosystem restoration and conservation activities involve various stakeholders. And for that reason, the government always welcome private sectors and other organizations to support national goals, especially in restoration and conservation refers to Indonesia regulation. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Audience, if you observe with me, there are a few things pop up here. First is the quite ideal expectation how ecosystem restoration should be defined. And one of them, biodiversity, has to be included. And ecosystem service has to function. So apparently restoration have some interpretation. and we are here at the session of innovation. I have a few eminent speakers here. I will start first to dig up the story from APP. What have you been doing so far? What is the lesson, important lesson generated here? And then, is there any specific methodology that you strictly follow? And then, after that, I would like to brainstorm the elements of your description with Agusari from Landscape, and then from my dear friend from IUCN, maybe we can have another quite far distance restoration examples. So, gentlemen, can you be relaxed? The idea here is to inspire the audience on how we move forward. So there is no absolute right or wrong here. But unless you try, unless we try, and we learn from our mistakes, we will be never progressing. So that is the reason why here. Please just try to relax. We have 80 minutes, and I promise you to be an entertaining, if you attentively follow, an entertaining meeting. So with this, can I invite Jasmine Dolok Saribu, the head of Landscape Conservation, to tell us the story, methodology, and lesson learned for what have been doing so far. Go ahead.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to meet you all here. APP Group is the largest pulp and paper manufacturer, and its plantation produce paper, packaging, and tissue that marketed in more than 150 countries over 6 continents. Environmental, social, and governance principle become our core business strategy, where Sustainability Roadmap Vision 2030 guides us to fulfilling our commitment on it, consisting of 3 main pillars, that is to protect the environment, including its biodiversity, to support our target for the less carbon product, care and support our employees, including community, and implement it in good governance. And in this SRV 2030, we already mapped our contribution towards the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Today, I would like to bring the focus more to the forest protection and also the forest restoration. We set aside about 600,000 hectares as a protected area, where in 2015, we conducted an initial baseline assessment. It is conducted by the third party, and the result was 64% of the area was in a good condition. Doing restoration is our goal, and then since then, we have achieved about 84% of the area was in a good condition by end of 2022. And then how we measure the good condition on the restoration? Well, we dealt with nature and also ecosystem, where a lot of possibility and also opportunity really depend on its environment and how to manage it to achieve our goals. Several approach and also methodology that we can found that acceptable as a part of the standard and based on land and also soil type. As a part of our baseline, we segregated our vegetation stratification as a reference for the successful of restoration. We have 4 stratification to identify the quality of the forest cover. And APP has invested to support the restoration program to establish the standard of the restoration with the collaboration with agency from the Ministry of Environment, which has produced 5 books on restoration strategy and technique in the different type of ecosystem, which is the fresh water with soil marine clay. The second one is the mixed forest with dry land, peatland, riparian, and also mangrove. Conducting national and international on the restoration methodology, we continue to find the best management practice for us, and then we found that this Society for Ecological Restoration is quite suitable for our situation. There are 6 phases, that is reduce, improve, initiative, partially restore, and fully restore, with the 4 stages of restorative practices, that is reduce, remediation, rehabilitate, and also ecological restoration. Using this framework, APP has reformulated and mapped out our restoration effort into this methodology. If you see on this slide, it is around 75% already in the last 2 phases. And we also need to understand that restoration is not something instant. It might take years to happen to become the forest that we expected to be. However, we have to acknowledge that some indicators are needed to measure the success of restoration. Let me explain in detail in 3 stages. For this phase, it is the reduce impact. This phase is talking about reduce the impact of ecosystem damage by the human activities. We include them in this process, and for example, is APP have the collaborative conservation management that has been in place at the moment. And for these 3 phases in the second stage is to improve the understanding of restoration, as well as to ensure the availability of budget to do the restoration, and also for the remediation and rehabilitation, the effort to restore the function of degraded land or area. APP has implemented with the direct intervention for the planting native species and also enrichment. For the last slide from my presentation, this is about the partially and fully recovery. The condition where we can see that the nature has starting to show the ecological function. So for example, we have monitor the endangered species of trees and also the movement of the animal. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Jasmine, I may come back to you with the questions of the interim indicators, because you mentioned it will take years. So in the meantime, what are the parameters we are going to refer to in order to declare that we are indeed progressing? Well, can I consult expert here? My old friend, Pak Agus Sari. What is your first reaction to this initiative, and what kind of restoration do you have in mind?
Yes, thank you very much, Pak Efransa, and good afternoon, friends, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very, very difficult question. First is that I think I'm quite impressed. Let me tell you first that I think what APP has done is very, very good, and it actually would contribute to the progress in rehabilitating the landscape, ensuring that ecosystem services are functional again and everything. But I would like to actually refer what has been achieved there with the earlier, I think the earlier definition about restoration, which says that it needs to actually return the landscape into its original condition. And to be perfectly honest, I'm not sure that whether that is indeed attainable or not. Yeah, karena once you turn a primary forest into a secondary forest, you will never reach, the condition of a primary forest entirely. So I think there are two things that can be done here. I think one is to push IPP again to go all the way to get the landscape to be restored into its original condition, or we need to actually be a little bit more realistic and put together indicators that make sense, that is robust enough to ensure that the ecological function of the landscape gets to work again, and then some biodiversity indicators are acceptable scientifically. Some other ecosystem services like water catchment and others. And if you're talking about ecosystem, an ecosystem, it is actually a complex web of things, yeah, of plants, of animals, of others, and we cannot really say that just because one indicator is progressing, that means that we are restoring. Yeah, it is a restoration of the entire function of a landscape ecologically, and that is not easy to achieve, even if and when it has not achieved its original condition. Yeah, so that's of course a challenge, how we can define restoration, to what extent restoration is successful. And I would actually be quite interested to hear IUCN's views on this, because of course IUCN has the authority at least to work on this definition of restoration. And then innovation. I think we have seen that we are innovating enough to to have not only mechanisms but also institutional, financial, and technological innovation in place to ensure that we can get to where we want to be. In terms of mechanisms, we have all kinds of mechanisms to restore ecosystems. We also have institutional and financial innovations, including, for example, carbon markets, biodiversity markets, ecosystem services market, all kinds of things that we can always employ. I'm not promoting only carbon market as the only solutions, because there are so many ways to do that, and not only markets, of course. There are non-market solutions that we could also innovate with. Technologically, we have satellite imagery that is already in some cases free, but at least quite attainable. And then we can actually have a very, very good monitoring methodology that is also transparent and accessible by practically everybody. We would be able to also put like, Internet of Things that would monitor the progress of the ecosystem restorations, camera traps. I'm trying to be louder than the voice behind me. That kind of things, And for peatlands, for example, we already have been able to monitor technologically, the health of the soil. And of course, there are all other information that in the past would have been expensive to access, but now it's almost free. And a combination of all that would allow us to transparently show that we are indeed progressing. And my concern is progressing much more than achieving, because we are actually going towards the right direction. And that's important to me as much as achieving something. Yeah. Makasih banyak.
Thank you, Pak Agustari. It's quite inspiring, yeah. But at the same time, you enlarge the complexity of the issues. So I think it's very timely to visit our IUCN expert. And IUCN here is expected to be the guru to enlighten us on some of these scientific aspects. And I would appreciate if you can also share some practical experience here and there. Thank you. Charles.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. And let me try to read my Salamat Sor, ladies and gentlemen. So I've just tried, right? I'm very pleased to be here, and on behalf of Stewart Magnus, who initially was supposed to be delivering this message to you, but is not yet here for reasons of health. We hopefully is going to be here after 2 days or so. But yeah, we want to commend and appreciate the leadership of Indonesia on this particular topic discussion, recalling that Indonesia hosted in 2017 a regional ministerial meeting for Asia, where, of course, APP also expressed their commitment as the leading private company to restore more than 300,000 hectares of degraded lands and forests and the likes. So I want to commend that leadership, and looking forward to continue working together. So my talk would exactly try to share where we are globally on this particular topic, and what is probably the demand, how are we progressing in terms of supply and responding to this demand, what is the possible best framework we need, etc. But and this discussion here is within a bigger global question, and what you see on the screen is what we call a world of opportunity map. We could say a world of problem, because we are talking about opportunities for restoration, but let's look at it as an opportunity to take action. So we are talking about huge numbers, big numbers, nearly 800 million in Africa. We are talking about Asia alone, more than 500 million hectares of available land or available opportunities that we could restore. And this is a big demand, right, if we are to look at it as a call to action. And today we saw a couple of best practices and examples in Indonesia, but we are talking about a huge call for action globally to do some of this action at the global level. But when we start talking about restoration, I just want to demystify a couple of things here. More trees will not necessarily bring society the full range of benefits natural lands provide. So we are not talking about plantations here. We need to be very, very careful because some of indigenous people whom we work very closely with will come and challenge us and say, come on, hang on a second. For us, restoration means bringing back a full range of ecosystem services. Our food, our water, our fresh air, our biodiversity, our closest medicinal plants, just to name a few. So it's not just about the amount of trees we plant. It's about how much ecosystem services are able to bring back. And in 2011, the whole global movement took a decision to restore 150 million. And Indonesia is the leader in that, in particular, and we are very much happy to see that leadership in the Asian region. But this grown into an interesting commitment to 350 million with the New York Declaration on Forest in 2014, which then means we are talking about probably 3 million, but look at the bigger picture on 350 million by 2030, which we need to achieve. So globally, we are seeing a big uptake. So if you look at countries in Asia and Central Asia and Asia alone, we are talking about quite a good number of leading countries that have made and expressed big commitments to restore. But it's not only Asia. We are talking about Africa as well. More than 29, 30 countries that are committed to this particular effort to restore. And Europe, we are talking about Americas, etc. So it's really not only one part of the world. There's a movement behind this. We are not alone, right? It's not only one country. So it's encouraging to see that political will to make this happen. And there are many other organizations behind this. So it's not only IUCN that is talking about this. There's a global partnership of government, of NGOs, of indigenous people organizations, of research and academia that are behind the ecosystem restoration, especially with the launch of the decade of ecosystem restoration, which we are in. We have many partners who are there to support and clarify some of these pending questions. But let's go to this particular topic, speaks to where we are today. We are at the COP28. Forest and ecosystem restoration contributes significantly to the UNCCC goals, the Paris Agreement on reducing emissions, but also making our communities adaptive, more adaptation. We have all the 3 Rio Conventions. So ecosystem restoration is not for one, it's for all of these Rio Conventions. But also it's for sustainable development goals because we are able to see all these services coming in. Yeah, but the question of our friend on what are we talking about? And I want to really come back to this because we are talking about a long-term process of regaining that ecological functionality. That's why the cost of destroying is very small. You can easily destroy overnight a forest, but the cost of restoring will take us a longer time, probably generations, to bring that small river sources that used to be there, to stop that big erosion of topsoil that was there before, to bring back those beautiful species of biodiversity, animals and plants, etc. So it's really a wide scale and big mosaic restoration. It's not only about forest. It's multiple land use. It's agriculture. It's rangelands. It's cities. It's urban. It's wetlands. That all needs to be looked at together. And some of the restoration potential or benefits includes, of course, all what you know here, but also on the screen. This process helps us to bring back our biodiversity, reduce risks, stabilizing our soils, just to name a few. So it's really about a lot of benefits. And I think it's a nice one. And we asked a number of questions to demystify this. It's things that have already been happening for many years. We are talking about options of improving plantations, We are talking about options of assisted regeneration, letting the nature regenerate itself, etc. But also agroforestry systems across and rangeland restoration. So it's really a range of things that we can talk about here. But the aim of this ecosystem restoration, as I said earlier, is really to return that. And that particular triangle talks about 3 cascaded levels of things. You are talking about a site, a small landscape, but also you are talking about individual land use for different services. And you are talking about a bigger landscape that provide those ecosystem services. So it's very important to realize how much action at a small scale can, within many triple scales, can transform a big landscape, a big country, a big region, a big continent, the whole world as well. So it's very important to look at that and how these services will flow from supporting services to provisioning to regulating services. I'm almost closing, and I want to come back to this particular one, which I like very much. It's basically also how we look at different land uses. And that's where, as you can see on the map, plantations is one side of the story, but it's not a full landscape restoration. It's not a full ecosystem part. You need to look at the bigger approach and bigger concept to restore these services. And then, of course, IUCN have been working on a number of tools, and I've put them in here, including providing some of the science approaches. But not only that, informing policy and looking at how does this come together within a national level. And one of the tools we have been deploying across countries is what we call restoration opportunities assessment. Responding to questions like, where is restoration socially, economically feasible? What type of restoration? What are financial return on that investment? The economics behind this. But also, what are other stakeholders in there? What is the role of them? What is the role of government, the role of indigenous people, private sector, but also other things. So this tool is available for use. But not only that, we have been thinking about we need to be accountable. When the government says we are going to restore 10 million hectares, we need accountability. So there was already an effort to develop a restoration barometer tool, which helps to look at a number of action-related indicators, but also impact-related, area under restoration. We call it under restoration because it takes a long time to restore that. But also the climate impact, the biodiversity, the economic return on that investment, number of jobs created from restoration. And we start talking about this the very specific impact evaluation. But also in terms of action, we look at how much investment is going into that. So this is also online, and it's a variable open tool, which if interested, you can absolutely use. And then finally, there's a range of already existing tools, not only from IUCN, but also from other partners. But IUCN have done a lot of work on this particular topic to guide, to provide frameworks, to provide context-specific information, but also linking this to economic development, specific ecosystems, specific Rio conventions, that we can tap into. And this is also available. And in Asia in particular, we are very privileged that we are going to be leading the Indo-Malaya critical forest biome from GF8, which we are looking forward to absolutely work with all of you. And I will close with 3 major points. Ecosystem restoration require 3 major interlinked things, drivers. One is the political will. There's a need for a political will to drive, to change, to invest. Second, it takes a movement. In my language, we say, it takes a village to raise a child. If you want to raise a child alone, the child will be in a neighborhood next day. So the whole village have to play a role to raise a child together. And it's like this question of ecosystem restoration. Multiple partners, sector coordination and collaboration. We have seen a lot of silos between institutions which is driving deforestation and forest loss. Infrastructure will say, so we need a road. Put it in a beautiful indigenous forest. Agriculture needs production. We need to take these 10 hectares for agriculture. And of course, wetland will suffer and other critical ecosystems, but cross-sectoral coordination is very key. And I think there is no secret anymore, there's no rocket science. If we don't work together at national level, we destroy things together and suffer together and perish together. So we need that cross-sectoral. And then finally, I'm an economist and I never end my talk without talking about the financing and economics of these things. One problem which was asked earlier is investing in ecosystem restoration a cost or its investment. It can still be an investment cost. But let me think about this. I come from a very mountainous country. We call it a country of 1,000 hills. Landslide and flooding have worked together to destroy bridges, roads, housing, etc. The cost of repairing and restoring and rebuilding that has been extremely huge than protecting those hills. If you had decided to invest in protecting the hills, the ecosystem, restoring that, I think we wouldn't have invested billions of dollars in building roads and bridge. Sometime we had even to mobilize those investments. Therefore, I believe financing ecosystem restoration, it's an investment. It's a foundation for other development in our modeling. So I would end from there and absolutely looking forward to continue working with you on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you very much. You have loaded us with so many things, including those guidelines. I hope they are still available. Huh? Are they still available online on the web? Yeah, thank you very much. So my intention, if there is no violence objections from you, is to give the second round. And I go back to Yasmin first, because I have questions about the indicators, and is there any supplementary things that you would like to share with us? And thereafter, Pak Agusari will help me to revisit the issue, and then we will go from there. Before proceeding, let me recognize my old friend Faisal Paris, specialist in PIT, was my long-time friends in Malaysia. So please, you need to contribute. So when it comes to the floor, I will earmark you. Is there any, you want to have questions now? Please go ahead.
Sorry, my name is Eric from MOEF. Okay. My name is Eric from Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Indonesia. I have some question for Ibu Jasmine and Mr. Charles. The first time is I'd like to ask to Ibu Jasmine. Innovation ecosystem restoration is very good explanation based on your presentation. Yeah? My question is how to, we have to at least two kind of the instrument for environmental and forestry. The first one is EIA, Environmental Impact Assessment, and also the reporting. And the second one is emission pollinating, 2030. So my question is how to integrate your initiative in ecosystem restoration into the EIA and the reporting and also emission pollinating.
Noted, noted. Okay. How about for Charles?
For Charles is the NBS, or ecosystem-based approach, is very, very nature-based solution. My question is how to integrate the nature-based solution into the environmental assessment, both from the landscape level, the strategic environmental assessment, to the site level, the environmental impact assessment. And the second question is, do you have a best practices here? The best practice, the integration between the NBS into the strategic environmental assessment and also EIA, the best practice itu.
Okay.
And then how to shift or change the restoration initiative from the cost center to the profit center.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the last part is very important. I think we go to share this in our second round. The matter of cost and investment is always something rings the bell all the time. So please go ahead, Ibu Jasmine.
Thank you, Pak. Thank you, Pak Sher. Pak Eric, thank you, Pak Eric, for the question. Okay, for environmental impact assessment, we conduct the environmental impact assessment in the beginning when we want to have the license for the concession. So after that, as I mentioned previously, that we already have the sustainability roadmap vision. But before that, we already conducted the assessment for the high conservation value forest and also the high carbon stock in our area. So now what we are doing, we are in the progress to do, we are making like the rancangan pemantauan and implementation, Pak, but it is more combined, not just in the environmental impact assessment, but also to combine with all the aspect that has been identified in the high conservation assessment. So we put that, what is the indicator there, and then what is the monitoring result yearly. It is right now that we are doing, and then we are planning by next year, when we are submitting the report for the RKL, RPL, we will include this on that, Pak. Because previously might be the biodiversity aspect is only a little sentence there, but in the future, next year, we are planning next year, it will be included with the what we are monitor on that, on the area. So we integrate the biodiversity monitoring and also the monitoring for we have the integrated sustainable forest management plan. So we integrate all of them into one report, and this report, the summary will be included on the RKL RPL report that we will submit it every year to the Ministry of Environment and also relevant stakeholder.
How about FOLU Netsing that just touch upon?
Of course, the impact of the restoration at the end will impact to the how we can achieve the target for Indonesia, Pak.
Thank you. I think Charles has to respond first, and then we go to Pak Agusari. Then I will call upon Faisal Paris to have a magic words.
Thank you. I think that's absolutely $1 million questions. But I think I will also commend your expertise because you could link easily a couple of dots there. Let me start from the nature-based solutions question. I think the science and the environmental experts are very good at coning and developing new concepts and all the time. And I don't want us to get lost into semantics of concepts, which will take us another time to accelerate our action. But nature-based solutions came in to help bring actions together that could then address society challenges. And personally look at nature-based solution as an umbrella of different approaches. So these ecosystem-based approaches, forest landscape restoration or ecosystem restoration, ecosystem-based adaptation, ecosystem-based management, community-based adaptation, just to name a few. So all these, when they are together, they are solutions that embark or strongly build on nature capacity to solve or address a challenge. So I wanted to put that there. And personally, I believe what we talked about today, if well done, so removing monoculture, it will be nature-based solutions. The only key condition for it to be, including many other criteria, is to make sure that there is a biodiversity net gain. So you can address or tick all the boxes, right, with the plantation, with carbon, but if you can't demonstrate the regaining that biodiversity aspect, we will struggle to call it a nature-based solution, because when we start talking about nature, you are talking about biodiversity value as well. So I wanted to say that I think there's a whole pieces coming together on that one. Now, and the definition of nature-based solution is, of course, actions. So it's not one, it's actions to restore, protect, sustainably manage, conserve natural or modified ecosystems, so degraded, non-degraded, intact, non-intact. So there's those interlinked aspects which makes it a nature-based solutions. Now let me go to the second. I think and I'm not an expert in environmental impact assessment at all, but I believe assessing the impact, and I want to also say some of the historical mistake private sector and some other people have made is just to tick boxes and then do it as a book and compliance, but there's no essence of willingness to change and do it better. We saw that historically in many companies. And I think when you start looking at the cascaded benefits from nature-based solutions, which is beyond just climate or biodiversity, but also economic jobs, food security, etc., then the environmental impact goes beyond looking at one single species of biodiversity. Because that's the metrics. We say, oh, is there a red-listed species in this area? If it's there, it's red flag. But you don't look at how much it's going to affect the impacts of water quality in 10 kilometers away or 50 kilometers away. So I think as we talk about this, we need to start bringing all these pieces together, looking at nature as an infrastructure that can help us address problems. And whatever decision we take to invest or to do an infrastructure on nature, on an ecosystem, think about the impact it's going to have today, but also in 10 years, in 20 years, for you today, but also for your grandchildren. I think that would probably be the best way to look at that. So I think I will stop there because there's a question on the cost, etc.
But Charles, if you put this under the context of global framework on biodiversity, what path that you're going to take to make it practical?
Yeah, no, that's a good one. I think I like the global biodiversity framework because all the targets are very interlinked. But I want just to bring a couple of targets which specifically targets the ecosystems. And I personally believe that target, we have, of course, 30 by 30, which is protecting but also increasing the targeted of ecosystem that is protected and restored and sustainably managed. But also we have other indicators there which help us to not look at one single side of the story, but look at it in an integrated way. And when I talk about nature-based solutions, I also look at how does it address some of these global biodiversity framework targets. And ecosystem restoration targets generally, and the decade of ecosystem, they are all linked with the global biodiversity framework. So
let us pause there. I go back to Yasmin with some extra information. Yes.
Okay. The question regarding the indicator, what kind of indicator that we have. So with the new formula for our restoration that we are doing at the moment, so we are doing the restoration based on project or site. So we will look at what is the site condition. So we will find out the information previously. What is the ecosystem there? What is the indicator that we can see later on in this area? So all our area for the restoration might be different, Pak. So this area might be the ecosystem. For example, it is peatland. But it is already, for example, it is ex-burn, it is become a marine clay. So if we want to bring it back into a peatland, it might take 1,000 years might be. So what kind of indicator that we can see, at least the ecological function come back. And then we can see, for example, the animal come back. What kind of trees that can be.
Okay, I see your points. Okay. Pak Agustari, 2 minutes. Do you have solution for everything?
In 2 minutes? Of course. First though, I'm I'm intrigued by both Bu Yasmin and Charles about indicators here. I think that is a very, very important piece in ensuring that we know that we are going towards the right direction. There are at least 4 things I'd like to see because there are many standards, many sets of indicators that are currently offered in the world. But at first, I think we'd like to ensure that there's integrity and robustness. Robustness, yeah, to at least to avoid greenwashing. People tend to sometimes when there is no robustness, they just claim that they have done restoration, but they have not, for example. And it needs to be measurable because it needs to be robust. Second is transparency. Everyone in the world can scrutinize. Third, equity and fair benefits, including especially for the local community. And 4 is that the indicators are actually continuously improved through participatory process so that the benefits are also defined collectively, not by the stakeholders, not only by you know the main implementers. Now, just a little bit on cost to benefit. I'd like to say it from cost to benefit rather than to profit. Yeah, because it may not necessarily be profit. I would like to actually push on the landscape approach. It needs to be a balance of production and protection, increasing productivity, and reducing ecosystem disruption in doing so in a harmonized manner. Second is that we need to be able to monetize the ecosystem benefits. And there are so many ways to do it. And one of which is what I would call ecosystem services pricing. We don't only need carbon pricing, we need biodiversity pricing, we need water pricing, we need food pricing, we need all kinds of environmental service pricing that shows the real cost and the real benefit of restoration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
2 minutes, it's
Thank you
solved,
very
right?
Last 1 minute from my old friend Faisal. Please don't open the Pandora box. We are about seeking an encouragement that this restoration is feasible, and we already define the complexity, the scope, and challenge involved. You want to use my mic?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Very good to be back here in Indonesia, at home in Indonesia Pavilion again. Thank you, Pak Franja. So just 1 minute, the key thing. I mean, from my perspective, I'm Faisal Parish Global Environment Center, and working with the ASEAN Secretariat to develop the ASEAN Investment Framework for Haze-Free Land Management, which is trying to take some of the best practices that we can see in Indonesia of multi-stakeholder partnership in working together. And I think that's going to be the critical thing for ecosystem restoration. It cannot be this little patch here or this little patch here, different organizations to work together. Conservation organizations, production sector, agriculture sector, everyone in the landscape working together, and only then can achieve the long-term goals. In Indonesia, a great amount of progress in the last 5 years, particularly on re-wetting, improving water management in peatlands, but to really restore the peatland ecosystem, you have to look at the whole peatland hydrological unit, the whole system together. And I think that experience, good experience, starting in Indonesia, needs to be applied elsewhere in the region and internationally. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Faisal. I think you helped me to wrap up the whole idea here. And we are towards the end. I think it's the party time is coming. So we are about to adjourn. I'm trying to do my best, but if Pak Siraj would like to have a closing words, you want to do that? Yes, please do.
Terima kasih. I don't have much to add, but
but perhaps more on the international landscape,
okay.
because every country now is trying to become leader or champion in the forestry, cooperation in forestry, Pak. So we have to be very careful because, like Indonesia, we have initiated the IBC, the Indonesia, Brazil, Democratic Republic of Congo. We are the forest power of 42% forestry in the world, but then Brazil also, they have this Amazon Cooperation Treaty. They try to become leader in forestry cooperation, and Republic of Congo, they want to establish three basins cooperation. Even UAE just launched cooperation in forestry, invited Indonesia as well, and in Singapore. So we need to be very careful because they are vying to become leader or champions in forestry. So we need to scrutinize the cooperation offered in this initiative. Terima kasih, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Haji Siraj. Is there any burning questions from the one? Please, this is the last one. Do I recognize you? Yes.
Thank you, Pak Efran. Timur Manurung from Auriga. My experience in pulping in restoration in Indonesia, actually, we do not need quite, let's say, very big titles. As long as the soil is still there, just protect the area, the forest will be naturally. Yeah, so that's the thing in Indonesia. The problem in restoration in Indonesia many times is putting or planting in very 1 meter times 1 meter or 3 meters. It's empty forest basically. So we do not need that in Indonesia. But then my question to the panelists is to the IUCN, because at the moment in Indonesia is we see that many spiking of mining area, mean post mining or after mining. Is there any example of to restore in nature-based solution concept? Because as I visit, for example, in one post-nickel mining area, 6 years after the mining, it is still difficult to regrow the timbers, the seeds.
Thank you, Pak Timur. You have a quick response to this?
Well, I think I would be happy to take that question with him, but we do have also best practice where mining quarries or abandoned mining area have been successfully restored. But remember what I said earlier. You can easily modify ecosystem, but it will cost you a lot to repair and restore that. And sometimes when we do cost-benefit analysis, when we are going to embark on a big mining, we don't realize what it will cost us in restoring that. I would think we need to put that into the equation when we take decision, both at policy level, but also private sector level. I'm enjoying these benefits of mining this, whatever mineral, but what will it cost us as a country to rehabilitate that? And if it's even higher, beyond and that cost has to include all the ecosystem services that my friends here mentioned. We may then make a different decision. I have a small example. One day, an expert came and told our president, I come from a country called Rwanda, that we have found oil in the Volcanoes National Park, and we are going to start exploration. Okay, they commissioned economic analysis. The immediate return on investment for mining was very high. But for 25 years, for 100 years generation, the president said, we are not going for that. We will protect our park, our Volcanoes National Park, than mining that. So I think that is where policy meets investment decision to look into both long-term benefits of whatever decision we take.
Thank you, Charles. I think you are very knowledgeable. I'm afraid we're running out of time. So I have to pause here, otherwise they will remove us by force. So thank you very much. I'm trying to do my best I think it's quite lively. It's quite lively, and then we learn a lot of things. Thank you, and my apology if any oversight. Thank you so much. Let's give big applause to my eminent speaker. Thank you. Terima kasih. Thank you very much, Efransha. I will see you again.
Thank you, Bye Francia, for leading the session. So it concluded in a timely fashion. So as procedure, we have to have a family picture together. And before that, we also have a little special merchandise for all the speakers. And thank you, APP, for the transformative action in ecosystem restoration, and other speakers who reminded the importance of cross-sector coordination in addressing the implementation challenges in sustainable practice. And we apologize for the disturbing noise earlier, but I believe you found this discussion enlightening.
Check, check one. Check, test mic. One, test, say, check. Check, check, one, check, check. Check, one, check. Yeah, yeah. Okay, check, one. Is okay? This.
Welcome. Welcome, honorable guests, distinguished speakers. Thank you for accepting our invitation. Today we'll be talking about just and orderly transition. So in the recent years, renewable energy has made a remarkable growth. This session we will touch on the policies and regulatory frameworks at local, national, and international levels, as well as highlighting the best practices and areas where improvements are needed to ensure a just transition. We will also delve into funding mechanism and investment strategies that can accelerate the shift to sustainable energy sources while addressing the financial concerns associated with a transition. So we humbly welcome our keynote speaker. She's the member of House Commission 7, the House of Representative Republic of Indonesia. Please welcome Dia Roro Esti.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace and blessings be upon you. Honorable Mr. Jisman, Director General of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Herman Darnel, Pak Satya Yuda, and also Pak Asnasio Lasman from the National Energy Council of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Didi from the Director of Legal and Human Capital of PLN, and everybody here. I saw Pak Archandra Tahar earlier as well, Bapak, and everybody from the Ministry of Forestry, Environment and Forestry, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you very much for being here. I was told earlier I would be given a pointer, so if somebody can help me really quickly. Today I kindly just wanted to highlight that climate change has proven itself as a global catastrophe and continues to be a rising problem today. According to the World Health Organization, there are at least 7 million deaths annually due to air pollution, and more than 123,000 deaths in Indonesia alone. This in itself is a result of several human activities. We see this happening through the slash and burn and deforestation within the forestry sector. We see this happening through the fossil fuel usage, which is still dominating the energy sector today, as well as numerous industrial activities across sectors, to name a few. The continuous rise of global temperatures has also caused drought in different parts of the world, thus causing forest fires and, in some extremes, lives lost worldwide. Indonesia, as a signatory of the Paris Agreement, of which some of you may already know, has committed to decrease greenhouse gas emissions by 31.8% and 43% with international aid by the year 2030. So this has substantially increased from the years prior. And recently during the COP27 discussions in Egypt, this has increased from 29%. And there are other regulations that are currently in place in Indonesia, which really just governs the process of energy transition, in which we hope we can see substantial changes within the sector. Sorry. This insight is also currently a follow-up to Law Number 16, year 2016. So this very much just highlights, for those of you who don't know the details in which this law entails, is really just an amplification of the nationally determined contributions in Indonesia, consisting of the ways in which we can decrease our greenhouse gas emissions. Additionally, there has been various momentums happening in Indonesia alone. So recently, we held the G20 summit. This is something that we're very proud of. And there has been numerous agreements which took place during the G20 summit, one of which includes the securing of the Just Energy Transition Partnership. And we see that President Joko Widodo has in numerous times exhibited how urgent this climate matter is and how there needs to be fast action taking place in the country. And the coordinating Minister of Economic Affairs, Mr. Erlangga Hartarto, who is also the head Sherpa of the G20 summit in Indonesia, has stated that there needs to be a follow-up with regards to the energy transition financial mechanisms happening in the country. And so one of which including the JETP. So regardless of being able to ally across different countries in achieving this target, there needs to be follow-up. And so this is what we're seeing every single year, and this is currently the situation right now with the G20 summit happening this year. And the goal is, of course, to also decrease not only greenhouse gas emissions, but also achieve our net zero emissions target by 2060. So this is a year that has been agreed upon numerous institutions. And I'd like to kind of use this opportunity to also give a little insight and update with regards to a bill that the Indonesian Parliament is currently working on, which is the New and Renewable Energy Bill. This is something that on a year-to-year basis I would share during the COP, Conference of the Parties, and this is something that we do wish to achieve as soon as possible. The process is lengthy. As you can see, this initiated in 2019 to 2020. So it's, let's say 2020, so it's been a good 3 years. And this consists of several meetings with multi-sectors, whether it be coming from the government, whether it be coming from CSOs, from academia as well. And the most important thing here is that there is momentum for it, given that within the Indonesian parliament, there are 9 political parties in parliament at the moment. And so any kind of bill being passed needs to be agreed upon by these members and by these political parties. And seeing that there is a commitment, this in itself is something monumental and has never happened before. Apart from the ratification of the Paris Agreement, which happened in 2016. And so here recently, this is the very recent update I wanted to share with everybody, is that we have essentially finished and discussed the components of the New and Renewable Energy Bill. So this consists of more than 500 verses. You can imagine how many debates that entailed with the government. So we have the Ministry of Energy present here today as well. And there are several pending items. So this is something that I think is important for you to also know with regards to the formation of an oversight body catering towards the renewable energy sector, as well as several financing schemes. So these are still under discussion and will continue to be a focus. And the last point I'd like to share here, because the topic I wanted to also elaborate on is what really is the role of women in enabling and becoming a pivotal role in the process of energy transition in the country. And as parliamentarians, it has been proven that women participation in policy making and those women in leadership positions actually have the potential of pushing policies that cater towards creating a sustainable future. So several researchers show that women tend to think long-term, the long-term effects of policies being stressed upon. As we see that there is a growing trend of women participation in politics, this is something that is laudable and applaudable, and we do hope that in the coming elections in 2024, we continuously see these numbers growing. So in the 2019 to 2024 period, there are 124 out of 575 members of parliament who are women. And we see that this trend from the previous terms, especially in 1999, where there were only 45 members of parliament who are women. And so this positive trend, I hope, can be a pivotal and a beacon of hope for Indonesian, not only politics, but for Indonesia's sustainable future. This may seem like not a big thing, but actually this is what determines Indonesia's future. And so having quality members of parliament also determines where we are headed. And aside from this, I'd like to also highlight that women have numerous roles, whether it be as a politician, also members of the household. And I think this is something that a lot of people take for granted. The role of mothers in educating their children, the role of mothers in educating the future generations of a country. And so when a mother is able to educate what it means to conserve energy, what it means to cater towards energy transition, what it means to optimize on energy that is fueled by something, a resource that is always livable. As we know, right now, we're optimizing on fossil fuels, which has an expiry date. And so this role of not only mothers, but as wives and as members of society plays a crucial and important role. And there's a quote here, as you see on the screen: when you educate a man, you educate a man. But when you educate a woman, you educate a whole generation. And so that really just transcends the importance of the household in creating the changes that we'd like to see for the country. And so I believe that these small changes create significant impact. And lastly, on the implementation of the SDGs, we see that there are fewer women catering towards the STEM fields of study, whether it be in university or professional jobs. And we understand that when we give more room for women to participate in these fields, and one of the goals actually from the new and renewable energy bill is to create new jobs, creating new greener job opportunities for our country to continuously flourish, for our country to not only abide but achieve its national targets of achieving and becoming one of the largest economies in the world, the fourth largest economy in 2045, optimizing on our demographic dividend. We know that 68% of our total population are of the productive age. And so when we give room and job opportunities for our society to flourish, they will then contribute to this productivity for us to then achieve these targets. And so the implementation of the SDGs in this regard cater towards how we can, number 5, achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. SDG number 7, this is very important, something that I am very passionate about, is ensuring access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all, so clean and affordable energy, as well as SDG 10, how we can reduce inequality within and among countries. And so we do need systematic changes. And lastly, I'd like to kind of just point out that in creating any kind of change, we need to work together. And so whether it be, how we can come together as parliamentarians, but also work alongside our working partners, the ministry, whether it be from the energy sector, industry, from the forestry, environmental sectors, how we can work together in creating the policies and the changes that we need to see for the country, as well as CSOs and also members of the society. Here recently, we inaugurated the electrification of houses in the villages of my province in Gresik and Lamongan of East Java. And so this is something that is applaudable, and Ministry of Energy was there, the PLN, the State Electricity Company was there as well. So this is something that we hope to see flourish in the years to come. I'd like to end this speech by just reminding everybody that we need to move with the very spirit of Gotong Royong. Gotong Royong means collectively working together side by side in achieving a target, and this is what our country stands for. And I do hope that we continuously remember to work together. So thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Haroro Esti for the remarkable keynote remarks. Well, it's truly honor for us today that we can hear perspectives from both legislative and executive. So our second keynote speaker will share a perspective from the executive or the government. He's the Director General of Electricity from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. Let's put our hands together for Bapak Jisman Hutajulu.
Thank you very much, distinguished speaker. Ada Ibu Diah Roro ST, Commission 7, the House of Representatives, Pak Yusuf Didi Setiarto, Director of Legal and Human Capital PLN, Honorable Mrs. Pang Yulin, Sustainability and Climate Change Leader PwC Singapore, my colleagues, Mr. Herman Daniel Ibrahim, member of National Energy Council, special good evening for you, Pak. Mr. Francisco Garcia Co, Technical Director of Climate Policy, Finance and Carbon Market, South Pole. Distinguished participant, ladies and gentlemen, I saw Pak Archandra Tahar here. Good evening, Pak. Vice Minister Energy and Mineral Resources 2016 to 2019. Good evening, everyone. It is great pleasure for me to attend this also in just an orderly transition. When we are talking about net zero emission, we have two big challenges. First challenge is on how we reduce the emission from the existing power plant through phasing down or phasing out. Currently, we have around 85 gigawatt existing power generation, and most of them are from coal. We try to decrease CO2 emission by 2060 by retrofitting coal power plant with ammonia or green hydrogen up to the end of PPA agreement. Early retirement is possible if the financing is ready and it will not disrupt the reliability of the system operation. Second challenge is on how we bring more renewable energy to replace the existing fossil and to fulfill the demand growth by around 5% per year. Actually, Indonesia has abundant renewable energy resources with around 3.6 terawatt. However, only 12.6 gigawatt has been utilized. In order to support global commitment and as part of countries that are responsible to global warming, Indonesia has set nationally determined contribution NDC in energy sector with 129 million tons of CO2 by 2060. This emission will be offset by the forestry sector to achieve net zero emission by 2060. In the electricity sector, we set CO2 emission by 0 tons in 2060. We predict the highest emission will reach peak in the 2030 and gradually decreasing until reach zero emission in 2060. Currently, we have developed National Electricity General Plan, we call it RUKN, as a basis to achieve net zero emission target in the electricity sector in 2060. Every power utilities, including PLN, will set their electricity business plan, RUPTL, based on National Electricity Plan, or RUKN. Total additional power plant in RUKN by 2060 is around 427 gigawatt, with 52% is variable renewable energy, equipped with the storage, and remaining is coming from non-VRE or dispatchable generators. We are projecting that solar power will be massively increased in 2030, mostly floating solar PV by utilizing hydro dams. Wind power plants will increase in 2037. Geothermal power plant will be gradually increased and reach 22 gigawatt by 2060. Hydropower plant will be 77 gigawatt in 2060. Green hydrogen production is planned to start in 2031. We also set 9 gigawatt from another new and renewable energy sources to fulfill the increasing demand. In the future, epicentrum of demand is still in Java Bali system and Sulawesi with the expansion of smelter industries. However, the renewable energy potential is far away. So we need to strengthen the electricity infrastructure. We plan to develop Nusantara Supergrid to connect 5 main islands, Sumatra, Java, Kalimantan, Sulawesi, and Nusa Tenggara, Bali. The Sumatra-Java interconnection is urgently needed to be developed. We plan the interconnection high voltage AC and high voltage DC in 2029 will be operated. We need interconnection from North Kalimantan to Java Island and to Sulawesi to evacuate around 13 gigawatt of hydropower potential in there. In Papua Island, there is more than 7 gigawatt of hydropower potential. Hopefully, we encourage the development of green hydrogen and green ammonia. The modernization of grid system by using smart grid could be improve the penetration of VRE. We believe that no energy transition without transmission and no security without interconnectivity. We emphasize more collaboration of local and international partners in helping Indonesia achieving its net zero emission target by 2060. Thank you. That's all my speech. I hope you will be beneficial for you. And good evening.
Thank you, Pak Jisman, for the wonderful remarks. So let's deep dive into the discussion by inviting all the speakers on stage. Being the first one, he's the Director of Legal and Human Capital PT PLN Persero, Bapak Yusuf Didi Setiarto. And also Sustainability and Climate Change Leader from PwC Singapore, Ms. Fang Yu Lin. And Bapak Herman Darnel Ibrahim, member of National Energy Council. The Technical Director for Climate Policy, Finance and Carbon Market South Pole, Mr. Francisco Garcia Koch. I apologize if I mispronounce your name, sir. Oh, he's not here yet? Oh, already? Joining online? Oh, sorry. It's getting late, right? Okay. And of course, to lead the session, we have our moderator. He's the EVP of Human Talent Development from PT PLN Persero, Bapak Dedi. Silakan, Pak. And as mentioned by Pak Jisman earlier, it's our pleasure that we have some eminent VIP in the audience. Pak Archandra Tahar, do you mind to move forward and sit on the front row? Silakan, Pak. Thank you. It's all yours, Pak Dedi.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening for all speaker and all audience. My name is Dedi Buditomo. I'm from VTPLN, the Indonesian state-owned electricity company, and I'm honored and happy to be your moderator today. And we are lucky in this session because we have an excellent speaker and discussed about something new and an interesting topic about the just and orderly transition. As we know, in the context of the energy transition era, where societies are shifting from traditional fossil fuel to more renewable energy source, Several enablers are crucial for ensuring a just and orderly transition. In the session, we will discuss more about how individual, organization, and also the governance can contribute more about the just and orderly transition, and also minimizing disruption and ensuring a positive outcome for all stakeholders. In the first session, I will invite Mr. Yusuf Didi Setiarto, the Director of Legal and Human Capital Management of PT PLN Persero, to share the idea and experience how PLN facing the energy transition, and how PLN to preparing human capital as an enabler of the energy transition. Mr. Didi, time is yours.
Ya, terima kasih. Thank you, Pak Dedi. Good evening, everybody. It is very honorable for me to be here to explain it's not an easy topic, because we have to have a better or good understanding about all of the consequences of the energy transition. In the context of PLN, we would like to share to all of you about this situation. As mentioned and explained regularly by our CEO, Pak Darmo, on this slide, this is the concept of the acceleration of renewable energy development in PLN. We are not adopt the business as usual concept and also the ultra acceleration, but we trying to be more moderate. So we choose the middle way. So if we do nothing on our effort to reduce the emission, the potency of the emission is around 1,057 million tons CO2 a year. However, management PLN already declared the concept of acceleration renewable energy development. That is the graphic. The volume need to be achieved in the near of future, could be around 2040. So might be this very ambitious in the Indonesian context, because there are some unique condition or situation in Indonesia cannot be comparable to the other countries. So to address the challenge and potential area needs to be deep discussion. Based on our evaluation is about the labor displacement, energy affordability, energy security, and resilience, waste, and pollution. There are 4 areas in Indonesia context we believe that need to be deeply discussed and trying to find the better solution for deal of party concern. Because when we are talking about the energy transition, we have to think about many angles. Yeah, we cannot just talk about the environmental point of view, but also social, economics, politics, and other situations. So that when we are talking about the labor displacement, our calculation might be around 50,000 people will be impacted if we implement the energy transition. However, we believe that if we trying too hard to implement this energy transition, we can solve this situation. And the second issue is a little bit difficult in Indonesia context, as we know that majority or the current situation in Indonesia, almost all of the customer of PLN got the subsidy and also the compensation from the government. So if we implement this energy transition in Indonesia without any calculation or analysis impact on this, it creates the difficult situation for Indonesia. Therefore, we have to decide the energy transition agenda and also development to be careful. And also the energy security and resilience. We understand that when we install the renewable energy, especially the variable renewable energy, and it's under the intermittency situation, we need to invest some equipment or other stuff to handle the intermittency situation. It's create additional investment in PLN concept. So the LCOA potentially increase around 5 cents per kilowatt hours. And also the energy transition create the waste and pollution. We know that the solar PV have duration for their operation, so need to be handled in the end of their life cycle. So we have to think how to reduce the waste and pollution after the battery or solar panel waste and others. So in our prediction and our efforts to handle the potential problem on the energy transition, we learn from some countries as a comparison. For example, on the labor displacement. In Germany, to support the effective worker, Germany government retraining, relocation to the new job, fund for the early retirement and other stuff. So might be for some extent Indonesia can copy, but cannot ideal like Germany government do. And also for the energy affordability. In Indonesia, like I said before, dominantly our customer now subsidized and compensate by the government about certain volume of money. And Germany, we learn from the government of Germany, power price compensation for the household and industry. Might be the approaches could be same, but the volume of number of rupiah or US dollar could be different. So we have to think careful about the impact of the energy transition. In the previous slide, the impact is for the levelized cost of electricity is around 50%. And for the energy security and resilience, learning from the South Africa, monitoring and adjustment and measure. So we have to make a comparative study to other countries, how they handle, and we would like to look and study based on the experience in other countries, that based on that learning curve and product knowledge in the other country, we can adapt it to Indonesia context to optimize the cost impacted for the energy transition. And for waste and pollution, we believe that some countries now under research and development, how to handle the battery, how to handle the solar PV and other stuff related to the equipment in the energy transition or renewable energy. And as part of my job in PLN, for the preparation of the workforce, now PLN prepare some employees to have a formal education, with training and also workshop and also the comparative study and also the internship in some company and our strategic partner to have a good experience. Therefore, now we send at least around 300 employee to get the master degree in abroad, in Australia, in UK, and also in US. The idea of this, we need to inject the new DNA of PLN employee. Traditionally, PLN has the knowledge and capacity on the fossil-based power plant. Therefore, to face the energy transition, Directorate Human Capital prepare all of the human capital strategy for the successful on the energy transition. And the area needs to be improved on the generation side and also the transmission and distribution. We got some support from our partner like a World Bank, ADB, Denmark, and Energy Agency, and others strategic partner in the world. Also, some of the government like Australia, US, Japanese government from JICA and also the METI gave fully support to the PLN mission to increase the capability and capacity of PLN employee. So it is very helpful. Thank you for our strategic partner on the preparation of the workforce and the PLN. And learning and development will given various methods. So for the executive level, we have a class to handle this, BOD -1. We have a methodology how to increase their capacity on the transition energy. And also for the PLN-wide energy transition capacity building involve of many levels of PLN. We also have a strategy to do that through the training program, comparative study, internship program, and others. And also give the exposure to the international best practice standard. So now many program PLN employees sent to the abroad, like in California, we send every year at least 8 or until 10 employees to have the grid management on the Cisco, California, I forgot the name. Kaiso, yeah. And also in Denmark, we just send some employee to have the exposure and energy transition, how the Denmark handle the grid and the system in Denmark context. And many government of Europe and also the Japanese government gave fully support to PLN employee. Formal education, as I explained before. So we do hope the next 2 years we have many human resources to handle this new era. We believe that PLN will more ready to speak out on the energy transition compared with the current situation, because our young talented employee have many exposure, not only from the formal education, but also from other methodology. Next, require next steps. The first one is define the transition impact roadmap by creating detailed analysis of just transition for individual energy transition project. So that during the discussion with ADB, with World Bank, and other institutions who have agenda for the early retirement, I personally always to remind them, we have to be careful. Not only talking about the people, the social impact, the economic impact, but also for the system. We have to calculate carefully, because the situation of Indonesia is very unique. However, we support this with certain condition, terms and condition. And the second one is establish partnership with international organization that I already mentioned. Many international institutions now give fully support for the PLN. So the communication, the coordination, and other stuff to encourage, to give the support for the PLN already in place. So we are very happy for the collaboration with the international partner. And the third one is invest in renewable build and supporting the capital for the just transition aspect, such as training and land rehabilitation. That's all from my part. I do hope that from this evening discussion, I can get some insight from you or question that we can discuss later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Didi, for sharing the insight how PLN navigating complexities for facing just an orderly transition, and especially in preparing competency shifting of human capital. So in the next perspective will be shared by Mrs. Fang Yulin, Sustainability and Climate Change Leader at BBC Singapore. Time is yours, Ms. Fang Yulin.
Yeah, thanks. Very, very thankful for the Indonesian Pavilion for inviting us today to speak on the just transition. I do admit that I'm part of the people actually standing in between yourselves and also dinner. And I hope to be swift and hasty about what I'm going to say. Firstly, I just wanted to actually acknowledge, that personally I've had a lot of interactions with Indonesia. Firstly, through my work in sustainability, being able to work on sustainable development projects, SDG goals projects, particularly in Kerinci. And I have to say that it has been such an eye-opening experience, knowing firsthand that actually we really need, as what Ibu said, a gotong royong type of perspective in order to solve some of the most difficult issues. And the other thing that I've learned as well through my work in Indonesia is that it is no one size fits all. It has to be down to that level where you understand truly what are the needs and also the interventions that need to be made. So no one size fits all. The other area that I worked closely with Indonesia on was in my previous life as a young consultant in the financial services area. Firsthand, knowing that financing can actually really uplift lives, and I've seen it as Indonesia progressed over the decade. And I think that something that can really help is in relation to the financial services area as well. And last but not least, a more personal area was that Indonesia is a very beautiful country, and I took time, many times as well, to go over there to take photographs, which I love. So lots of intersections with Indonesia. Now back to work. First thing I wanted to say was that I resonated very well with what Pak Yusof said. I do think that, for the energy area, through the work that I've done, there's lots of things that we can learn from each other. Scope 1, 2, and 3 are quite significant, in the energy sector. From the transition of energy itself, from a Scope 1 perspective, looking and seeing whether or not, we can manage, say, for example, SF6 emissions, but at the same time as well, being very disciplined about our transmission and distribution losses as well. Not to be overshadowed is or ignored is really our Scope 3 emissions, which we can continue to do more of in terms of how we purchase and how we operate in terms of our value chain. The next area I wanted to share, which really resonated with some of the previous speakers, was about women. I do think that in Southeast Asia, generally not only from an energy security perspective, I think we are challenged, but from a women perspective, SDG 5
And if we double click on what SDG 5 actually means, number one, it actually means more women in politics. So kudos to you for stepping up. And that is absolutely the key thing. Sometimes, when companies, right, they view, oh, SDG 5, yes, I'm gonna, invest in that SDG 5. But if you double click on that, it actually means different things. It means having more politicians who are women, having more educated women as well. And I'm very, very glad to see that in Southeast Asia, this is becoming more and more of a norm. And as you know, in terms of norms education, you need to actually have norms emergence and then norms cascading. And in the future, hopefully by 2030, we will see a more fair and equitable society. I'm looking forward to that. Okay, now coming back to what other things resonated with me. I know just now you said upskilling, right? And I absolutely agree with that. In my own view, we are already entering into a disorderly transition. A disorderly transition, we are actually at the tip in relation to climate risk, physical and transition. But the disorderly transition is already occurring in terms of capabilities. There's just too much for us to handle in relation to our capabilities. I will liken it to digital. So in the digital arena, you'll find that it is accelerated. So it's a little bit like a hockey stick. Astro Teller is the previous Google X CEO, and he coined this Nike stick, right, where digital acceleration is accelerated, and the only way that human capability can solve this is really through upskilling. But I have to say that from a sustainability perspective, that's also quite similar as well. We're going through an acceleration of the demand to know things on sustainability, which is a bullet train. The two things I think that can help with that is, number one, we do need capacity building, and that's through education throughout universities, Institute of Higher Learnings, and so on. But the second thing is to get talented people into sustainability. And who are the talented people I think specifically we need are the youth. I'm not going to be around in 50 years' time, or 100 years' time, but the youth are going to be around, and they're going to be inheriting this earth. So to deal with the acceleration of sustainability, I think we need talent in it, but also young people to come into the fore as well. So that's one thing. Okay, now that I've just finished with one slide, let me just move on. And to the discussion itself, we just released a report in terms of the landscape of net zero targets in Southeast Asia. And to be honest, I think that we are doing quite well. 7 out of the 10 Southeast Asian countries have already set net zero targets, one of them carbon neutral. And in relation to their renewable energy targets, they are also pushing along, and also in relation to their policies as well, including in the area of carbon mechanisms such as carbon tax. So things are happening. One thing, though, that I'll have to say is that, yes, we are, I think someone said just now that we are in a unique situation here in Southeast Asia. We are a very unique situation. And this can be because of our state of development globally. And one of the key things that I think, despite the fact that we do have coal in Southeast Asia, one of the key things is that we have also signed or have been involved with the COP26 Global Coal to Clean Power Transition Statement as well. So wanted to just acknowledge that. Now, this number struck me, of course, when my colleagues gave me this paper, and then I saw the number here. The number of employees in the sector of Indonesia which could be impacted by the transition, 1,428,556. By the way, I'm a chartered accountant, so numbers really speak to me. This is basically 1/4 of the population of Singapore. I cannot fathom to have 1/4 of the population of Singapore being subjected to a just transition. So I think it is not small in relation to the just transition that countries have to go through, and it must be dealt with. Of course, there are frameworks to help in relation to the just transition. One of the key ones is the GFANS one in relation to manage phase out of a plan for coal-fired power plants, but let me just double click on that. I think that
yes, we do want to decarbonize, but it has to be just. Of course, we want to make sure that there's a positive climate impact, but at the same time, we do need to make sure that the decommissioning does not interrupt, I think what you said, Pak Yusof, the continued access to energy, but at the same time, as well, the communities should be properly transitioned as well. The last thing also is that it does need to be financially viable. So different types of mechanisms, different types of financing innovation, such as blended finance and concessionary capital needs to be at play too. And this is my last slide. You can see here that from a perspective of the average age of coal-fired power plants in Asia, in Southeast Asia, it is definitely the youngest. So it is quite crucial that we take a collaborative approach towards the just transition because we have a longer tail in terms of our CFPPs. And I will have to say, what I've learned at COP is that we need finance, we need not only the financial economy to move, we need the real economy to move. At the same time, we need to make sure that we pull in different aspects of societies, and they are important all around, social interest groups. We need leadership, we need academics, we need experts, we need women, and we also need the youth as well. So I really resonated when you said gotong royong, and we need gotong royong all around from all sectors of society for a just transition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Fang, for your valuable insight, and I know that you emphasized that one thing same with Mr. Didi, that if we're talking about the energy transition, we must be pay more attention to preparing young talent and give them with the better education, and so in the future they will be ready to face the energy transition. It's interesting, Mr. Fang. And now let's turn our attention to Mr. Herman Daniel Ibrahim, a member of the National Energy Council Indonesia. Mr. Herman will elaborate about the challenge and strategies to achieve just and orderly transition. Mr. Herman, time is yours.
Awesome. Good evening, everybody. The honorable people, as stated by Pak Josman, so I don't have to repeat. Pak Josman has already mentioned the honorable, so honorable person as stated by Pak Josman and also the speaker. So my topic is a hard topic for me because my professional background is power, but now I have to speak about just transition. But before that, maybe I would like to share with Miss about gender equality. Yeah? For Indonesia, gender equality, at home, women stronger than men at home. Yeah? And also, as older we are, like myself, above 60, more stronger. Women more stronger. And men getting weaker after 60. This is just to share with you. Okay, first about definition. Definition, yeah. There are definitions about just transition. But I think I found definition can be made by every parties. So every parties has their own definition. Also like, I have to, not easy, you have to, you just, I think I can see here, yeah, definition. So I define just an orderly transition, my own definition, yeah, my own definition. First, ensure the adequate and secure electricity and energy supply and affordability of energy prices along the transition process. the transition does not burden the national economy and does not reduce the government ability to achieve economic development targets, especially to exit from low middle income countries by 2045, yeah, as targeted in our national long-term plan. Then, this is, I think, similar to Buroro, yeah. I put the most important is achievement of the SDGs. So energy transition is priority, lower priority than to achieve the SDGs. Because in SDGs, it's only one, yeah, number 7, yeah. SDG number 7, low carbon energy, yeah, low emission. So transition does not affect the ability of government to achieve the sustainability development goals. Loss of jobs especially and loss of government revenues replacement. You said 5 minutes more, yeah? But I can make it 3 minutes. Okay, I jump to the one about, next slide, landscape. So in my observation, just energy transition so far, maybe like a popular jargon, yeah, popular jargon to do the transition, especially in developing countries, but not really justice. Yeah, I found not really justice. That's what I feel. So this energy transition project to achieve net zero emission. There are, I just touched the non-physical projects, yeah. Setting the target, policy and strategy to boosting renewable and low carbon energy and declining fossil energy use. Setting the roadmap, also inventory of renewable energy potential, capacity building, as also mentioned by Pak Didi, to develop awareness, leadership, commitment, and cohesiveness among the leaders. Develop positive attitudes, commitment of energy and industry leaders to implement decarbonization. And develop public attitudes, awareness, and support to climate change and deep decarbonization program. And then develop international cooperation and partnerships for technology, funding support, and best practices. Next slide is the landscape. I show you this landscape. Landscape. The diagram. Mundur. Back. It didn't work. Maybe it's one direction, yeah?
One-way ticket.
Okay. I have it here, yeah? I think to be quick, I just move to the key success factor of energy transition. Yeah. First, the deployment of main resources. Main resources is renewable energy resources, allocation of land, yeah, because the energy to be used in the future is low density energy, like biomass, solar. It will require spacious of land. And then also technology. And then, okay, sorry, not technology. Energy transition funds, yeah. For Indonesia, at least $1 trillion to implement the transition. Technology revolution. Variable renewable energy, solar and wind, and their integration, storage technology and production, and utilization of hydrogen and ammonia, technology of CCS and CCUS. Effective regulation and strategy, and then also leadership and collaboration. Leadership and intergovernmental sectors and institution collaboration. Commitment of major energy players like PLN and Pertamina, and cohesiveness among national elites. I think I should elaborate a bit. if we do energy transition, what I expect, there is no political, among the elite of the politic will accept and will support. So we cannot have different political view on this transition aspect. Public acceptance and support. This will exist if we maintain supply security, price affordability, and achievement of SDGs. Public support and climate action. Public acceptance and transition impacts. And lastly is international support and cooperation. So I just ask a simple question to public. What do you choose? Cleaner energy or cheaper energy? Most public say cheaper energy in Indonesia, not cleaner. So this also indicates that for the just energy transition, cheap energy is important than cleaner energy. Yeah. So for PLN, Pak, the most important is cheaper. Yeah. Cheaper than cleaner. Okay. Now maybe I go to the strategy. Yeah. Challenge. Yeah. The challenge, maintaining electricity and energy supply security and price affordability. That's not easy. And if we do accelerate the coal phase out, that can lead into energy crisis. That can lead into, I said in the forum, if we cannot provide secure supply and also affordability price, the energy transition will be, I said it, crash take off. You take off, but if it happen, it will not, because crash will not fly again after that. There will be no transition. I say that in front of the forum that support energy transition partnership last month in Jakarta, and they don't challenge me, so they accept it. Yeah, they accept that it is important to keep the energy security and also the energy affordability because that's the foundation. And if this cannot be made, then transition, we cannot go with the transition. Because there are minutes, I think I end this because so many slides, yeah, 10 minutes, so many slides maybe. So that's all from me, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Herman, for the sharing. And we know that Mr. Herman shared about the key of success and also the challenge of the just and orderly energy transition. But it's interesting that Mr. Herman also note the definition of word just and orderly transition. So we can consider the definition as a part of our guidance in the next future, Mr. Herman. So our last speaker, Mr. Francisco Garciaco, Technical Director for Climate Policy, Finance and Carbon Market, South Pole. So he will tell us about the project level implementation of just energy transition. Mr. Francisco, feel free to take the lead.
Well, good evening, everybody. And well, first of all, really thank you. This has been truly inspiring, and it's always good, to hear the reality that there is a real world out there that many people tend to ignore, and Energy 101, which I'm very glad to have heard of because I keep on repeating this. First, when you click on the switch, there has to be light, there has to be electricity, you have to have a security. Then it's got to be affordable. If you can't meet those objectives, you're not getting anywhere. So, and also what I've heard, again, and I couldn't agree more, whether people like it or not, just energy transition comes with a cost. And you cannot have a successful, scalable, clean energy transition if it's not a just one. It has to be just, otherwise it's doomed to failure. And when I saw the 1 million figure, when I see employees, I don't know, of course, how many are married, how big are their families, but I see families. I don't not just see the employees. When I see that number, I multiply it by 4, 5, 3. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of citizens. So when one is thinking about early coal-fired power plant retirement, for example, one needs to think of the impact that one has on people, our own people. So what I would like to share with you today, I mean, we've heard, I'm not going to repeat what we've heard. I've said it better than I could have ever said it. I would like to think I'd probably focus on the on how to operationalize just transition. If I may have the okay, thanks. Right. In the context when we discuss just transition, the emphasis seems to be nowadays on the infrastructure, on the iron, on the steel, on the concrete that is associated with a project. But the human dimension, even though it's mentioned, it is sometimes mentioned at a very, very high level. And high level, of course, is not going to get reality completed on the ground. And we believe, therefore, that, that in order to actually operationalize just transition, one has to do the kind of like work that we've heard from our colleagues here, our experts, what PLN is doing, identifying who are going to be the stakeholders that are going to be affected when you, for example, retire a coal plant before the date it would have otherwise been retired by. Who is going to be affected by this? It's not just the workers in the actual power plant. We're talking about big power plants here that are key to the communities in which they are located. Communities are also affected. The maintenance company that is providing services to this coal plant, what is going to become of them when the coal plant ceases to run? What is going to become of the people transporting the coal to the plant when the plant shuts down? And when we look at this at scale, what is the impact of the entire coal industry when we deal with this? So identifying how clean energy transition actually impacts not just people in the plant, but outside the plant is key to establishing where you are at the moment you're thinking of, let's say, retiring a coal plant. And then just transition is not just about making sure, I would like to think that just transition is not just about making sure that people are not worse off than they were as a result of retiring a coal plant, for example, but I'd like to think they're actually better off. Because only if they're better off will we get people in all our countries to really embrace just transition, a clean energy transition. It's something that people have to embrace. They have to feel that they're going to be better off as a result of a clean energy transition. Now, these are all great words, but how do you actually implement this? So obviously you've got to think about a plan. And for example, again, referring to a coal plant that is being retired ahead of its time, you don't do just transition the day the coal plant is decommissioned. That process starts before, as we've heard. You need to know, you need to plan, because you know that workers are going to be left out of job. Some of them can be retrained. Other ones, like me, for example, I've had it. I would need to retire early. I would need severance pay, or the company that is providing maintenance. You've got to build a capacity before the plant is actually shut down. So that needs to be planned in advance. And then, of course, implementation. Implementation is not just about the work that, for example, PLN has to do with its employees. How do you implement the just transition plan for those communities? I don't think you can expect PLN to take care of what's going to happen to the communities and someone who's trucking coal. There has to be a governance system for the just transition plan to allow everybody that is going to be affected by the retirement of a coal plant to make sure that they're not going to be worse off at the end of the day. Now I'll skip, right. On the issue of costs, I mean, you've made it very, very clear. You know, we kind of like dismiss that there is a cost, and those numbers speak very, very clearly that there is a cost. So then the question is, you know, where do we get the money from? We've talked about, I mean, this, you know, every cost, yeah, but who's going to pay for it? Okay. Now, carbon financing is one, let's say, type of concessional finance, so to speak. I mean, in practical terms, it's like you can view it as a source of grant. Now, the carbon markets in principle can contribute to addressing the issue of the cost of just transition. And the frameworks that currently exist that govern the carbon markets can also be used to actually enable just transition to be monetized as well, in a positive sense. Now, to illustrate one of several solutions that are out there to allow you to generate additional revenues to support the just transition, there's a Coal to Clean Credit initiative. This is an initiative that has a strong backing from the Indonesian government. We believe that also the carbon market is keen on buying not just carbon credits that allow a coal plant to be retired sooner and be replaced by renewable energy, but also one that can guarantee the just transition is actually going to be realized. And that is not only a key selling point, but also something that, the carbon market infrastructure can do. Why do I say this? Because one thing is to have a very nice design of a just transition plan on paper, but paper is not good enough. Just transition plan is only good when it actually delivers the results. And the same frameworks that allow you to monetize emissions reductions can be used to monetize just transition or to support revenue to be generated for it. And how do we go about that, for example, using the tools that exist? Well, you establish, for example, KPIs. You ensure that carbon credits can only be issued once the compensation that has been agreed to be awarded to those affected has been delivered. So you provide a means of ensuring that those that are affected by the clean transition actually get the money at the end of the day that they need, the compensation that they need. So the costs that you have been referred to are delivered at the end of the day. And hopefully in so doing, not only do you address the issue of costs by finding an alternative source of revenue, but you can also ensure the buy-in of the people, all our people that are eventually going to be affected by it. So with that, again, I just want to thank everybody for all the insights. And it's been, I arrived a little bit tired, but now really, after all I've heard, I feel like quite the opposite. I actually feel rejuvenated. So thank you. Thank everybody and all of you for having me here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Francisco. You give your sharing about the other perspective, especially in Coal to Clean Credit initiative. That you emphasize that all projects will be required to develop, implement, and finance a just transition plan. It's interesting. So, because the limitation of time, there's one question from this.
Thank you, Moderator. I think everybody understands that entering to the renewable energy is better for life. Yeah. It has been talked since the COP. I started since the Madrid, Morocco, until now. I attended every year and talking the same. Yeah. Now the name just transition, but same. How to enter the newer renewable energy. Yeah. Yeah. Pak Daniel maybe now. I've been attending to COP many times. Yeah. I was in Kadin Chamber of Commerce and then Vice President of Renewable Energy and Environmental. Yeah. But I'm so investor for renewable energy, yeah, Indonesia. But I find so difficult to enter because basically to enter, even though this is no need to just transition. Yes, we have to switch the power from fossil to renewable. This is for healthy everything. Now everybody knows that. But to enter is not easy, though. Yeah. Financing, I'm no problem. Many financing to offer. But the problem is policy. How the RPTL, Pak. Sometimes we enter this area, no RPTL. So I have to wait until the RPTL, yeah, planning, strategic, is there. And also pricing policy. Pricing policy, PPA, is a very important. How the financing can offer us, if not calculation according to the pricing. Now, Indonesia since 2016, they have some PPA President degree 2000, yeah. Yeah, but no, it's not valid anymore, Pak. Yeah, it still had to be negotiable all the time. So I think pitting tariff, there's no more in PLN, Pak, yeah, pitting tariff, yeah. So based on, that's why if somebody want to invest, they don't know how to calculate initially, yeah, how much the pricing. When you enter, you have to negotiate the plan, maybe. And then the other thing, because PLN based on whoever offer the cheaper. Let's say you make a wind turbine, wind farm, somebody offer 5 cents. Oh, you have to follow those guys, yeah. But, oh, I read different, yeah. Maybe this is a wind strong, and then our wind is not strong, or investment is higher because we put in the mountain. This is lower. So price is not same everywhere, yeah. But somebody or other company, let's say, oh, we can offer you 6 cents per kilowatt hour. And then people say, oh, you have to follow. This guy can do. Why not can you do it? So this is the problem for me. But so this is how can we enter easily and then make it RPTL is adoptable and easy to any demand you can change. That's my question. I think you understand.
Okay. Terima kasih, Pak. Yeah, when we are talking about the tariff, we believe that that is not the PLN capacity because that is not independent. So that in terms of the policy, government in the past introduced the fit-and tariff. However, the prior cabinet evaluate that policy, then that is not applied yet. And for the next, based on my understanding and information that I got, the government believes the market system so cannot put the fit and tariff concept to promote the renewable investment in the future. However, the challenge now in terms of the investment on the power is about the demand side. So PLN would like to encourage the government, especially for the investment side, to promote the demand first, or at least parallelly, so that if we can build together, demand side and supply side together, it is very helpful to address your question, Pak. That is PLN would like trying to address to the government. And when we are talking about the National Electricity Planning, RUPTL or RUKN, like Pak Jisman mentioned before, I think PLN concept and the accelerated renewable energy, it is in line with the government policy in terms of volume, place, and timing. However, at the end is how to execute that and in favor of the developer and also from the government side. Because if there is a financial gap, the question is who will fill the gap? The government or your financer or any party can come with the cheaper financing, and yeah, that's why we need to talk together how to handle and promote the renewable energy development. That is not only the homework for the PLN, but also everybody who has the interest or concern for the better life in the future. We need your part, Pak, as a Kadin, especially on the renewable energy division. Yesterday, I met with your team, and we have set a schedule to meet on the Thursday morning in Jakarta next today and talk about this. Yeah, thank you, Pak.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Didi, and I think our discussion is more interesting, but unfortunately, time is up. So, okay, okay, Van.
I think I am in the middle, yeah, because I'm ex-PLN, but now not PLN. So I'm in the middle, my position. But I tell you about the wind power of 5 cents. We make discussion with Adaro. If you have 5 cent wind power, it will kill all the wind power. Because in Indonesia, if 5 cents happen, after that must be less than 5 cents. This will kill the industry. That's my comment. So we need to discuss this later in Jakarta, whether we will continue with this attitude. Because if the lowest one happen, and then the next one must be cheaper than that, that will kill the transition. That's my comment.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Herman. In conclusion, this transition is not only about addressing environmental concern, but also ensuring that the process is fair, inclusive, and takes into the social and economic aspect, and also enabling factor have a significant impact on the success of the energy transition. So we need collaboration and cooperative synergy between all parties. Only through collective action, collaboration, and synergy, we can navigate the complexity of this transition and to achieve net zero emission. Thank you for all the speakers for the wonderful insight. I believe everyone in this room is very excited about the discussion with the interesting topic, just and orderly transition. So, thank you all. I appreciate it and have a great evening. Thank you.
Great to know that PLN has implemented a fair transition across its business operation. Please keep up the good work, Pak. And thank you for providing equal opportunity for talented resources, as well as empowering youth to have set up a career path within your organization. And with that, we humbly invite Pak Archandra Tahar to present our appreciation to all speakers, except for Pak Dedi and Pak Didi, of course. If you want it, you can collect it at your office. Okay? Okay. And including Ibu Roro, of course, our special keynote today. We really appreciate your time for being here with us. So please send a huge appreciation to all the guests, the speakers as well, for their valuable contribution today. And I guess let's use this momentum to resonate these justice principles. So we are sure that we all can achieve a just, fair, equal, and orderly transition worldwide. Okay, hold on. One more thing. That is a mandatory family picture. So Pak Archandra dan Bu Roro mungkin di tengah, diapit oleh speakers. Okay. Thank you all for your time, despite it's 7 p.m. already or 10 p.m. Jakarta time. Thank you for your attendance. We'll see you again. Have a great night. Thank you. Any disruptions. So, of course, welcome Pak Wamen, Bapak Alwedohong, as well as Pak Dirjen Hanif. Thank you for being with us, Pak. Today we will be talking about National Forest Monitoring System and Greenhouse Gases Monitoring System to support Indonesia FOLU Net-Sync 2030. I'll start with a brief context around the topic. So in order to achieve FOLU Net-Sync 2030, aside from formulating new policy instruments, control monitoring systems that's reliable, up-to-date, and equipped with transparent spatial database and information on forest resources are also critical. So this session, we will cover over the challenges and opportunities of the National Forest Monitoring System and GHG MRV in order to improve national forest management as well as environmental quality. To start with, I humbly invite our Vice Minister of Environment and Forestry, Republic Indonesia, Bapak Alwedohong, to deliver a keynote. Please step on the stage. Thank you.
Distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to give opening remark for this session entitled National Forest Monitoring System and GHG MRP to support Indonesia FOLU Net-Sync by 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that Indonesia is one of the largest tropical countries in the world, and we really understand the roles of forests, ecosystem in terms of economy, ecology, and social, including, to control the climate change. And therefore, forestry sector is play important roles in Indonesia economy, in Indonesia pledge to the climate change, particularly in our NDC. As you know, the government of Indonesia already submitted last September 2022 about our enhanced NDC. And we increased our pledge from 29% to 31.89% with our own effort. This equivalent to 915 million ton of CO2 emission target. And if there is international assistance, this pledge now increased become 41 to 43.2% or equivalent to 1.24 billion ton of CO2 equivalent that we have to reduce by 2030. And there are two main sectors actually that contribute to this NDC pledge. First is forestry and land use sector. With this 31.89%, the target for emission reduction from forestry sectors is about 500 million ton CO2 equivalent by 2030. But with international assistance, it's become 726 million ton CO2 equivalent that we have to reduce. And the second place, of course, from energy sectors. So considering the importance of forest sector in achieving our NDC, therefore the Minister of Environment and Forestry, Republic of Indonesia, Her Excellency Siti Nurbaya Bakar, has enacted a policy, we call it Forest and Land Use Net-Sync by 2030, where we do hope that by 2030, the emission from forestry sector become a net sink. Or we hope that sequestration is about 140 million tons CO2 equivalent, bigger than emission come from the forestry ecosystem. So this FOLU net sink by 20 is very important, and the roles of monitoring system, especially the roles of national forestry monitoring system is the key issues, because when you deliver emission reduction from forestry sectors, the MRV is the key elements. Yeah, the integrity of this MRV system is very important to ensure the global commodities, to ensure the UNFCCC, to ensure that IPCC understood and accept, upon this deliverable of emission reduction. So this session, I think, is very important because we come up with many, what we call it, prominent speakers with their own, with their expertise on the field. Like Pak Saipul, he used to be a director for inventory, GHG inventory in the Directorate General of Climate Change Control. And Ibu Belinda, she's the director for the forest inventory, right? Is it here? Stand up, please. This is Ibu Belinda. And we also have Ibu Endah Tri Kurniawati. This is also very important because she's a director within the Environmental Funds Agency in Indonesia. And of course, our colleague from Norway, yeah? Andreas Dahi Jorgensen. Oh, you're there, yeah? You're the director for Norway International Climate and Forest Initiative. And this discussion gonna lead by our famous moderators, Dr. Efransah. So I welcome all of you, the speakers, the moderators, and all the audience here. We do hope we can learn a lot about from the speakers about the importance of national forest monitoring system as well as MRP system in order to ensure our forest and land unit sink can be achieved, can be very integrated, as well as receive what we call it integrity from the international community. So good luck for the speakers, and I end my speech, and thank you very much for all your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Pak Wamen, for the warm keynote remarks. And with that, let's get it started by inviting our moderator, Dr. Efransah, Senior Advisor for MOEF KLHK. Next is Dr. Syaiful Anwar. He is the Principal Policy Analyst on Climate Change MRV. Silakan, Pak. Ibu Belinda Margono, Director of Forest Resources Inventory and Monitoring. And this is our frequent speaker, I believe, Director of NICHV, Andreas Dahl Jorgensen. Thank you for being our loyal speaker in this pavilion. Last but not least, Ibu Endah Tri Kurniawati, who wants to be called Mbak Nia. She's the Director of Fundraising and Development from IEF. Please take the lead, Pak Efransah. Thank you, Pak Wamen.
Good evening, everyone. This is my second session today. If you observe the keynote, there are two dimensions that you may wish to agree has been revealed. One is the MRV, the importance of MRV, and then the second one is inventory. This is a classical terminology. I think all of the foresters knows this. So what's going on in the ministry is that even without MRV, the inventory has been developed for so many, many years. So we want to see how we link and capitalize all these assets. And I'm among the speakers. I have no consensus where to start. Tapi Bu Enda ada kabar, you have a good news to share?
Yeah.
Why don't you start? We love good news. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm the first one?
Yeah.
So, okay. Yeah. Can I stand over there?
Yes,
or
sir,
yeah?
please do.
Yeah. Yeah, so thank you, Pak. So thank you, Pak Efransa. Good night, Bapak Ibu semua. Yeah, so yeah, maybe I'm the first one. It's supposed to be Pak Saiful, yeah. No, yeah, me and Bu Belinda starting to do green action by wearing the green. It's incidentally we have the same color. Yeah, so I think we will start with the NF and supporting of NMS from for result-based payment. So I think yeah, what is the relation Indonesian Environment Fund with the result-based payment, and also the relation with the NFF monitoring national monitoring forest system. And maybe I will start with IF first. So IF is a public service agency under Ministry of Environment. So can you please share the PPT? Oh, okay. Okay. Huh? It doesn't work. So please next slide, please. Yeah. So as a public service agency, IF is directed by 10 ministers. So the chair is economic coordinator minister, and the vice chair is Minister of Environment and Forestry, and the member of the steering committee is Minister of Finance, Minister of Agriculture, Energy, and Marine and Fisheries, and also so on, some other line ministries. And then refer to existing regulation regarding carbon pricing, number 90 and 98, 2021. Yeah, so refer to the existing regulation, Indonesian Environment Fund has got mandate to manage result-based payment. So by having this mandate, of course, IF should deliver the fund to the beneficiaries. And then based on the mandate as well, that the result-based payment should be intended to the mitigation action, adaptation action, and also to strengthen enabling condition. And then one of the enabling condition is how we can support how we can support national monitoring system conducted by KLHK, because as we know that when we doing monitoring, we have to make sure that the data is reliable, and also the data and information should be consistent over time, and also the data should be measurable for monitoring, reporting, and verification. So that's why by having supporting from the result-based payment, it is expected that this result-based payment can support the enabling condition. And then how IF can deliver the fund, of course, IF in the beginning of managing of the fund, we have to develop investment plan. So investment plan will describe the guidance, how the fund will be invested in. So let's say, as I mentioned, so we make detailed planning, what kind of the adaptation, mitigation, and enabling condition will be deliver to the beneficiaries. This is one of the how IF work. And then maybe as we know that potential result-based payment source of fund, as we know that there are some potential from international sources. The first one may be from multilateral fund, as we know that under Green Climate Fund. Under Green Climate Fund, there are menu for the result-based payment of RED Plus. And then we already got the first payment of the result-based payment. And then maybe in the next, there will be a second phase of the result-based payment. But as we know that the process of the TOR development still under discussion with the board. So maybe hopefully next March will be issued by the Green Climate Fund. And the next potential is coming from bilateral cooperation. As we know that Indonesia have a lot of bilateral cooperation with the philanthropy, as you, Klua, and also Norway, and also some others. And also maybe we also have multilateral cooperation as well with the World Bank regarding the result-based payment as well. So I think because this is the result-based payment, of course, how we can get the money, it will be based on the performance. And then how the performance can be measured, it will use the MRV result. And then how the MRV will be done, of course, the MRV needs data and information based on the monitoring system. So this is the relationship among others. And then maybe refer to the potential source of the fund for result-based payment, as I mentioned earlier, that multilateral fund and also maybe bilateral fund also, require the NFMS as one of the requirements should be fulfilled. So maybe as we can see in the screen, this is the approval process from Green Climate Fund. So when each party would like to access the result-based payment, they have to submit the concept note. And then when they submit the concept note, they have to include the NFMS as one of the requirements should be included. And also maybe other things. Of course, we have to also submit the FREL, one of the evidence. And also Board Technical Annex, as Indonesia already submitted to UNCCC as well. And also System on Information on Safeguard and National RED Plus Strategy. So this is all requirement. So NFMS is one of the requirements that, of course, will be important to access all the result-based payment, not only to GCF, but also maybe other source of fund. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, because this is the basis how then MRV can be done. And then when we submit the concept note, of course, the board of the GCF will review how all of these things can be fulfilled by parties accessing the fund to GCF. I think this is how we can explain. So after we got the result-based payment, I mentioned earlier, so some of the fund will be allocated again to the strengthening the enabling condition of the process of development the NFMS. Next, so this is how IF thematic program. Regarding the result-based payment, IF maybe most of the fund got by the IF based on the result-based payment. So IF just established in 2019, and we just operational 2020, September 2020. So it means we are still under 5 years old. And right now we already manage around 1,500 million US dollar, and then maybe around 330 million US dollar is a result-based payment. So I think this is quite important for Indonesia to be more active and also always updated the process on how to develop the NFMS for continuing to access the result-based payment in multilateral fund. And also maybe as we know that in this COP, we agree to have a kind of, I don't know, Dubai Green Climate Fund, something like that. So platform, and then it will be maybe new source of fund as well, maybe later on. Yeah, so this is just a picture how IF works. So when we manage the fund, of course, we have the objective or the big goals, how we can contribute to the NDC, our NDC, by putting 5 thematic programs. The first one regarding the FOLU and ecosystem management, and the second one regarding just and affordable clean energy and clean consumption and production, and also improve health, water, and food security, and also adaptation and pooling fund disaster. So one of the thematic program related to the result-based payment, and also it is expected can reach the outcome of reduce the emission reduction. So I think, as I mentioned earlier, right now Indonesia have collaboration with the Norway, some philanthropies, and also the World Bank, and also Green Climate Fund. So I think that's all, Pak Efransa, from ours. Back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Nia. Bu Endah, Bu Nia, same things. So I think it's good to see this first and how it will relate to the next work. So the next presentation, you have 10 minutes maximum to present the most important thing about MRV, what is the current progress, and what are the, please mention about the rumah carbon, if you don't mind. And then, and after that, we go back to the classic inventory, and we will see how it links, and we will request our Andreas, our Norwegian friend, to intervene last. Pak Saiful, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I will make I will make a good use of 10 minutes, hopefully.
Okay.
It's actually difficult to explain MRV in very short. Well, good evening, colleagues and friends. Well, I'm delighted to be here with you to this opportunity to present with regard MRV in FOLU Netting 2030. Sorry, this technology. Okay. So as you understand that MRV is very important part in the process of claiming the emission reduction. MRV is very vital. So MRV is a climate action mechanism that meets the TACCC principles: transparency, accurate, complete, consistent, and comparable. I hope you all understand with this principle. It's always mentioned during the when we talk about inventory or reducing emission. So claim for emission reduction must be measurable, reportable, and verifiable. Therefore, activities that should be undertaken is measurement and reporting and verifying. So measurement, or usually doing it during monitoring, is I mean that will done periodically, usually yearly, every year, just to measure the emission or emission sequestration happen during the activities. And then reporting is the result of measurement and to be understand. And verify is to ensure the content of the report is accurate, reliable, and accountable. So that is the principle of MRV. And the next, sorry, yeah. During this, in a Paris Agreement, there is Article 13 that mandated that MRV is a build transparency, which is mandated to be enhanced in Article 13 of Paris Agreement. So MRV is to build transparency, which is really important, and it is mandated in Article 13 of Paris Agreement to be enhanced. So first, with regard to FOLU net sinks, first is planning. The planning stage is to obtain operational plan. We call it RENOPS or RO, and then work plan, or usually we call it RENJA. This is part of the activity of FOLU net sink activities, and then baseline emission and emission reduction or carbon sequestration target. And all planning should be validated if it is just to ensure that planning is comply with requirement. And then measurement, the states of implementation states is measurement to obtain data from the implementation result of the mitigation action. And then to obtain actual magnitude of greenhouse gas emission and sequestration. And then the next stage is reporting. So reporting of the achievement of mitigation action. So all of these results will be put into the system. We call it national registry system. And also with the national inventory system. And then all of this will be by system, and then need to be verified if it is the purpose is for business, and then we need to have a body for verification, independent body for verification, validation and verification. So that's why there is external independent and also internal verifier. So we call it MRV team. So the next, So in terms of FOLU net sink, we have to have two reports. The first report is mitigation action reports, and then the second is emission or sequestration report. So for mitigation action report, recording and data collection by the relevant work unit, and then this report submitting mitigation action plan according to the activities plan and budget. So the plan, they have planning for activities and budget available for that, so need to be reported. And then the implementation of the mitigation action itself, and then assessment of the success in achieving the target of mitigation action. And the other report is about emission sequestration report. So this is based on land land cover from overall aggregate of entire planning, operational plan. So this carbon sequestration or emission is calculated based on National Forest Monitoring System, we call it Simontana, by using SIGN, National Greenhouse Gas Inventory System. So the carbon emission sequestration is not calculated per activity within RO. This is just to avoid double counting, because the activity sometimes is overlap. For example, for planting trees, and sometimes planting trees also conducted in the production forest, and the production forest, they have their own management, so sometimes overlap, so we cannot calculate the emission for each operational planning. So MRV activity is conducted based on regional governance unit, such as management unit, district, province, and also national levels. So this is the process of the two reports from the work unit and then to district mayor and to the governor. And all is this and put in national registry system. And then this is in the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Then they will assign DG for climate change and DG planology. So the report is going to different DGs, and the MRV also will be different. There is MRV team and FOLU netting team as well. So we can use expert, independent expert to support this team. And then the team will do verification. During verification process, if it is verified, and then we can put into system in national registry system. And if not, then we have to go back to the proponent, to the government, or the other proponent. And the next, this is the methodology used, of course, we use IPCC guidelines 2006, volume 4 for FOLU. So this is IPCC guideline, include refinement 2019. And also we have ISO, or Indonesia National Standard, and also other approved guideline by DG of climate change. Yes, I think that is. Thank you very much. If you mention about rumah carbon, yes, if anybody want to have more information, you can visit our building in Jakarta, Manggala Wana Bakti, second floor. There is a rumah carbon, carbon house for consultation. Yes, for consultation. But you have to register. We have a link for make a registration, because you have to arrange so many people coming, so need arrangement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Saiful Anwar. And the next one, Dr. Belinda Margono.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for this opportunity. It's a great pleasure for me to be here. Pak Efransah, if the first presenter, Mbak Nia, is already explained about the money, how to get the money and where the money goes. Pak Saiful has already explained about how to prove that the money can be delivered, what process we have so far and so on. But my presentation will be more in how to prepare the data and information that can become money. Before starting this session, I have some conversation with the Vice Minister. I talked to him that actually many people maybe sometimes forget about the importance of data and information, but I think we cannot get the result-based payment if we don't have the data, if we don't have the information, if we don't have the methodology to develop the data. So please start, yeah, okay. Usually Pak Efransah will give a question. I prepare already a question for myself because it will be easier for me to answer rather than getting the question from Pak Efransah. Why forest monitoring system is important and how it will be provide a suitable information. And why the FOLU net sync need a support from the Simontana. But I think the second question is already explained by Pak Saiful. You've seen it from his slide. So my job is much more easier. I only answer the first question. This is just introductory that how important the remote sensing data for us, because our country actually is huge. It's just like the size of United States. It's just like the size of Europe. But we have an island. I mean, we have an ocean in between. That is the condition that we have now. Supposedly, when we use the Landsat data, we have like 208 scene for the country. But when we use the Sentinel, we have like 556 scenes. So that gives the information that using the remote sensing is something also complicated because the area is relatively very huge. And then when we already have the information from the remote sensing, we need also to complete with the data from the terrestrial. That's the thing why we have to deal with the field. But before we go further, I will need to highlight this condition. When somebody deal with Indonesian forest specifically, I think I used to explain about this because I got the audit every time, so I have to explain this one. There are two main important information that we have to notice. First is about the physical condition, physical definition. That is the one that actually we got from the remote sensing data. So we got the distribution of forest, we got the area of the forest, and so on. That is the physical definition. And then the other one, this part, is actually the legal definition. So you will see the forest by like the conservation forest, the protection forest, the production forest. That is the legal status. It could be forested, it could be not. You can see in the middle. That is the situation like now. So this need to be highlighted time and every time because we don't want to get mixed between the legal status and the physical condition. When we deal with forest resource monitoring, we have a couple of instruments. First one, it's about measuring on the ground. The second one, it's about getting the land cover, the forest cover. The third one is getting the land cover change and also deforestation. All the time, we got all questions related to that one. And the last one is actually, we just developed this one. We call it the vegetation or deforestation alert system. It's an alert. It may be not deforestation, but there is an alert, there is a change in that area. So based on this instrument, we can move forward. This is our field measurement on the ground. Yes, because Indonesia is very huge, we have to collect the data from the ground as well. The old system, actually I will call it old system because we already have quite old since from 1989. This is the one. Distribution of all national forest inventory. That is the systematic sampling. So we have systematic for the entire country. We have like 4,000, more than 4,000 plots. The small, within one cluster, we have also subplot. So this all the measurement, we already start do the measurement since 1989 up to now. But when we develop this system, actually the issue of climate change has not yet rise. This is specifically for forest management. And then we realized that actually we need to update our system, our monitoring system. In the right, you will see this one. This is the new design of our National Forest Inventory. It's not yet in place because we have transition in 2024, but it will be implemented in 2025. This is following the design of the global as well. So this is like a hexagon. So it's like, maybe you will not see, but you will also see there. But the globe is having all the system, everything by the hexagon. And each hexagon actually can be represented different subject. For instance, if we want to get more trees in dry land, we will use different area of the hexagon. But if we got the mangrove, we will have different size. This is actually the new design. We consider this because when we use systematic sampling, we can lose information. Because sometimes between the plot, because the systematic sampling is 20 by 20, between the plot we can lose something. But with this one, we will not lose it. We will get everything. But it's not yet in place. We are now in the transition mode, but we will fully operate in 2000 and 2005. This is the remote sensing data. I probably just want to highlight that we have long history when we have our system. It's just not just created by clicking 1 or 2 days or somebody make it for us. No, it's long history. We have it since 1995 up to now. Yes, right now we use mostly a Landsat because Landsat cover a lot of area. So we have like 200 scenes, that is enough for us. But yes, maybe for the future, we need to combine also. And I'm happy that Andrea's here. Maybe we're going to work more about this one because maybe Landsat is only cover the national. Maybe we need to go deeper and we need to have more resolution for the data. That is the thing. But the long history of the land cover is give us a lot of information, a lot of lesson learned about how we use the remote sensing data. We have our land cover classes, like 23 classes. Many people said that's too much. So why not? This is Indonesia. We need more information. Why not only 6? We need 23. That's why we keep the 23. That's the thing. Okay, and this is the data that we have from 90s up to 2022. You can see it's moved closely. The 23 classes, we group it into 2 classes only, the forested and non-forested. And we use this one. The auditor is also want to see this one. It's just an example. And we have also the accuracy. There is a number of accuracy of this one. That is the accuracy of the land cover itself. But on the report, we have also the accuracy of the change. Because the change is also one of the information that is necessary. This is the deforestation rate. The high deforestation rate in the 90s is actually because we don't have a good system during that time. Everything was manual. That's why I will say this is too much. It's not as big as that one. But since we don't have the methodology, we don't have the technology, we keep it that way. But nowadays, everything is getting better. This is the information from the global. So for 2022, Indonesia is the 10 countries that have the less reduction in natural forests. So the very few deforestation. I think it's a good thing because we are the red country and we try to give a result-based payment. That is a proof. We have our own system developed by time and the system is actually also audited by the international community. This is the process, how we got the FOLU net sync from mitigation action plan. Is already explained by Pak Saiful, mitigation action. And later on is also for the performance result. We use the system, not only the land cover, but it's also the geospatial information system. It's quite complicated, but this is just showing that actually in the country we have the full government regulation. As a background of this, all of the analysis. We have an area that we have to prepare the data. And there is also a system how all the data, it's 3D and spatial, can be communicate each other. So we use the name is actually SIGAP, that is to connect all the information. This is the branding, sorry about that one. This is the monitoring system with the Bino, this guy, and this is also the system that to communicate all of the geospatial data set. It's already explained by Pak Saiful, but actually we are preparing the data to fulfill those two one. First is to for the giving the target area, planning implementation, cost implementation, time and everything, and also mainly for the annual greenhouse gas emission level. With this, I think I would like to close my presentation, but keep in mind that actually the data is very important because we cannot go further if we don't have the data in a good management system. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Belinda, from the two presentation. It is clear to us, it has been displayed two robust system, and we can always dispute or debate, but the basis and the methodology here is clear. Of course, it's evolving, it's always being updated and being developed, but the systems are there. I mean, when there is a claim or there is a statement on certain quantitative aspect, it has been supported by those data, and some of them are been collected very long. So we have here, it's an honor to have Andreas Dahl Jorgensen, Director of Norwegian International Climate and Forest Initiative, NICFI. Do you think you can scale up or boost up what my colleague just has been said in order to have even more robust system? Because there are in the future still challenges to go. Please go ahead. You want to?
Sure, I think I have some slides. Thank you so much for having me back here. It's an honor to be here for the third time. It's a hat trick, late overtime. I will clearly disappoint you with my knowledge about MRV because I will not be able to go into the depth that we've heard now. But I do want to appreciate our long-standing relationship on these issues and also to congratulate you once again on the tremendous results that Indonesia has achieved in reducing emissions. We saw there from Ibu Belinda the numbers and the ranking. I mean, it's very clear for the world to see what has been achieved, and it's also very clear what has contributed to those results. I talked about that the last two times, so I won't do that now, but the monitoring system is a key part of that, not just to measure the results, but to measure the results of and evaluate policies and land use planning and different decisions that go into the tremendous achievement that Indonesia has achieved over the last few years. And of course, following the tremendous results, I should also again mention the ambition of the plan of the FOLU Net Sink operational plan, not only a very high ambition of global significance, but also a very much thought through and detailed plan to get there. And we very much appreciate being a partner of Indonesia in this effort. And earlier at the COP on Friday, our Prime Minister in our bilateral meeting with President Joko Widodo confirmed our second and third results-based contribution under our memorandum of understanding from last year, totaling $100 million to go into the BPDLH that we heard about earlier here. So when we, as I said, a core part of making that possible is the Simontana, if I don't know if I pronounced that correctly, but the work that you have worked over many years to develop and further refine and make progress on. I think there are the slides. That's great. And I want to thank Ibu Belinda and your team and all the work that you've done in not only in the work to present the report, but to respond to verification, and the whole process has been very smooth and effective, and I think that goes to the quality of the work that was in there in the first place. So that's an important point to make. With Simontana, you're showing the transparency also. It's not just about measuring effectively, but it's being transparent about what's happening in land and the forest, and the data and the methodologies behind the TAC principles that were referred to her earlier as well. So to the slides, I think I was challenged. I'm not sure I will deliver on the challenge, but to talk about certainly we will not improve your system. That's what you do, but we do have a global contribution that we hope can be useful for Indonesia and other countries. We have since 2020 provided through a tender process that we ran through a consortium of Kongsberg Satellite Services, Planet Labs and Airbus, access to high-resolution satellite data with 5-meter resolution, updated every month, free of charge, of all tropical forest countries. So the purpose is to reach the overall objective of addressing deforestation and contributing to restoration, conserve biodiversity, and facilitate sustainable development. This goes, in our view, at the core of all of our strategies. Both on supporting land use governance in countries, to enable results-based payments and incentives structures for companies to evaluate their supply chains and so on. And I'll get back to a little bit of that. Earlier this week, our Prime Minister announced that we intend to launch a second phase of this program. We will run a new tender process early 2024, and we're hoping we can do that in time to both get a product that is good and affordable, and that can ensure a smooth transition from the current setup for the users that have become accustomed to this. And we're doing this in partnership this time with Bezos Earth Fund, so we're co-funding this initiative. I wanted to recognize their contribution also to this endeavor. So, yeah, that's right. So, yeah, so this is some of the details. It's covering the tropical belt. So internally in our ministry, there's complaints that all the forest countries that we work with now have better data than we have of our own forests, and so maybe that's the tweak we want to make in the tender process to get access to Norwegian data, because it is data that our teams working on domestic policy really would like to use as well. We have deforestation, we have forest degradation, and we want to plan our land and our, when we have infrastructure projects or when we have road building or anything, we want to be able to have the best available data to protect our different nature types and so on, to make contributions that we want to make to the global agreements on climate and nature as well. So that's a big if, but so far the program has been for the tropical belt, so from 30 degrees north to 30 degrees south. So the use cases are many for this type of data. I think the most important one is for governments, for supporting land use planning, sort of deciding sort of who can do what, where, and how to make trade-offs and decisions that improve both land use and other objectives that governments have. It's been very effective for some governments to use for law enforcement purposes, because you get frequent access to illegalities, and that's been in a pace that is quick enough to respond. And of course, these other water management is an important issue. We see that Now in the Amazon with the drought that we're seeing, you can see very clear effects of that through the landscape. And I mentioned some of these other supply chain management that companies can track risks in their supply chain basin and legal issues as well. Yeah, I mentioned the different users. This is a bit hard to read, but of the current users, this is the ones that have registered as users that can download the data. It's been the biggest user have been governments, but also significant use from academia for research, from NGOs and non-profit organizations. Some from the private sector. I think some of them are quite important, the ones that use it, so the number is maybe not reflective of its importance. And indigenous peoples who have used the data to sort of make activism or claims about what they feel are infringements on their communities. So these are some of the numbers. I won't go into all of them, but we have collected a bunch of user stories that I'm happy to share afterwards if there's interest in how the program has been used to date. There's been more than 100 scientific articles based on the data, and we now have users from 158 countries, and 120 million tiles have been streamed for this product since 2021. So. Yeah, this is going into a bit more of the details. I think I'll pause there and just say, coming back to the beginning, did you want to go further? No. So I can share the slides. I guess I did already. So the Indonesian forest monitoring system is already very efficient and comprehensive. We've been impressed with what's been happening. Or the progress that made in a very short time in strengthening its integrity, scope, and coverage, accuracy, frequency, and of the user interface. And we also noticed with pleasure the support with FEO, that they have been an effective partner from what we understand, and hope that can continue as well. We work with them around the world, and I think they know certainly more than I do about these things, and I hope that they have been useful to you as well. So congratulations again. I don't know if I met the challenge, but I hope that this can be a useful contribution as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andreas. It sounds good to me. So it sounds that we have a prospect, even a brighter prospect in the future. And what has been infested is worth it, yeah? I think we are very proud of it. And I don't know what to ask you, Belinda, for this late hour. But I want to ask audience, is there any pertinent questions for any of our experts here? So Simantana has been acknowledged, yeah? And we are on the way with even more relevant things in relation to the later in the future carbon trade. So it's that we are in the right direction. Can you challenge me? If not, I feel like that after having seen all this. And what is important here, this is not qualitative. This is not a claim. This is a quantitative thing. So they are there. We cannot temper or we cannot just ignore. So we got a solid base. I think I should congratulate you. In particular, if you are living. I feel sad. Yeah. Anyway, is there any questions? Bu Devi, you have any curiosity about, please do.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Also, congratulations. It is impressive. The SRN, it's it's very good. I was just wondering because now during this COP there is global stocktake. And we understand there is also initiative on independent global stocktake. So I was wondering, Pak Saiful, Bu Belinda, whether or not the system SRN would also incorporate that kind of independent mechanisms for others to contribute to the data. Thank you.
But before we are going further, the GST is a collective assessment. It's not individual. It's not about Indonesia, etc. But it's good to see and anticipate this from national angle. Do you have anything to say about it?
I think for SRN is Pak Saiful will answer more completely, but at least I think I don't know how to answer this one regarding the independent or so on, but I think the SRN is one of the key that we can connect or to know who's doing what in what area. It's a challenge, Pak Fransah, because the emission reduction is not single action. It's many people actually contribute in this situation. But we want to know who's dealing with what, who contribute in what situation, what condition. And I think one of the tools to understand that connection is the SRN. For the time being, Pak Saiful maybe will answer more about that thing. But SRN is also a big challenge for us. And to know is like, you know that Indonesia, we have like country, province, district, and also the local community. Everybody can get involved, but who will be in the SRN? That is also a question. So Pak Saiful, maybe you can continue to answer.
Thank you. Well, with regard to global stocktake is actually backward looking. So we want to know what our states now from since the beginning to now. So the information of global stocktake came from all parties. Yeah, Indonesia especially, we agree that came from our report, like biennial update report, national communication. So Indonesia, we also submit BUR and also national communication, and all coming from SRN as well. So SRN actually is like a database. So we would like to have one data in SRN, especially for carbon, for emission, for sequestration. So because if many institutions also have this and will there is discrepancy data. So that's what SRN actually have a play role in global stocktake. And usually people when ask about SRN is about related to carbon pricing. So this is sometimes, and SRN become independent. We internationally we have 21 registry system, which is or crediting mechanism with the registry, their own national registry is 21. So are now growing. Previously, it's international crediting scheme, but now growing national crediting scheme like SRN as well. I think that's it, but thank you.
Can I have nice suggestions? Can we save 10 minutes? If we can save 10 minutes, I'm about to wrap up. And I would like to ask Andreas, do you have any specific message to convey? What I heard from you is acknowledgement and encouragement for our continuous work. Is there anything extra?
I think that covers it.
So I think we should give applause to these two. They are champions, and it has been a lot of air mata ya, dan keringat. Thank you so much for
Thank
your
you.
kind collaboration. Thank you very much, and please come again
Tomorrow.
to Indonesia's Pavilion. Thank you.
Thank you for the lesson learned, highlighting the importance of valid data and good data management systems in order to support Indonesia FOLU NetSync 2030. And we also have a little appreciation to all the speakers. Andreas, don't get bored. I think this is your third collection. Okay. Ibu Belinda will hand over the special merchandise herself to all the speakers, including the moderator. Thank you, Pak Efransha, for staying with us since morning until this hour, 8 p.m. already. Ayo. Pak Ruanda wants to join the crowd. Pak, please. It's great to see a happy family reunion, isn't it? Okay, to all attendees, thank you very much for your presence. We hope you enjoy our program today and found it inspiring and informative. You all have a safe journey home or to your hotel or to your apartment, wherever you stay. Have a good night. We'll see you again tomorrow. Thank you.